All right. Wow, we are back on already. That was a quick change, but we are here the start of the rest of the 12-hour live. So the second stream, we're here, Ray and I are here for the next 30 minutes to recap what's going on and to give a little idea of what's coming forward. We're going to talk a little bit and probably goof around for a few minutes, Ray, give everyone a chance to come and find this stream. And as you come into this stream, please do us a favor, share it out again, tag your friends, whatever, just in case, make sure everyone finds it. They can get back with us. I see people popping on now, starting to watch and stuff. So, Ray, if we have another awesome intro video, let's do that now. And then you and I'll come back. We'll be super serious and professional.
Let's do this.
All right, we are back. 12-hour live continues. Ray, we are what, 5.5 hours in? Am I doing my math correctly?
I think that's about right. Yeah, and I'm
Almost
ready
halfway.
because social media's been blowing up with people pulling one-liners and taking pictures, and I'm amped. I'm excited for this.
And I think Megan just summed it up perfectly. The lineup so far has not disappointed.
Definitely.
Honestly, you and I would talk. Literally, I called you about an hour ago and we talked, and you're like you were expressing, you're like it's always good, but like it has been so entertaining, so engaging so far today.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's just everyone's just killing it from the first 30 minutes. We'll see.
Yeah.
The next 30 minutes, we'll see. But everyone killing it. As people are coming in here, as you're coming into this new stream, do me a favor and tag your friends, share it out, retweet it, get it out there to make sure that everyone is coming over here. I am seeing people starting to roll in, so let's keep that going. If we can get the likes and the hearts and all that stuff going as well, that'd be great. And of course, because the comment section now does not have any green hearts, Ray.
No green hearts.
We need to also fill the green hearts into the comment section, so let's have that happen.
Yes. It's always tricky when we get a new stream, but I think it's interesting because we did all tangible takeaways, incredible lineup, a great leadership lunch. Now we're getting into some details and recap and some exclusive content and the big celebration in the end. So this is just a really good spot for everyone to come together. If you've missed any part of it, we'll give you a little recap on what you should go pop into and pay attention to, and then give you a preview of what's coming, because as we spoke about earlier, this afternoon is going to be maybe containing some tangible takeaways, but really going to be that work that you're going to want to chew on it for a while, maybe get some additional resources. And that's okay work too. It's okay as educators for us to look for quick fixes like we talked about in Tom Schimmer's episode, but also look for some of those long-term goals we might be working towards.
Yeah, and I love people jumping in. Loving the green hearts, everyone. I do want to give a special shout out to our co-host, Dave Schmitto. Dave Schmitto's here. So,
hi, Dave.
Shout out to Dave, who's hopefully sleeping because he ended up having to drive home an extra 6 hours because of traveling all week and didn't get home because thanks to Dave's travel luck. It's hilarious. I also want to note, just because I appreciate the ask. Someone asked, it might have been Alex. I'm not sure who it was earlier. The comment's already gone. How the soccer game went. We won. Kids played great. And my son Jonathan had played goalie the second half and had a stop that was incredible and should have absolutely been a goal. So he did awesome. In the wardrobe channel, this is shirt 3.
Shirt 3.
Because the other day I was reminded that apparently I have to change outfits.
Don't pretend like that wasn't your idea like 12 hours ago.
Costume change. It was a costume change. So we'll see what I have in store. All right, Ray. So let's talk about this morning. I don't even know where to begin at this point because there was so much goodness. I actually remember texting Josh and telling him that there were 1,600, I put 1,600 pieces of micro content, meaning clips that we could pull out of your and Tom Schimmer's section alone.
Well, that was the problem, is that for 12 hour, I know we're live for 12 hours, but you do kind of expect, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but you kind of expect like some segments to be a little bit more boring or not apply to like you just kind of like there's no way 12 hours is going to be entertaining. And I'm not kidding, this morning I was like sucked in, like going straight from our stupid welcome to the James Miles crew, like holy moly. And then it just didn't stop. It was crazy.
Yeah, I do enjoy that we could have went with like some segments might not be as engaging or whatever you went with might be boring.
Yeah,
so,
you just come on. Well, like how often do you sit in PD and every single moment you're like
right? Like that's right. You never know, right? Because it not always speaks to you and stuff. And it has been this so far, and I think the rest is going to be that as well. Let's pull. So what do you want to do, Ray? Do you want to talk about the stuff that's already occurred, or you want to look ahead and talk about what's happening, or do we need to do some housekeeping right now? Make sure that everyone's doing things. I feel like we got everyone moved over, which is awesome, by the way. So thank you to anyone who shared and put this out.
I would do a little housekeeping. Then while we do housekeeping, I also have a question I want to pose to our audience here, our crew, our family, so that they can start responding and then we can speak to their comments.
Okay.
So I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but that's how a professional goes live, is they like plan some stuff and have like a flow.
I did. I have a plan right here. It says, welcome everyone. Remind to share stream, ask Ray questions to do, or what? I'm sorry. Ask Ray what to do.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we have a plan, right?
Literally, like it's also like my 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year life plan as well.
All right, friends, we are going to share some housekeeping, but in the meantime, if you could please let us know what was impactful for you this morning. You can either do that by saying someone's name that was impactful. Maybe there's a one-liner or some sketchnoting you've been doing where you wrote something down. Maybe you tweeted something out earlier or snapped a picture of somebody on screen. We'd love to hear. I know so many things. We'd love to hear at least one thing that you felt like was impactful for you. And then we are going to talk through some of those. First, housekeeping though. Jeff, I don't know if you know this, but we released that we are doing a Teach Better conference in 2023. Have you heard the news?
I heard something about that the other day. Yes.
Yes. And so today is an opportunity to be able to get your ticket, your registration ticket all set up. So Jeff, will you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so go over to teachbetterconference.com. That has been flipped. So the links now work so that you can register. You can also sign up to be a sponsor or join us as a podcaster on Podcast Row. But you want to get over now because between now and 8 p.m. Eastern time, you can use the code 12hour and save the biggest, I can't remember how much it is, but it's the biggest discount we're going to do between now and the conference. So it is the cheapest.
It's
$100,
$150 off.
So it's a big discount. So please make sure you use the discount code 12hour because there has been at least one that I saw come through who didn't. And don't worry, we'll get them taken care of. But please make sure that you're using that like we did that. I'm going to steal from Ray. Ray says all the time that she never, ever, ever, ever wants you to pay full price.
No.
So please take advantage of that and don't pay full price. Get that. So teachbetterconference.com is where that's at. And that is the site that you want to bookmark somewhere and check in because that's where we're going to put all the info when it comes to the conference. There's already stuff up there about travel and how to get there and stuff like that, but also that's where speakers will be. That's where the sessions are going to be. Like it's all going to be linked there. So that's the site to remember right now. Go over there, click. There's a button right up top so you can get right to it. That awesome video that we have from 22 is up there as well. If you're not sure what to expect, that's the one to watch. Click that button, go register right now. So
it'll be really, really good.
By the way,
I'm so excited that registration's officially open because all y'all have been driving me nuts asking when it opens. So, leave me alone.
And I saw someone put Teach Better 23 like, and when you're like share it out, let's get that hashtag going. Hashtag Teach Better 23 will be the official hashtag for the conference, so we can get that started today and start getting that blowing up. And that's what we use on all the stuff that we're putting out as well. So that's the key.
I hate to say this because it's cheating, but like, I don't really care. So maybe if Katie could go take a break and leave backstage. Bye, Katie. Love you. Bye. Bye, Katie. Guys.
Oh, I wish you could all see the look that Katie's giving Ray right now. It's great.
Is my microphone loud? Can I do this?
Ooh, when you leave it, yeah, it's like.
Is that nice? Guys,
it changes a lot.
Even if your friend's not here, text them the code and link to register and just pretend they tuned into 12 hour, but they have to do it before tonight.
Yes, and like tonight Eastern time. So if
Yeah,
you're in the West
mhm.
Coast, like it's early, like get it done.
Like they can watch 12 hour later, but give them the code because if they watch it later, the code won't work. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes.
Anywho,
Okay. That was great. I really enjoyed that a lot. Now I know what it's like when I do that. Thank you.
it's so great. Okay, so
Should I
Teach
get
Better Conference has been a thing that all until 8 p.m. Eastern, you can register $150 off. That's like almost 50% of the ticket off, which is killer. So now
can I say something real quick to that point, just in case? Is even after that code expires, like it's still early bird pricing, so it's still
Yeah.
cheaper. So like if you watch this in the replay and you don't see this until next week, or you watch the replays that are going to be housed in the Teach Better Academy in a couple weeks from now, like you can still go register. So still do that, but right now you got to get there. So anyway,
And then you should text your friend and tell them you're mad at them for not texting you in the moment that you could
you
get.
should do that as
a
well.
discount.
Yes.
Okay, beyond that,
Okay.
there's also giveaways. And FYI, there's a typo, and I'm not going to say whose fault it is that the typo exists, but make sure the website you're going to apply for giveaways is teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways.
This is the narrator. It was Ray's fault.
It was.
All right, so that's our housekeeping. So make sure you register for the conference, use the code 12-hour, and then head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to win stuff today.
Because there's
Is that
so
all of our
much.
house? Do we have other housekeeping, or is that?
Well, I don't know. You haven't told me you like my shirt all day. I kind of want to talk about that at some point, but
I was supposed to tell you that. Is that some? Hold on a second. I'm looking at my moderator script that Katie pulled up for me. And no, I apologize, Ray. I am supposed to comment on your new Nikes. That I am supposed to make sure I comment on your new Nikes because you did get new Nikes recently.
I love Nike.
So that's exciting.
Guys, they make me fast.
So fast. Barry Allen over here. Okay, so all right, so we took care of the housekeeping. What was the next on the list? Because my list literally only says to ask you.
I wanted to see what people liked about the show because there were so many things I wanted to like note, but I was gonna go through people's comments and see what they liked. Also, Katie just texted me, what period is period happening, period. Sorry, Katie. Okay, there's been so many things that people have liked. I don't even know how to begin with all of these. Thank you, Alex.
Can I answer Katie's question first?
Sure.
Entertainment. That's what's happening. All right, so Ray, as other folks are doing that too, can I ask you what you liked? Like, what's really I'm gonna say that you can't pull from your conversation with Tom.
No, yeah. So honestly, what I really liked, and I know this is a cop out, but like work with me here. I had no idea how well every segment was going to blend into the next one. And so I really valued that James Miles' crew like set us up for kind of out of the box thinking. I think right off the bat, they were challenging us. They were talking about music, and I love music. I know so many people on our team love music. You, especially Chad, especially huge music people. I love that they were able to fold in not only talking about music, which can come across a little fluffy, but they are really intense, smart, and innovative educators. And yes. I love that they were pulling in research. And I have to tell you, they said a few vocabulary words that I had to Google. I am so intimidated by their knowledge base, and they were doing it in this way that still felt like welcoming and like I could potentially be as cool as them someday, which I loved. So, and then everything from there transitioned beautifully because the conversations that meld from one segment to the next really grew upon themselves. And while I hope that that was planned, you can't ensure that happens because these are all random guests coming in from all around the world and sharing their expertise.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of just awesomeness that comes with a guest to make that happen. But I also we joke a lot, but I got to give a little of a tip of the hat to Katie, who organized that. Like, I think for some reason, I think she was thinking about that. I don't know, but and those guys they're brilliant. Yes. And they're passionate. And I said this on Wednesday Wake Up too. Like, they're also just like really cool. Like they're just good people, which all of our guests have been. I don't want to just make it sound like the only them, but like that was a great segment that I only caught a little bit of, but yes.
And taking that and going into a conversation with Dennis Sheeran was insane because Dennis Sheeran is somebody that I feel like just should be my life coach. And I need him to just like constantly be in my ears telling me like things that will challenge my brain. But he really used that same overall intention of being authentic, relating to students and giving it your all, with still giving those moments that were challenging our thinking, and then flipping it into what we were looking at, which was bringing purpose into your classroom and looking at how you can actually do that through a multitude of different layers, which isn't something that's talked about very much. So I really valued that dynamic conversation. Then, of course, Joshua Stamper and Rizzo were live, which, I mean, come on, like, can you just spell fun?
Yeah. And then from there flowing into the grading conversation with you and Tom.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna show one of the things that Tom said that I think hit everyone. The comments blew up in it. We had a whole bunch of likes come through and stuff. Is that he said there's no such thing as a valid assessment. They're either reliable or they're not.
Yes.
And that was just like one of like 5 million things that Tom said, but like great conversation there. And then we flew into the conversation with CJ and Katie, and like,
which was gold. I don't know how Katie got to interview CJ. That wasn't fair. I would like to have a formal complaint filed.
I'll file it, but unfortunately when I file it, it gets sent to Katie. So like I think it goes into the shredder at that point. I'm not sure, but I'll file it for you. I'll file a complaint.
But CJ is literally somebody that is doing massive work to support educators in a way that's manageable, because he knows everyone's overwhelmed. And I love that he's honest and authentic. Like, yes, your role is so challenging. And so he doesn't ever seem to give us suggestions that are too far for me to handle. I don't know how to explain that. Like,
it's not unrealistic.
Yes.
Here's how you change. It's I was gonna say like, here's how you change the world, because you do change the world this way, but it's like, it's not unrealistic, unattainable advice.
Yes.
It makes sense.
He also speaks, and he did it even today, where he speaks very vulnerably. And so I really appreciate that every time I hear him speak, and I've heard him speak for years, I feel like I know him better as a person. And that's something with Teach Better we really strive to do as often as possible. It's not just deliver content so we're all better teachers, but really show ourselves individually as well here on the team. We love being able to showcase even members of the team who are not forward facing, like you've seen in our commercials, just so you get to know us a little bit better as human beings. And CJ really just does that same work that I just find so special.
And I jotted a quote down from him too. He said, "Love is not as an action verb. You have to show it." And that one that resonated.
Do you want to take a minute to show your love for me? I'll wait here. Go ahead.
I think we're good. I think we covered it all.
All right. And then the leadership segment, which
we just skipping over me and Jen. Is that what we're doing right now?
No, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself because I just saw Mark Horner's comment. So
I know.
No,
I saw it come through.
Sorry.
So shout out to Jen. With some, who Janelle and a couple others are already saying how amazing Jen was.
Yes.
And her segment and breaking down that. And Jen's amazing. Jen's just an awesome educator and a passionate educator. And that was a fun conversation. So.
And even she was ill and still showed up.
I know, still rocked it.
That's so nice.
Yeah, texted after. I'm like, I'm so sorry you weren't feeling good, but like, you killed it. Like, go sleep.
Jen's another person. Again, I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but similar to CJ, where go follow her. She is going to feel as though she's like your next door neighbor. You can go and like have a glass of wine with anytime. So she's another one that when you need somebody you can be vulnerable around, or maybe ask an awkward question, she's a great go-to.
Yeah. Okay, now we can talk about the leadership segment.
Did you know we did a leadership segment?
We did do a leadership segment. You're correct. Mark Horner did like it. He said something earlier. He commented, I think, on another stream right before they ended. He commented, it was really simple, but it was super powerful. He said, "I grew today."
Oh.
Or "I have grown," or something of that nature. And I'm like, yeah, that's why we do this. Like that. Like, that's it. So I love that.
So good. And what I appreciate about this conversation so far, and I know we have to wrap this up soon, is I had a conversation recently live, and I know a lot of you were there, where we talked about the Teach Better team's positivity. And I want to confirm, and I really felt it this morning, it's not toxic positivity where we're telling everybody, oh, education's great. I don't know why you're so stressed. Get over being frustrated. Just be positive and it'll be better. It's this knowledge that even though we know it's challenging, we will be able to get through it together, and we will be able to come out the other side. And I've really heard that through every segment, is educators saying, yes, this is challenging. I'm affirming your feelings. You're allowed to be tired. You're allowed to create space. We want you to create space. And then when you do have the capacity to do some of the work that we know is really changing the world, and thank you for doing this work, here's some great strategies to be efficient and effective.
Yes, I love it. And a good reminder there. Okay, we got a couple minutes before we're gonna have to go. Let's look at that. Well, you don't have to go. You're still on the next segment. So let's talk about the next upcoming segments. Can we do that?
Let's do it.
So coming up next is actually you and Stacy Benton. You're talking about building a grid right away. So are we like building a grid live, or are we diving into pieces of it, or what are we doing?
No. Like, there is a Google Doc that I have open that I have to figure out how to share my screen, and I'll do that within the next 9 minutes. And we are literally going to be building a grid. So we have just a Google Doc we're going to use to sketch things out. We're going to share it so you guys can see it. And it will be a very messy process, because sometimes lesson planning is messy. We're going to talk through our conversations, and it's really authentic because it's the conversations we have all the time. Just typically it's not live streamed. Like, it's a one-on-one dialogue with an educator that we
happens all the time. Yes, I love it. So and it's one of the most common things that you go out and get to do when you were just in a school all day the other day. So that's awesome. After that, we got a little bit of, we got that, and then we go into supporting the grid method in your school, which is a great continuation of the grid talk, but also a little bit of bringing in that leadership support, and obviously something that we do a lot of, which is work with teachers and school districts on how do we support this work within your school. So Chad's got Kim Lamers on for that, and I think that's going to be a powerful conversation.
And she's in the comments. Hi, Kim.
Hey, Kim's in there. Yes. Hey, Kim. Look, she's in the comments now. She'll be on screen later.
So fun.
So that's always a fun conversation with leaders and talking about that and how do we do that. Let's see what's after that. Then we go into it's Josh and I get to hang out with Joshua _Stamper. And we're going to talk about our Edupreneur Mastermind, and we're going to talk a little bit about what an edupreneur is and what that means and how you can start, and then what that group does to support folks who are in that world.
Can I say
go
really quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think there's a lot of exclusive trainings coming up that some educators are going to quickly say, yep, that applies to me, or no, that doesn't apply to me. And that's okay, because obviously this is saved. And if you need a break, like, go take your Saturday and enjoy. I just want you guys to know, especially because Edupreneur Mastermind feels like one of them, I have never been so in awe of a program that we've launched that has been so successful as the Edupreneur Mastermind. This was truly like Jeff's baby, that we all like let him have his side project so that he would shut up and stop talking about it. And the impact of that group, I love taking any credit I can, but it's like not any of us. It's like Jeff and Josh, who's like built this like beautiful little program. And I hope that everybody sticks around for that one, because I think we're going to have some realizations in our family here that more people are edupreneurs than people are aware. And it'll be kind of fun to divulge what happens in that mastermind a little bit.
Well, first I appreciate, I think, the kind words. And then yes, that group, but also, yeah, I agree with you. I think there's also times too where whether you end up realizing that maybe you're a little more of an edupreneur than you thought, I think a lot of the stuff we talk about still works regardless in a lot of other ways too. So after that, Katie's on with you. This is you and Katie talking about stuff like educational stuff. Now talking about having your purpose prior to instruction. So I said before, I said it on Wednesday, like, I love when you and Katie are on screen together, because you know each other as so much as teachers first. You're able to like share so much about each other's classroom. She's smiling back there. She doesn't think I'm being serious, but let's see where are we at then. Then Katie's on with Joshua Stamper, and we'll talk about the essential skills of SEL, which will be very powerful. I don't know if you ever heard Josh talk about that, but he cares a little bit about it. So going to be excited about that. Then it's you and Megan Palke talking about the grid, managing the grid method classroom. So this is now we're stepping into a little more of the, okay, great, we're building the grid. Now, how do we make this actually work within the craziness of a classroom.
Mhm.
And then Chad Ostrowski joins me, and we're going to talk a little bit about strategic planning, what that means to us as on the Teach Better team, what that can kind of look like and feel like when you're if your district were to work with us, and some tips and takeaways there. And then we celebrate. That's it. Like, it's just that little bit left. Only like 6 hours, right?
I mean, I feel like I could do 6 more hours. I feel
We're done. We got 6 hours and we're done.
I have had some great pictures and photos of people like tuning in. And the one that I may have looked like a loser in, I kind of regret. And I know that was about 6 hours ago. I just wanted to admit that openly.
It's all right. That'll be there forever.
Are we gonna take another photo so they can
we can do another one. I was gonna say something I was thinking about earlier. I'm like, you know what we should do? We should have a 12-hour live after party. Where it's like after we're all done hanging out on live, we all like connect in Zoom and we just have a party for another 4 hours. So Mike wants to go to 18 hours long, so we'll do that. We'll do an after party afterwards. It'll be great.
Can I get permission to leave the table?
I mean, you don't have to log into the Zoom. No. So 6 hours left. All right, Ray. Do we have a giveaway right now too before we go? Because I want to make sure that
You're
we're
the
staying on
moderator
time.
right now. I'm
We
not.
do have a giveaway. See,
Look at
here's
your
the thing.
that Katie gave you.
Here's the thing. We already talked about the all the giveaways, didn't we? But one that I want to mention specifically, I have my list here. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Wait, Jeff, you have to.
You're interrupted. I thought I was the moderator.
But Jeff, can you do it like you're awkwardly reading what Katie gave you? Because she gave us scripts, and you know that none of us are willing to follow her script. She like wrote it all out. So will you read it as if like you're reading the script versus like pretending?
We have a crazy amount of giveaways from our network. Some items include Teach Happier by Suzanne Daly. It's a great book. Suzanne just dropped into our ambassadors for an exclusive PD, which is awesome. I'm sorry, that wasn't on the script. That was me adding it in. A productivity planner from Dr. Martinez, which is awesome. And then these things are super cool. They were a sponsor at the conference. Foldscope is giving us a paper microscope kit, which is like the coolest thing ever. So
cool,
super cool. Those are 3 of like is it 5,000? Katie, 5,000 giveaways, 5,000 giveaways. I got 2 thumbs up over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So to register to win. Also, don't forget our Teach Better 23 discount code is still active. Register today using 12-hour as the discount code for $150 off registration. Tech, Ray, Jeff. Oh, I'm not supposed to read that part. I'm sorry.
Good job, Jeff.
I feel like a talk show host with my stack of papers.
No, it's like a news story.
Or a news story. Yes, I'm like, I don't know why I do that. Yes, so 12-hour, go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Make sure you get the giveaways in there. Ray, you're staying on. I'm going to be back in a couple hours. Appreciate you all being here. Keep dropping the green hearts in the comments. Keep sharing this feed. Keep tagging your friends. And
this next commercial is a shout out to our ambassadors. So if you have a mentee or mentor in our ambassador program, tag them in the comments right now so that they get to see their cool shout out video. Huge shout outs to all of our ambassadors, but especially those that were just accepted. We'll see y'all later. Let's get to the next segment. here with Stacy for an exclusive training. Stacy, we have the first exclusive training of 12 Hour. I'm so excited to do this with you.
I am too, Ray. Let's do it.
We're going to have so much fun. Hey, friends, we are still live for our 12 Hour live. We are multiple hours in. I'm not going to do the math, but we are still streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. We just started a new stream. So if you are catching this now, do us a little quick favor. If you're trying to support the team in any small way, and share wherever you're watching from. It is streaming on so many different places, wherever you feel like your colleagues and your friends and your family would enjoy. We would love for you to share there. Stacy, we have not gotten to do this together yet, and I'm so excited to do this live for everybody and have that authentic conversation that we have as a team all the time. But before we get too far into our planning, because I know we have an hour to do a ton of stuff, will you share a little bit about who you are and what you do in education?
Absolutely. I'm a second grade teacher at a Title I pre-K through fifth grade elementary school in Gallatin, Tennessee, which is right outside Nashville. I am passionate about creating engaging, interactive, and relevant learning experiences for my scholars. I'm also passionate about building positive relationships because kids need to feel safe and experience joy in order to learn and perform to their full potential. For the amazing educators tuning into this session, I'm going to ask that you please give grace as I learn along with you for the next hour, because I am brand new to the grid method.
And I love that, Stacy. Thank you for, first of all, volunteering, and second of all, knowing that there's some vulnerability when you're learning something and others are watching, right? It's not very common that you would be sitting one-on-one with a student doing reteaching and the whole class would have their eyes on you, right? Typically, this is done in a one-on-one setting. And what we really value about that is this is a time for you and I to keep building our relationship. Although I vividly remember walking into the Teach Better conference and you were like my third person I hugged in the room. So I'm so glad we've met in person. So fun. But then the other thing is I really appreciate you being vulnerable enough to let people watch, because this is a conversation we have all the time with educators, and we do all benefit from watching other people learn. So this is just going to be a ball. There'll be plenty of grace and lots to celebrate throughout this session. We're going to have a good time.
Great.
So I do want to show everybody, we are using a document that Stacy and I kind of hodgepodge together for our plan. Before I show you the document, Stacy, will you tell our audience a bit about what your background is with the grid method? You obviously knew what the title of it was, and you've probably seen something, but tell us a little bit so we know what background knowledge you're walking in with for our audience to confirm that.
Absolutely. I want to give the Teach Better Academy a shout out, because that's where I first heard about it. I watched your Ray and Amanda Boland's what was it called? It was called Elementary Gone Grid.
Yeah, Elementary Grid. And that happened like years and years after Chad made his course. So that's so cool. I'm so glad you watched that.
Yes, well, that was my first introduction to it. And by the way, it was amazing. I learned tons through that. So I got excited about it. And then once I kind of, put it on the back burner, like I would just dabble with it and just like, look at it here and there. And then when I recently became an ambassador, I'm like, I am just going to jump into this. I've got a community now that will support me with it. And so I'm just going to jump in and do it. And lo and behold, after Christmas break, I started it with my second graders. We, like I know most of us do, we have a very strict math curriculum, and it is built around whole group instruction. So I do go ahead and teach the lesson whole group, but then I've been utilizing the grid during my RTI time, or my response to intervention time. My resource students are out of the classroom at that time, getting individualized instruction that they need. The grid method has allowed my my tier 1 students, those that are on grade level or slightly below, to get a little more individualized attention from me. And while those high flyers are just flying through the grid, and they're excited to get to that upper tier in order to do their big project. So it has been a win-win. For all
So fun.
Yeah.
So good. And so what I really value is that you've had a little bit of background knowledge. You've taken the courses. So there's a lot of meat and potatoes there that you have in your mind that you've been able to practice with students. Our goal today is to kind of sketch out a grid together. That way, if you're listening right now live with us, or if you're catching this after the fact, after our 12 hours is over, we appreciate you being here. And we're hoping that we can slowly build up your understanding of how sketching out a grid begins to look. Later on in 12 hour, if you look at the schedule, we're actually going to dive back into, just after this, how an administrator can support you throughout this process. And then way later in our schedule, a few hours from now, we're actually doing another segment on management. But Stacy, you're an elementary teacher. That conversation later on is with a middle school teacher. So we can dive into a lot of different components of the grid depending on where our conversation takes us.
Perfect.
It'll be great. So for everyone here, just to get some setup, if you've taken the grid method academy courses, if you've been in a workshop, if you're currently in a school district that we're supporting, you're going to see some similarities. What Stacy and I did, though, is that rather than going through the entire process with you of identifying a standard, breaking it down into targets based on DOK level, breaking all of those targets into mastery learning questions, breaking that down into assessment design, we're kind of going to skip around a little bit to get a full picture. I'm going to share my screen right here. And Stacy, we're going to let everybody see the type of document we created, and then we are going to walk through. So what you guys are looking at, if you are live here with us for 12 hour, is that we have a Google Doc that we created where we're going to put the standard at the top, and Stacy's going to be typing in this. You'll be able to see it. And then we created some levels. We did 5 levels. And these are just an arbitrary number of boxes. We might need to add more boxes, and that's okay. And then just at the bottom, we just threw in our DOK table just in case we needed to reference that at any point in time. Again, all of this is really a messy sketch, but a lot of these tools are already available at teachbetter.com, so you might have access to them already. We just wanted to kind of give you that picture. So Stacy, let's get sketching. The first thing I'd like to do is talk about what our standard is. And I know you and I kind of secretly picked one behind the scenes. So talk to us a little about that as a content expert.
Okay, the standard that I chose was based on the 2 skills. Well, one of the 2 skills that my second grade scholars struggle with greatly year after year, and in second grade. And so I decided to focus on the standard of time. The exact wording of it is tell and write time in quarter hours and to the nearest 5 minutes in AM and PM using analog and digital clocks.
I love it. So I know that we're going to use this doc and we're going to both kind of manipulate it as we go. Let's make sure we put our standard at the top. And what this is going to allow us to do while you're typing, I'll kind of talk us through this, is by putting the standard at the top, not just the topic, we're actually going to be taking apart the standard as we go. So we're going to be looking at the DOK level and some other elements of the standard. So it's really important we have that full picture of the standard and not just like a topic where it says like time, because that doesn't tell us how deep the student needs to be understanding the standard to meet the standard expectation. So Stacey, can you edit this doc?
I cannot.
Oh, bummer. I hate when that happens. Isn't that like such a teacher issue?
I'm trying my hardest, but
says you're an editor with us. Do you want to try and refresh? And otherwise,
okay.
I can figure. Oh, wait, maybe I figured it out. Anyone with the link? Maybe. All right, try and refresh and see if that works for you. Ooh, looks like we lost Stacey. I'm sure she'll be back in a second, and then we'll throw that standard in there. I'm sure she just clicked a button to refresh. We'll get her back in here real quick. Hey, Stacey. Still with us?
I'm back.
Wonderful. I am going, Stacey, to send you a link to this in our private chat, which I know you and I have access to in this stream. And if you click on that link, you should be able to edit. Let me know if that works for you.
Okay.
Take your time. We got plenty of time to map through this.
Oh, I got it.
Awesome. So we're going to type the standard in at the top. And if you don't mind, I'm going to have you read it again to us because I'm going to start evaluating the DOK level with you once we have that standard in there.
Okay.
So up at the top where it says standard, we're going to throw in that content.
Okay. And I still can't type.
Oh, bummer.
Well, it says request, edit, access, maybe.
Okay. Why don't you do that? I must have gone through a different email. So request access, and I will make sure that I go on my end and give access. Isn't this such a teacher moment? Haven't all of us done this 100 times with students? All right. Looks like if you refresh the Google Docs screen, you'll be able to see that.
Okay.
Cross your fingers for us, friends. Any hope? I have faith. Yay! Looks good.
Yes, we got it.
Wonderful. So Stacy's going to type in that standard. And like I said, the value of being able to do that for all of us anytime we're designing a grid is we're going to start looking at words in the standards that are going to help us then evaluate where in the grid we need those big, big, big benchmarks. So for example, as Stacy's typing so beautifully, it says tell and write. And then it goes into what the student needs to do. We'll make sure to keep reading the rest of it. What that's going to allow us to do is then look through all the levels of the grid to determine where that actually falls in the depth of knowledge scale. Now, we have a lot of conversations on the team of using Webb's depth of knowledge, Bloom's taxonomy, and everything in between. We're not going to dive into that right this moment, but I am going to have you in the comments give some of your opinions of where you feel like this standard's DOK level is. And the reason that's so valuable is that's going to help us figure out the minimum expectation for this grid. As I scroll down into our DOK table here, level 1 requires our students to essentially define or recall information. Level 2 is where we move into applying and demonstrating. Level 3 is that strategic thinking. Level 4 is where they have to create or design something. Now, this is not a foolproof table. These vocabulary words definitely have some elements that we have debunked a few times, but right this moment, as we're looking at the standard, Stacy, I'm going to ask our audience here, and then I'm going to go to you as well. Where do we feel like this standard is based?
I feel like it's either level 1, and I think we'd be pushing it for level 2.
I agree. I think that we're looking at a few different things here. So I could go either way depending on what you want the students to be able to accomplish. And that's a good reflection of you as a teacher of what you're going to use to evaluate the students. When we're looking at level 1, the student just needs to be able to recall information versus being able to apply the information they know. So when I'm looking at the standard tell and write, this to me is not just their ability to tell, like to be able to look at a clock and identify the time, but to be able to write it down and to be able to have an understanding of the full clock in its entirety. So I think for today's conversation, let's leave it as a level 2 to really make sure we can get into that deep thinking that we want our students to be able to get to. Does that make sense?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yes.
So what this means for me then, and this is just my practice that I like to do, I like to put a little reminder in my grid, and maybe I'm not using an assessment, but something that identifies this as the minimum expectation for my students to reach. That means that no matter what they do in the grid, anything above level 2 is going to be enrichment, and anything below level 2 is going to be essentially scaffolding towards mastery. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. And so what I like about that is now when I'm looking at my pacing and the work that I need to do with students, I'm able to look at where students need to be working towards. So now that we have that assessment, I'm actually going to start with us by only focusing on level 1 and 2 together. And this is going to mean that everything that you've probably already done with students before to work on telling time is going to be in these sections. Then we'll get to enrichment later. As we start there, I'm going to challenge you, Stacy, if you can just mentally think about where you might want to begin in introducing some of these components of telling time to students. I'm going to answer the question in the comments. Looks like Kelly's asking a question, will this be available? Will these videos be available later? And my answer is absolutely. This is not only recorded on the platform we are streaming on, like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn, but it will also be all segmented in the Academy for all of you. So you'll be able to see it for a long, long time. Stacy, what are some of the first things that you have students work on when you're introducing telling time to them?
Well, first, I like to go back and make sure that every student can count by fives.
Oh, great one. So that's
Yes.
giving them background knowledge to make sure that they're ready. I love
Absolutely.
that. For right now, let's identify that first box in level 1 to maybe go over that skill. That way, if the student doesn't have that skill, you know, as early as possible. So you can just jot yourself a note that counting by fives is going to be something that you're going to ensure comes up without a doubt right away. What are some other things you do?
Oh, I like to let them see physically. Like, for instance, I have a big practice clock that big visual, and I have copies, smaller copies of student ones. So I like for them to get that hands-on experience.
Yeah, I think that second box is a great space to like introduce what a clock looks like. Again, like you were saying, just seeing what are we even talking about in this grid?
And identifying the hands, and yes, the minute hand, the hour hand.
So that's a great question. So there's multiple ways that we can chunk out our content in the grid. You could either do one section where you just simply give them the components of a clock, right? A clock is typically a circle. There's numbers that start at the 12 at the top and go around. There's 2 hands. And you can choose to incorporate what the hands mean, or you can take the definition of those hands and chunk that into the next section. That could be our third box.
Okay, perfect.
While you're typing that in, I want to challenge our audience here. The reason you get to identify how to best chunk your content, I think, goes into a lot of factors. One of which is, what are your students best going to respond to? Stacy's a second grade teacher. Telling time is a difficult skill. My challenge would always be to chunk things into smaller groups so the student feels successful, like they're moving forward. If at any grade level you put too much content in one box, then the student can get discouraged because they're not able to make movements forward. Does that make sense? So this is an element of being able to motivate students. Love it.
Okay. How does that look, right?
Looks great so far. I love that we're just jotting down some ideas. So outside of counting by fives, kind of seeing what a clock looks like, identifying the parts of a clock, what are some other things that we can? I love that you put in the difference of an analog and a digital clock too. That's super cool.
I don't know if this is allowed, but I always, and sometimes I will start it off with, start that level 1 off with maybe like a little YouTube video or a little song. And my kids are really proficient with Google Classroom. We are blessed in our school to be 1-to-1. So I will sometimes add a link to their Google Classroom, and they can get in there just like pros and watch the video. It may be a lesson video. It may be a song. So would that be an option?
Well, and you know what I like about that? Every single square in the grid, I often think of as like the most perfect lesson plan. I want to identify a new idea with students. I want to have them practice that idea. And then in some way, shape, or form, I want to evaluate if they understood what my goal of that certain section was. So them going to see a video in Google Classroom are all things we can incorporate throughout our grid in its entirety, because depending on if we're having students learn a new concept or practice a new concept, you're giving them the space to interact with so many different modalities. So I think that's great. I want to focus right now a little bit more on the content, because what I'm seeing here is level 1 is really going to create that baseline fundamental for us. When they get to level 2, they're going to start applying all these skills. So we're going to start looking at maybe in level 2, giving them a little bit more depth and using the information that they have. So I don't know if in level 1 we need to start getting into really understanding the connection between the numbers and the counting by fives. I wonder if that's a connection we still need to make in level 1.
Absolutely. Like maybe counting around the clock by fives.
I like that a lot. So now that we've identified counting by fives, what the clock looks like and the parts of the clock, now we're connecting some of those pieces, counting around the clock. And then do they need to know anything related to the students being able to understand like what component comes first when telling time? So how do I know that 1:20, how do I know it's not 21, right?
Yes. So basically what maybe like what the hands mean, the hour hand and the minute hand.
Would you go through that when you go through what are parts of the clock, or would you like that to be separate?
You know what? I think there's a difference there. Because, okay, we're telling and writing. So I think you could probably just, let me see, maybe explain, like you said, like how to say the time, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to separate it out, I don't think it's bad that you can have parts of the clock and have the hands be a specific square. If you want that to be separate, to chunk that out separately.
Okay. Okay.
So I would suggest, I think looking here, counting around the clock by fives might be something I scooch over. And in between those two, I would put identifying like the hand or using the hands of a clock.
Okay.
Well, now that I'm thinking that may not work.
And then tell me if this is correct. Should we mention something on that first level about just an introduction to AM and PM maybe?
Oh, I love that. Okay, good. Let's break up. Let's do, I'm going to add a box here. Insert column left. I think right there would be a good spot to do AM and PM because they've understood that what a clock looks like. So now they can do AM and PM. And then I do wonder what we just did, the using the hands around to understand what the hands mean and counting by fives. I think those may have to go together.
Okay.
And you're essentially in that square going over the big hand and the little hand. And when you go over those, they are going to need to count around the clock. Does that make sense? Like that?
Yes, absolutely.
And again, this is supposed to be messy right now. So we're just doing a lot of copying and pasting, moving things around. This is great practice so far.
Hey, did that show up? No, it didn't.
Why don't you just put enter and just write a note for yourself that you want to go over the hands of a clock in that section? Because we'll change all this wording and get all fancy here in a little bit. So Stacy, what I can see from level 1 right now is you've confirmed that they can count by fives. You've shown them different types of clocks. You've identified AM and PM. You're going over the parts of a clock, and then you're going over specifically the hands of the clock. To me, this is a great baseline because your students aren't going to be able to tell time without these components. I wonder if the last box here, of course you can delete it if we don't need it, but I wonder if the last box here should actually be just a mini assessment, a quiz, I don't know how well we call it, but to confirm that they've retained the information, because we are going to typically evaluate the students multiple times throughout a level, but I also want to make sure that they retain it as they move from step to step. So maybe this is a point where you have some sort of quiz before they level to level 2.
Perfect. Now, are we differentiating between quiz and assessment?
For me, it's whatever you feel like is necessary. I just think that regardless of the scoring, I think there should be a moment where the teacher and the student connect and say, you're good, you understand this information, you're ready for more challenging content. So whatever that means to you for right now.
Okay, perfect.
Love it. So we're going to come back to level 1 and organize it all pretty, but let's move to level 2. Again, we're only focusing on content. In level 2, this is where they're going to get into practicing actually telling time. I assume there's things to tell time that are easier than others. Like, isn't o'clock and 30 maybe a little easier than 35? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And actually, I printed off the first grade and the third grade standards just so I can compare. And that is actually a first grade standard for them to time in hours and half hours.
Awesome.
So, and then second grade moves on to 5 minutes.
Perfect. So do you want to put in level 2 the 30 and like just confirming that skill's there and they can apply it as the reminder of what they've been able to build on from level 1?
Yes.
Perfect. And again, we'll get into all this, the wording and everything after. This is just notes for us. And then following from that, where do you need to get them? Because we essentially have level 2 to get them all the practice they need to then meet that grade level standard. I wrote assessment there, but it doesn't need to be an assessment, but however, we're going to evaluate their success. So what other things as a content expert would you want students to practice?
Let me see.
I assume there must be some sort of, in this next section, practice on the 5 minutes, like practicing writing to the 5 minute.
Yes. Yes, there is. So
Perfect.
let's do.
And that feels like a really good heavy lift. Like at that point, they're really at grade level and really practicing what they're going to be evaluated on in the end, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I love Holly's comment. Shout out to Holly, who's celebrating you, Stacy, saying that she really appreciates that you're referencing the first grade and the third grade standard as you work on a second grade grid to really see what enrichment could look like and what background knowledge should look like. That is an absolute huge win.
Well, thank you, Holly. You're so sweet. But yes, I quickly figured out that being a second grade teacher for my whole career, stretching my kiddos once they get up into those higher levels, I needed to go pull up those third grade standards so that I could challenge them.
So good.
I had no idea where to go from there. So
good.
Yeah.
So Stacy, looking back at this level 2, and we're actually going to take a break here in just a second, but writing times to 5 minutes, is there a variety of activities you might have them practice with that? Maybe you have them do some sort of interactive activity, and then maybe they do some sort of worksheet. Like, is that going to be multi-layered?
Yes, it is.
I wonder if for now, because again, we're just sketchy. This is messy work we're doing. I wonder if writing times to the 5s is going to be something we fill in for essentially the rest of the boxes. And then that's when we go back and look at our resources and say, what activity do I want them to start with? And then what activity is going to build into the next activity where they're going to continue to reinforce the depth of this skill. So maybe for right now, let's copy and paste writing times to 5 minutes just in the rest of it. So we know this will be a good space for them to continue to get that practice. Maybe they're collaborating with others and that, like all that good, juicy stuff.
Perfect. Yes.
And then to confirm, and you may not know this right this moment, but do you have a way in mind where you're going to evaluate that they mastered this skill? Like, do you have a test you have to give? Are you going to conference with them? Is there a project? Like, how are they doing that for you?
Absolutely. This is what I've tried so far, and it's worked really well. Our curriculum, the assessments, they assess over an entire unit, and the telling time is in the measurement and data domain of our standards. So that would be in with measuring in inches, feet, and yards. I mean, there are so many skills within that domain.
Yeah.
So therefore, think about this. This is very, very frustrating, has been in the past years for my kiddos, for me to hand them 6 pages stapled together and there's your assessment.
Thank you.
And there you should, I mean, the eyes, I mean, I get the tears, So what I have done is I've actually went ahead, made the 6-page assessment, but then I'm color coding it.
Nice.
So I would go through and just circle the problems that were about telling, about the time standard. And so then for the assessment, in my assessment box, I've been writing, grab your assessment out of your grid folder and do the questions that are highlighted in blue.
I love that. I
So-
love that visual too. And I know we want to get to visual representation for elementary, but you are just perfect in sharing how you've been able to use colors and different things for students to kind of ease that stress. I love that. That's great.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we don't get the assessment done in a day, but they get it done in chunks as they're working through their different grids.
Perfect. So for right now, we can leave the word assessment, but obviously when we would get this to not be so messy, we would write in like the directions you just shared or whatever.
Perfect. Okay.
Love it. So Stacey, we're going to take a quick break here. We have a giveaway. I want us to kind of process the work that we've done, take a deep breath. If people have specific questions, they can throw them in the chat. After we do a fun giveaway, what I'd like to do is that we're going to go back to that grid and we're going to clean it up a little bit. And if we get a chance, I'd like to move into enrichment. But I also think there's so many good things to talk about in a second grade grid. Like I know you use so many visuals. We're going to get to all that. And I want to give us some time and space to do that. So really quick, as we kind of sit back and take a breather, because we've been working on this for half an hour, if you can believe it. But I really value all of your time and energy in this. I'm going to say that we are going to do a giveaway. We'll be giving away so many amazing children's books from our network. In order to win, Roll for Initiative by Jamie Fernando, Emerson Blake, and The Spotted Salamander by Kim Colazo, or The Princess of Serendip by Allison Epsy. I'm going to have you comment on which level of the grid is your favorite to develop. The first 3 people to comment will win one of those children's books. So there are lots of children's books. I'm so excited for you all to be able to have access to those. And if you are the first to comment with which level of the grid is your favorite to develop, that would be great. Stacey, can I throw that question at you? Do you think you have a level of the grid that's most fun to develop now that you've slowly gotten into this process?
Oh, I think probably, I would never have said this before, but probably the 4 or 5.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's never anyone's answer. So tell me why.
Just because it's challenged me, right? Like I've had to go to 3rd grade standards, and I don't know, like that's where the students can have their own voice. Like you can incorporate student voice into that. They can create a Microsoft Flip video. I mean, I've had some amazing products come out of that. So, and the kids are so proud once they finish a big project.
Yeah, I love that the level you enjoy developing allows your students to be creative and like surprise you with what they are interested in. That's such a wonderful sentiment there.
I'm all about the power of student voice and choice. So
wonderful. I see a lot of people get all over the gamut with comments on levels. I think I lean on the opposite end, Stacey, of I love level 1 because as a struggling learner, I never felt like I got enough scaffolding. And granted, I really was a struggling learner. So I'm sure the teachers I had just had no ability to scaffold all the way down to my super low level. Sure. But it's amazing to me now as an adult to kind of see finally how the puzzle pieces fit together, because I really just struggled with that as a learner. So now I'm like, it makes sense to learn this first, and then it layers on top. And I'm like, finally it clicks. I only had to go through an entire education to figure it out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, eye opener.
So fun. We have some great winners here of those children's books. So shout out to Sandra in the comments. Love when Sandra is here with us. Kim, who is also going to be live with us here coming up soon, is a winner. And so is Roxanne Riskin. If you guys would please do us a favor and email Katie@teachbetter.com. She will make sure that you get the amazing children's books that you won. So please make sure to email her right now before you forget. Again, shout out to Sandra, Kim, and Roxanne for those amazing, fun winners. Stacey, we're going to get back to building a grid. You feel ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's get back to this document. So we have sketched out just like the overall content of level 1 and level 2. And later on, we will, I'm sure, go back through and write in our targets, right? That's very common to do in our grids, right? Just below that level 1 and level 2 title. This is also a great spot that once we start filling in some boxes where we're going to check in with our students or evaluate their understanding, that's where those mastery questions that we develop typically prior to this step are so useful, because we can pull from those questions and say, okay, this is a question I'm going to ask students, or this is a question I'm going to give them on a little half sheet of paper to complete. And that's really going to help us ensure that the content in our grid continues to be aligned to our standards. However, Stacy, I think what would be helpful for us is just to plug away at some of those basics we know we want in the grid to start out. So for example, we have some questions in here. I'd love to somehow get an inkling of formatting these where we're introducing an idea, practicing a concept, and then evaluating their understanding. And I think once we do one or two, then we can go back way later, much later to do that. But I want to make sure it's not something we've missed. So can we choose a box to maybe set that up a little bit?
Sure.
So I'm thinking, for example, you talked about how you had a song that you have students learn that they go to Google Classroom. Tell us a little bit about that. And maybe that was one that we could pick on in this grid. What is the song that they work on?
Okay, it is, it's a song that they love, and they will listen to it over and over. It's from Number Rock. If you go to YouTube and do a search for Number Rock, they have videos on just about every math standard, and they're funny. My kids enjoy them. But I just think that repetition of them hearing something that they enjoy over and over just helps. So that's usually my go-to, is a Number Rock video and song.
I think that's great. And I'm glad that you were able to suggest that resource so people could take a peek. So maybe without looking at resources, it might be hard to specifically throw stuff in now. Maybe, Stacy, do me a favor. In the first box, you have in level 1, which is count by fives. I just want to put a little note for us that will introduce an idea, practice the idea, and then evaluate the idea. Because later on, when we go back and plug and chug at how we're going to do that, because this is really the what, how we're going to do that, I just want to make sure we keep that format as something we can lean on. So I appreciate you just jotting that note for yourself.
And assess, right?
Yeah, like evaluate. Like, did they understand how to count by fives? Like, that's really what I want to know in that box. So I'm going to introduce the idea to them. If they need to practice it, maybe I'll give them some practice to count by fives. And then I just want to give like the thumbs up, thumbs down. Can you count by fives? And if you can, you're ready for the next step. Does that make sense?
Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Awesome. So we have a lot of things in here. Any questions about level 1 or level 2, Stacy, that we have in this spot? Because it feels like the next step is looking at our resources and then getting the rest of it finished. What are your thoughts?
I think it looks pretty good. I think it has all of the components of the standard. And then we've also provided opportunities for background knowledge that they've learned in first grade. So I think it looks good.
Wonderful. The only other thing that sometimes is helpful to sketch into the grid, and again, this is an ever-changing document. So as you plug resources in, you might choose to change things. But something we really love to emphasize within a grid is having those intentional student-teacher conferences and check-in. So you already have 2. They have their assessment and their quiz. Do we want to add maybe a few other teacher checkpoints where you know that you're going to have contact with the student to say, this is just so important. I want to confirm with you, you understand this before moving forward?
Absolutely. I think so, especially with the littles.
Yes.
You know, you kind of got to check in every once in a while because we kind of like to skip around. So
yes. So when it says like, what is an analog or digital clock, or even counting by fives, is one of those you feel like something that you really want them to get like a teacher sign off with, or would you actually lean on getting all of it a teacher sign off?
Let me see. I personally, I do have a couple each year that come in that cannot count by fives. So I think I would like to evaluate that, have that be a check-in.
Awesome. So what I want you to also do then, and maybe we can just put like a TC, is that you might want a teacher check right there at that one spot. I do want to note while you're writing that, because again, we're just sketching this out messy. for all of you that are using the grid method, it can be very, very challenging in 1A, that first box, to do a teacher check. And the reason is very simple. When all your students are dispersed throughout the grid, then your teacher checks can be dispersed as well. When they're all within the first box, the majority of your students are going to need you right away for that teacher check, and it can be very overwhelming to manage. However, Stacy, I think this is a great example of something that you really are going to want to know. So the only way to not do a teacher check there is if you pre-tested this skill, which we could do, but we won't highlight that right now. So something to think about is you're going to want to evenly space your teacher checks to give you some time to ebb and flow and meet with different students so that all 34 students don't need your attention at the same time. But that takes skill and practice for all those grid method teachers out there to find balance with. And remember, just because you're doing a teacher check at 1D, right, doesn't mean you can't also check the content that was previously done by that student. So give yourself the flexibility to space out those intentional moments so that you can have those authentic conversations with students. But Stacy, I agree. I think counting by fives is going to be something you're going to want to know as early as possible to support those kiddos.
Okay.
Any other key spots that you're like, ooh, I want to remind myself later, I really want a teacher check there? One that's sticking out with me is parts of the clock. I feel like if they don't know that, you're in for a huge downfall.
Absolutely, because you're going to be talking about the minute hand and the hour hand a lot.
Yes.
So
Maybe at that, I would put a TC as a reminder to yourself. And then I assume at the quiz, once they do the quiz, you'll probably also do a teacher check there. So we fit in about 3 non-negotiable teacher checks. And then however you have them evaluate their success throughout the other boxes is fine. We can determine that as we get into our resources that we want to use with students.
Perfect.
All right. Before we run out of time, I would love for you to take some time to tell us about how you organize your grids. I know this is so messy, but sometimes sketching things out is the first step to then getting it organized. And something I really value, Stacy, that we got to talk about previously is you telling us a little bit about like the emojis that you use to help organize our students. So I'm going to take our grid off our screen and just kind of turn to you from a teacher perspective. How do you stay organized with second graders? Because it sounds a little bit chaotic.
It can be, yes. Like I said, my resource students are out of the classroom during this time. And as of right now, I have 5 resource students, 17 students total. So I actually only have like 12 students doing a grid at a time, which is wonderful.
Yeah, you're very fortunate. I was going to say, because some classrooms get very full and, bittersweet.
Yes, but it's still chaotic.
Sure.
But what I like to do is have a visual, and not necessarily in each of my boxes, but instead of like the words teacher check, I use this great website. It's called Emoji Keyboard. And I'll go in there and copy an emoji of a teacher, and then I'll paste it at the bottom in the corner of that box, of that block. And they know that, hey, when I finish this activity, I need to let Miss Benton check in. I need to let Miss Benton check. So I use that. It's wonderful. Anything that I posted in their Google Classroom, I will go into Emoji Keyboard and copy a laptop. We have Chromebooks, so I'll do a laptop emoji, and that way they know that in order to get started on that activity, they'll need to go across the room and grab their Chromebook. So
I love that. And that's something that literally I feel like there's an endless amount of resources for. You could use colors to signify different areas of the room to get resources. You could use colors to signify what in Google Classroom you want them to look at. I know a lot of teachers even showed that practice during COVID where they had a smiley face for today's activity. And so all the smiley faces assignments were work that they were going to work on that day in their Google Classroom. I mean, that I love the creativity, the art, and the visual with that.
Yes. And also within my Google Classroom, I do have a topic that's labeled my grid tasks. So all of the links for that grid are in that topic, and they know to go there. But
Carrie Pitstick, who's on the Teach Better team, she runs our blog department, but she's also a full-time 7th grade teacher. She says, I teach 7th grade, and I think the emoji icons would be even more perfect for them. Love the idea, Stacy. So
yeah,
again,
who
I
doesn't
love
love
that.
an emoji?
Yeah, and even though
Yeah.
we're practicing building a grid for a 2nd grade telling time, I love that other teachers at a variety of grade levels and subject areas are going to be able to copy and steal. Isn't that what it's all about?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And another way that I try to control the chaos is, and this was amazing Amanda Boland's idea. This is how she figures out which students that need help, which students are working successfully on their own, which students have finished a task. The cups.
Yes.
The cups.
Tell us about the cups. I love the cups. So many educators use these, and I'm so glad you brought those with us today.
Yes, yes. So of course the blue means if they have their blue cup up, each student has a blue, a green, a yellow, and a red. If they have their blue cup on the top, that means they've finished a task and they need a teacher check-in.
Wonderful.
If they've got the green cup up, that means that I don't have any questions. I'm working on my own. I'm doing great.
Awesome.
The yellow means I have a question, but I can continue forward until you have time to meet with me and answer my question.
Love it.
The red means I need help. I cannot go forward any further on this task without your help. So as I'm monitoring the classroom, I know which students to go to first, which can wait a few seconds and continue on. So it's great.
I love it. I love
It's
it. It looks
wonderful.
like your camera coloring got a little weird on us
Yes.
here, but I will tell you, it kind of worked with the cup colors because it was kind of a fun
Yeah.
thing. I say just leave it and enjoy. I mean,
You know.
I know this is just the art of technology these days.
Hey.
I will say, Stacey, I love that you brought up the cups because so many educators in our network don't understand that we have so much flexibility to use classroom management skills at a variety of grade levels. And classroom management is something that we all need K-12, but it's going to look different. So some teachers are going to say, cups, sign me up. I love that idea. Color coding, it's simple, it's clear, it's universal. There's so many skills with that. While other teachers are going to say, oh, I don't want to use cups. It's a physical item. I'd rather use a document with colors. And again, you're still achieving the same goal. I really, really love it.
Absolutely.
Katie says that you look good and she can still hear you. So we're just going to roll with our cool, funky color. And what I'd like to do, Stacey, with our last few minutes is first, I want to highlight some brainstorming of what we could do for enrichment in our grid, even though we're not going to have time to actually build it all together. And then the other thing I want to do is talk about all the resources and how they can reach out to you in case they ever have questions, because even though you don't feel like an expert, you're still going to be a great collaborative partner for so many other educators.
I would love to help in any way I can. Absolutely.
I love it. So I'm going to kind of take our Google Doc and just look at the whole thing in its entirety right now. And I'd love to brainstorm all these levels. So what, in recap, just in case you're popping in late, is we decided that our standard would conclude at the end of level 2. So anything in level 1 is going to be scaffolding towards mastery, and then meeting the grade level expectation. The standard we're working on is in level 2. That really means that anything above that point, level 3, level 4, level 5, is all enrichment. And something that I really love about the grid is that our depth of knowledge only has 4 levels. That level 5 is going to be the independent exploration. That's where the students really have essentially a never-ending learning experience until the grid concludes. We have a lot of suggestions for that. But Stacey, talk us through. You specifically went and sought out the 3rd grade standard for your 2nd grade grid to help you with enrichment. Will you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Absolutely. Of course, I got the idea from my amazing instructional teacher, coach. But, she's like, it's not going to hurt them to go on and start practicing 3rd grade skills. So I'm like, okay, that's going to make those higher levels of my grid easier. but yes, like for example, they just seem to build on each other. The third grade standard is tell and write time to the nearest minute and measure time intervals in minutes. So there you've got the elapsed time there, and then to the nearest minute instead of 5 minutes.
So I wonder if in level 3, and depending, we either could go more in depth with their creativity with the specific third grade standard, but they could also lean on their knowledge from the second grade standard to build into that third grade standard and start working towards that skill as well in those higher level enrichment pieces.
I like that.
Very cool. How do you handle your level 5s? Do you have a plan for that? I know so many people ask that.
I have yet to have a student get to a level 5. But I mean, there's so many ways that I can think of. I mean, like, for example, a lot of times I will go to our school library and grab books on whatever topic the grid is on, where they can independently read. They have, for example, oh goodness, I don't know. One I thought of the other day when I was like, okay, someday one of them is going to reach this level 5, because I have a couple of some really go-getters in my classroom.
Yeah.
But like going to a lower grade, like maybe going down to first grade and being a peer to one of the first grade students and teaching them, being the teacher, helping them with telling time.
Yeah, I love that idea. I have to tell you, Stacy, I cheat all the time with my level 5s. And I think that you're hitting the nail on the head with so many different opportunities. What I really always suggest as an easy cop out that then you could figure out later, depending on the student, your length of time and your grade level and everything else, is I like to put a prompt there, similar to what you just shared, that applies to the content. So it's either a prompt like, where is telling time found in the real world? Explain your thoughts, or some sort of prompt that's extremely open-ended. Then this is something that I've seen a lot with upper grade levels is I have students fill out a template for how they would like to meet that prompt's expectation. So Stacy, for your students can come and say, I want to go to a first grade classroom and support them learning how to tell time to meet my prompt. Or I want to design a YouTube channel and I want to describe. But what I like about it is I'm not trying to fit them all into one specific example. I like being able to put the ownership on creating on them. And the template then allows me to give the okay that I'm all right with what they've created. So it gives me some space that if I don't like their idea, or if their idea is not going to take long enough or is going to take too long, I'm able to help them adjust before they get too far into that design process.
I love it.
And that's something that, depending on your grade level and your grid, you could just keep as a universal level 5. And then that way, when a few students get there, you'll just adapt it for whatever grid topic you end up going through.
Absolutely. And it puts the ownership more on them. I love it.
Absolutely. So valuable here. Stacy, I hope that you update us on our private Facebook group. Definitely, I know you're a part of the Ambassador family. Update us there on how this grid goes once you've kind of finished sketching it out, attached some resources, got your targets in there, your teacher checks. Once that's all done, we would love for you to share your feedback on thoughts on how it went.
I would absolutely love to, and I am even more excited. This is the first math grid that I'll be introducing to my students. We've been working on ELA grids, specifically using their phonics skills, digging deeper into those. But I am really excited for this math. So I will definitely be implementing it with my students soon.
Yeah. And thank you for being vulnerable and like doing this all live with our whole Teach Better family. Cause I know the comments have just been flooded with people saying, oh, wow, this is so nice to see. Thank you for doing this with us. And I really appreciate that you allowed us to be kind of a fly on the wall of something that really is an important process that many of us, unfortunately, are doing independently or in small groups. I really appreciate that.
Oh, My pleasure. It has been an honor. Thank you for inviting me.
For everyone here, I just want to give you a few reminders before we transition. First and foremost, please remember that if you want a giveaway, you need to email Katie at teachbetter.com. But there also is a place, a website where you can go apply to win giveaways, and more giveaways, the better, I say. I love receiving packages and gifts from my friends. So head to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Has an S on the end, and make sure that you're able to win anything and everything that we can during this 12 hours. The other thing is that grid method work is something that our team is constantly sharing out about. We work with school districts all around the US and Canada, and we have had every conversation possible. So please feel comfortable asking some of those silly questions that don't feel comfortable asking, because you will not be the first one that has ever asked us that question. We not only support teachers, just like Stacy and I were able to do today, but we work with everyone else in the ecosystem. So if you're not sure how to explain this to your administrator, or how to introduce this to your students, or talk to your parents about it, let us know. There's so many resources. One place I would direct you to right off the bat is just teachbetter.com/thegridmethod. There's a ton of downloadable resources there. And just like Stacy mentioned, we also have the courses linked there. So if you want to take the free or full course in the Academy, those are full of just downloads and workbooks and all the good stuff. And Stacy, I'm so glad that you mentioned early on that you found so much value in those. I love that Chad was able to create this originally in an 8th grade science class. And then Amanda was able to later create an Academy course specific for our elementary teachers, which is just such a cool opportunity. Stacy, any final words for our crew here as we transition to our next segment?
Just don't be afraid to jump in. Like, I was very hesitant. I learned all about it early on, very hesitant until I became an ambassador. And I was like, hey, I've got all the support in the world now. So just take a risk, jump in, and you and your students will be better for it.
I love it. Thank you to everybody who joined us here. And don't forget to stick with us. We are headed into our next grid method conversation, focus on how leadership can support our teachers. And then there's a lot more exclusive training where that came from. So we'll be right back.
Our family continues to grow and grow, and that makes all of us better. Thank you for being a part of it all.
Thank you for being here and for being committed to better.
Thank you for being a part of this family.
Hello, what is up, Teach Better Nation? Kim Lammers is going to be joining us in just a second. We are working on some maybe tech issues that are going on, but during this session, I want to follow up that amazing session that Ray just did. We are going to be talking about supporting the grid method from a school or district level. So how do you support staff who are already using the grid method? So you've had your training, you've had your workshop. How do we make sure that this goes well every single day in a school or in a district? Now, luckily, this is literally the work that we do every single day at Teach Better. The initial training that you do for the grid method is just the first step, okay? It is just the first step. And we constantly, over and over and over again, truly believe that this is never about one and done. This is about that initial capacity building with the training, but more importantly, supporting you every single step of the way, supporting you every single step as you start this journey, as you struggle through things, as you have questions. And that's really what determines if this is going to be successful in a school or if teachers are going to struggle and then go back to prior practice. And one of the fundamental truths about any instructional initiative, whether it's the grid method or anything else, is if teachers struggle to implement, they are way more likely to revert back to prior practice if there is not support built in. So with that in mind, I want to go over some of the big kind of top things that we recommend, things that we don't recommend, and things to help any school or district get started with supporting teachers as they begin starting the grid method. So first and foremost, I want to talk about things that usually go really, really well when we work with any school or district. And that is honestly the first thing I often tell administrators is that you should take your time. This is not a change that's going to happen overnight. You just heard Ray and Stacy talk about all the different aspects of managing a grid in the classroom. Expecting all of those to be perfect overnight or expecting the day after a workshop, all of those things to happen is not necessarily a realistic expectation. So with that in mind, take your time. Have a long-term plan, not a short-term goal. Focus on the long-term in the capacity of your teachers and your staff, and focus on giving them the time and the space to work out kinks, to solve problems. In all honesty, we usually recommend a slow rollout where you start with a pilot group. So you start with 10, 15, maybe 20% of your staff. You get them built up to capacity and you create a model for what that instruction can look like. You create a model for success, a model for what the grid method can and should look like in your school, in your district, or in your grade level. So having that long-term vision and being patient with the process is absolutely critical, okay? The second thing that we always suggest is making sure that all stakeholders are informed. A lot of times we'll work with 3, 5, 10, 50, or a subset of the population within a school. We'll work with a smaller group of teachers. And what can happen is everything sounds great during the original training and during the initial work, but as teachers go back to their building, the rest of their grade level, the rest of their department, their principal or other people might not understand fully, what's going on in their classroom. And having all the stakeholders fully understand not only the framework of the grid method, but what it should look like and what it should feel like can be really, really valuable. Sometimes we actually recommend that you start the entire process with an introduction for every single staff member, whether every single staff member is expected to do it or not. That's going to allow you to make sure everyone at least understands the idea and the concept. So as it starts happening and occurring, at least there's a base level of understanding. So whenever we start right? We want to make sure that we have realistic expectations for what staff are expected to do and what they have the capacity to do. We want to think about long-term goals and make sure we are giving enough time for the process to take place. We also want to make sure that we build in that support and support those conversations. And as I'm finishing this thought, I have the amazing Kim Lammers, who hopefully maybe.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Kim. We can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear me?
I can.
I
yeah.
lost my sound. I can't hear anything.
So Kim is going to continue to hopefully eventually be able to hear what's going on. But as I was saying, really making sure that all stakeholders in the process are supported and understand the framework itself can be really critical to its success. Kim, just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. All right. So I think
I'm
okay.
fine. Sorry.
No, you are absolutely fine. I appreciate you scrambling to make this work. So Kim, thank you so much for joining us. I've already started this conversation just a little bit as we kind of got started here. And as I've already told the Teach Better Network here, we are going to be talking about supporting your staff using the grid method. So before we go any further, since you're joining us, thankfully, can you give us a quick introduction to who you are and maybe what your experience with the grid method has been?
Sure. So I am Kim Lammers. I had previously taught in a 7th and 8th grade classroom with both English and math instruction. And I attended the Teach Better professional development 2 summers ago, I guess. And so last year I had the chance to actually go ahead and implement it. So that is probably what I feel is my strongest asset because I had the chance to actually go through the highs and lows of it.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot to share, I'm from Ottawa, or I teach at Ottawa Glandorf, which is in Northwest Ohio. And so this year I actually had the opportunity to enter as a curriculum integration director. So now I had the opportunity to actually help other teachers.
So that is absolutely fantastic. I love that your experience and your expertise, Kim, is coming from multiple viewpoints, not only from the classroom, but from the central office administrative lens as well. And I've loved the conversation we've gotten to have over the last year as your colleagues and the teachers you're supporting are also going through some of this work. So what I just started talking about, and I'd love to get your input on, is like definite recommendations or things you definitely think schools or administrators should do as they start this process. So if you could think of like the top thing in your mind that administrators should definitely do, if let's say they've just had or sent a couple teachers to a grid method workshop and they're back in the school, what are some of those definitely make sure you do XYZ type things that you could expand on a bit for us?
Number one, I think an administrator has to gain an understanding of what the grid method is. If they can't attend the professional development itself, they need to watch the Teach Better Academy or at least familiarize themselves in some way. I've seen some administrators verbally support it, but then when it gets down to the highs and lows of the teacher, they start to question things. And I think it's also important that training and understanding is there so they can help with parent questions. They can help other colleagues and other staff understand what's going on, because it is a different mindset and a different understanding of what's happening in the classroom.
I think that's definitely like very top of the list, right? Making sure all the stakeholders understand what is happening in the classrooms they're either supporting or leading or collaborating in. I think that becomes huge. Well, that's actually why we've created at teachbetter.com/the grid method. We've even created like evaluation guidelines and alignments, whether it's Danielson framework or in Ohio, we have an OTES alignment guide. But we also have like those free resources, like you're saying. So at bare minimum, know what you're supposed to be looking at and supposed to be seeing. Because to your point, as many of our Teach Better family already knows, like the grid method can look and feel very different than a traditional classroom, right? So if I'm a principal and I'm used to walking in and seeing the teacher in the front of the class and the kids diligently working quietly, the grid method might look very different, right? So having those conversations, I think, is absolutely huge.
Yes, definitely. And I think just having the administrator understand that they've got to encourage the risk. The only way teachers get better is if they try something new. And so being very mindful not to criticize the process and understand they may walk in one day and it's at its worst point, but just say, hey, what can we do to support you? How can we make this better? Don't give up on the process, because as you mentioned with some of the evaluation tools, there's a lot of pieces with the grid method as far as personalized learning, authentic assessment, allowing student choice, and allowing them to go at their own pace that fits the evaluation tools perfectly. And so, like I said, going back to understanding and just being supportive of that risk is huge.
And Kim, something you're hitting on right now, I think isn't just like a grid method thing, but a good leadership thing, right? Like, are you creating an environment where your staff feel okay taking risks? Are you creating an atmosphere where failing beautifully, as I like to call it, is okay? Because I always had, I was never an administrator, but I was, a department head and things like that. And something I always encouraged the colleagues I worked with to do is, I'm okay if you fail completely and something falls on your face and doesn't go well or blows up or, whatever, fill in the blank, as long as you grow and improve from it, right? So
Absolutely.
You either are creating an environment to foster that risk-taking and that pursuit of improvement, or you're not. And the risk of not fostering that is everyone being scared to improve and innovate, right? Like that's what tends to happen. So if you're not providing a safe space for those risks to be taken, you're setting your teachers up to stagnate in their practice, because no one's going to want to go out on that limb and take that risk. So I absolutely love that. What are some ways you've seen leaders or administrators foster those conversations? I know you do a really good job of it. I'm just gonna toot your horn for a second. Like, I've literally heard you kind of have those real conversations with educators where you're letting them know that it's okay if everything's not perfect, right? But how have you either coached other administrators, or what have you seen other administrators do that support that idea?
So some of the things we've embraced in our school is just offering that, how can we support you? And actually taking advantage of some of the feedback they provided. So one of them just said, like, I need time to wrap my mind around this. So we've offered a half-day professional development where they could either work with another staff member, or just myself, or even just the intervention specialist, to just plan and walk through and just talk aloud as to what they want to do and what their goals are. We've also added in some peer observations just so they can see different staff members implementing the grid to get ideas, and just checking in with them regularly. I had one teacher ask me that she was nervous about the principal evaluating her, and she said, can you just come in and check out what I'm doing? I just want to make sure I'm okay. And I'd offer the idea, I know the cups, the red, yellow, green cups, as a check-in process for students. And while it can be, you can add up with all kinds of instructional expenses, I just offered, I said, hey, can I just buy a set of cups? And I've actually just used those to let them try it before they actually go and start making these purchases on their own. So we've actually been rotating some cups around the school, but I thought that's a simple enough purchase that we can invest in as a district.
Right.
But
we buy a few sleeves of red, green, and yellow cups and, and call it a day.
But I thought it gives them a chance and encourages them that, hey, I'm not just investing my money in this if it's not something that's effective. And I thought, again, encouraging them to try something new, again, and offering the time too through the process.
Yeah, so I think you're hitting on so many amazing things here. I don't even know which one to take and like pull the string, because they're all such awesome strings, right? So like the first thing is be authentic with your support, right? Like if you say you want something to happen, make sure you're supporting it at all levels, whether that's with time, resources, what have you. Because if you're not willing to kind of put yourself out there as the leader, why are you expecting your staff to do the same without, you know what I mean? Why should they have to take 100% of the risk? So the fact that you're going, hey, maybe try these cups. We have a set you can use before you go spend, and it might be $20 at the party store or whatever, but like that's still an investment that if you don't know if you want to do it, like maybe that's the one little thing that they were stopping. Or to be honest, maybe it's the 60-minute trip to the party store and back, and in the whole, maybe it's because of baseball practice and they haven't had time to get to the store to get like that little piece, right? So from one of the aspects of this I love is like, are you fostering the right relationships with your staff for any initiative, let alone the grid method, right? And if you're asking your staff to take these risks, how are you going to be there to support every single step of the way? The other thing that I love that you mentioned there is time as a resource. Oftentimes we do the training and I will often have like an aside with an administrator. I've probably had some of these with you as we worked with your staff, but like we'll often have these little asides during the training or after the training. And something I often say is, be aware that your teachers are going to need time to do this after this training, right? It's not just like everything's done and ready to go. Let's off to the races here. Oftentimes there's room setup things they have to think through. There's finishing that grid that they started. There's working on that second grid that they wanted to start but didn't get time to yet. So are we providing the space and the scenarios for them to be successful? I really, really love all of those aspects. And then last but not least, the peer observation thing is like next level to me. Like once you've established that high quality culture, I absolutely love the fact that you say, hey, get your teachers comfortable having constructive conversations about improvement, about their instruction, right? I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. Like, how do you, because there are teachers that literally clutch their pearls when someone walks into their room, so to speak, right? They get very timid and they're like, oh my gosh, everything's an evaluation. When if we can create a positive culture around that feedback in those conversations, you can really lift the entire practice of a school or a district, right?
Absolutely. So shout out to Amanda Bolin that I saw at the Teach Better conference. But when I watched her, and I had some of our staff members with me that day, they made the comment, they're like, I just want to see this in action. And elementary grids are harder to come by. And so I said, I'm like, our best opportunity is like, let's just start checking out each other and what we're doing in each other's classroom, because all of our teachers are doing amazing things. So the nice part with peer observations is I volunteer to go in and cover. So it's essentially, we're not hiring a sub. I go in and cover their class. They're going for maybe 40 minutes to an hour. It's very simple. And like I said, the nice part is with me not being a principal, I'm not worried about interruptions through discipline or other issues through the school. But when they've gone in, I've always kind of touched base with them after the fact. And those collaborative conversations have continued. And that's the awesome part about it. They kept going back and forth with, hey, I did try this, that, whatever I saw in your classroom, and what are you going to try? And those, as I say, it's nice to have that ongoing collaboration following the observations.
But it also gets them more comfortable about having collegial conversations, right? So now everything's not like a out to get you sort of discussion. So you're literally improving the culture of the whole building in that entire process, which is fantastic. I do want to talk and shift a little bit to things that we don't think anyone should ever do. But before we do that, I do want to talk about the giveaway for this session, because this is pretty awesome. So we have a couple giveaways for this session. One is the Labyrinth of Leadership by the amazing Jamie Fowler White and Frederick White. And the other is Transform Techie Notes to Make Learning Sticky by Debbie Tenenbaum. So those are two amazing kind of people who are in our Teach Better kind of family and network. We get to talk with them all the time. They're all amazing educators and their work is fantastic. So I really, those are going to be the giveaways for this session. So if you want to get those giveaways, go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, and you can just sign up to win and get free stuff. So I had to mention that. Otherwise, I'll get yelled at later. So I wanted to make sure I got that out of the way, because those are some awesome giveaways that we're doing throughout the day. So now that I've covered the housekeeping of that aspect, I want to switch gears a little bit. Those are the things that you should definitely do. We all think you should do those things. What have you seen? And I know I have a few of these. What have you seen that you have just really would not recommend, or you've seen kind of blow up in administrators' faces, or you don't think is helpful to this process when teachers are starting to use the grid method in a school or in their classroom or even a district-wide type of thing? What are some things that you would just go, hey, maybe you should think twice about doing this?
Number one, criticize. Again, encourage that risk taking. Number
Yes.
two is
super sweet and simple. Criticize. Don't do it. I love it.
number two, though, is understand that the grid method is not for everyone. There can be pieces of the grid and part of the process that can be implemented without going step by step through the grid and following that to a T. And I think sometimes principals or administrators will see the grid method work in a classroom and be like, everybody needs to do this tomorrow. And that's not always the case. And I think just, again, going back to understanding the pieces in the grid and that process is more important than just implementing the grid.
Yeah, that's actually a super common conversation I have with educators now, and administrators alike, where it's not, first and foremost, it's not an all or none principle. There is no single aspect of the grid method that's not a best practice by itself, right? Whether it's the backwards design, whether it's differentiation, whether it's personalization of learning, whether it's formative assessment, whether it's progress monitoring, like check, 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 check. Like there's no part of this process that is going to hurt a classroom. So it's not either you do everything or nothing's going to work, right? Like it's not an all or none principle. But also something I really like that you said was the expectation you have for staff around you is not that everybody does the grid method tomorrow. But something I will often say that supports that is what practices within the grid method do you need to see in every classroom you walk into, right? What are the practices that need to exist in the classrooms? Not necessarily if it's the grid method or not, but what do I need to see in every classroom, whether you're doing the grid method or not, that means things are going well or that things are meeting our expectations, right? And that's a hard conversation, and it sounds weird when I say it to a principal, but I'm like, listen, it can't be grid's good, everything else is bad. It has to be, here are the practices we need to see. And if you can do those without grid, that's okay, right?
Yes. So one of my biggest takeaways from actually trying out the grid myself was just like the progress monitoring, knowing where every student is at all the time. And when you do just a one size fits all class, there's a lot of times where a kid can kind of just sneak by and you're like, they're nodding their head, they know what's going on. And then all of a sudden it's like, they get to the test and it's like, what happened? Like, did they just have a bad day? And I thought that was one of my, within day one or two, I was like, oh my gosh, this kid always slips by. And now today, like I knew he or she wasn't getting it right away. And so I think that progress monitoring and knowing where every kid is at all the time is huge. Another piece is just going with the depths of knowledge and understanding that mastery learning at different levels, because I think sometimes I like the grid layout, and I thought if you watch the previous session, how they kind of aligned it by the DOK, but starting at that DOK 1 and then building upon it depending on whatever the standard is. The grid method process really helped me rethink the progression that I was teaching with. And so I think that's really huge for educators to not just stop at that basic recall step, but keep going. Right. Let the kids apply it. Let them use their own thinking to incorporate the standard into their everyday learning.
And you're hitting on some of the most common things that I pull out of those conversations with administrators. If I'm talking to a principal, I go, well, in the grid method, what are you looking for? Like, what are you looking to get out of this in your classrooms? And so oftentimes I'll say, what are the 3 to 5 things about the grid method that made you call the Teach Better team, or that made you bring this into your school? And they'll go, well, I really like how it differentiates instruction. I really like how it makes the teacher the facilitator. I really like how it progress monitors, to your point, so teachers know where students are at. I also really like the formative data and the real-time data teachers are getting. And then I go, okay, pause. All of those things can happen without the grid method. Do we agree with that statement? Yes? Awesome. So now put those things on a list somewhere and go, everyone should be able to do these things. Whether you do them with the grid method or not is not the end all be all. It's whether you do them, period. Right? Like, Either they're happening or they're not happening. And if they're not happening, you've been given an amazing framework that can help you do these things. And you can have those professional conversations and those coaching conversations about moving a teacher from not doing one of those things to doing one of those things with a part of the grid method or starting the grid method in their classroom. But on the other side of that coin, and maybe you have examples or stories of this, you might go into a teacher's classroom and be like, oh my gosh, they're doing all of these amazing things and I don't see a grid anywhere. And that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. I actually made some references to a lot of great things dealing with progress monitoring, allowing kids to go at their own pace through personalized learning to a teacher. And she kind of gave me a look, and she's heard those buzzwords, I guess, when I talked about the grid method with other teachers. And she looked at me, she's like, but I'm not doing personalized learning and I'm not letting the kids work at their own pace. She's like, I don't do the grid method. And so I started pointing out to her the piece. I'm like, you literally have your groups paced on your board and they shift groups and stations based on their level. I was like, that's personalized learning to a T. I said, that is a piece of the grid method. And then as we started talking through it, she was like, oh, but she's like, but I don't do the grid. And I'm like, that's fine. I said, you don't need to do the grid, but I said, essentially, you're doing pieces in your own way and it's working great. So keep going.
Yeah, and I think sort of what you're hitting on here is like the natural insecurity teachers have been trained to have in the profession itself, right? Like teachers are so used to being given the next thing and say either do it with fidelity or you're doing it wrong and it's worthless. Like it's almost like this dynamic of like this just like no gray area. You're either doing all of it or it doesn't matter and you're wrong. And that's such a dangerous, this reminds me of a great metaphor Dave Schmittou talks about with an elephant in the 3-foot rope that gets tied to their leg, and they get afraid to move beyond 3 feet even when you take the rope off because they get so used to it. He says that story way better than I do. Dave, I apologize for butchering that metaphor so quickly. But I think teachers get stuck many, many times fearing that they're going to get yelled at for doing it wrong, right? They're going to get in trouble for not doing it with fidelity or doing what they're supposed to. And the biggest thing, I've had teachers come up to me after workshops and they go, thank you for telling us that there's flexibility in this framework. Thank you for letting us know that there's no 2 grid method classrooms you've been in the last 8 years in the thousands of schools and districts you've been to that look identical. Because that's the truth. Is like, there's no one way to do this. It's a framework that you fit yourself as an educator and as a professional into. And I often have to convince teachers of this, right? I have to convince teachers that like, it's okay if you do it your way instead of the way I told you during the training, as long as you're meeting the same end goal. Like I have to like convince them to like not always just do what I said because I said it, and or any of our trainers for that matter. So that's a huge piece of the grid method that I think gives teachers freedom. Now, a lot of teachers also find discomfort in that freedom and they go, well, just tell me what to do. And I go, well, I'm not going to do that. I've given you the parameters. I need you to just work within those however you see fit. And they go, well, okay, I'll try, you know?
And that's key. It's a trial and error process.
It really
is. And it is a process. And I thought there's so many times as I implemented a grid where I was like, this is working, this is going great. And then also I have this day where I'm like, we got to change it up. And I thought you have to be flexible and willing to just try something new throughout the process, because it's not always going to stay the same. I thought your kids, I think throughout the year, they even change. They get into routines or they get into a different mode, or you have to be flexible with what your environment is.
And to be fair, you might have to change it from one year to the next, right? Like you might have to change it because you might have to change it from period 1 of the day to period 7 because there's different kids in those classes. You might need to do more direct instruction in period 7 because they're a little bit crazier, or you might have to do your period 8 so you're more advanced, so they need a lot less hand holding. So it might look different even between those two periods of the same day in the same grade level in the same building. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. And I just realized, Kim, that talking to you is so much fun that we're almost out of time.
I would say this has been great.
Yeah, and we could have like 8 more of these sessions, I think. But I think we've been able to cover a lot of really, really great tips and tricks and just some things for the audience to think about. So next up, we are going to have Josh Stamper and the amazing Jeff Gargas for Edupreneur Mastermind. So I'm really, really excited about that coming up. But right now, I think we are just about out of time and we have about 10 seconds. So I'm going to thank you, Kim, for all of your amazing insight and expertise. And I hope everyone sticks around to enjoy the rest of the evening here on 12 Hour Live. So have a fantastic rest of the day, everyone. Thanks again, Kim.
Thanks, Chad.
It just warms my heart to see our bloggers share their stories and ideas to be read by educators all around the world.
Blogs are published all throughout the week, so be sure to check back often so you can continue learning from others in the Teach Better community.
Visit teachbetter.com/blog to read new ideas each week.
Am I on
What's
mute?
going on here?
Am I on mute? No, I'm not. Okay.
We were muted. Yeah, there were some muting issues going on there.
I think people are messing with us in the background, but
yeah, they're not on screen. We can blame it. Let's put it on Ray and Katie. I'm pretty sure it was you, but we're here, and that's what matters.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
All right, I guess we should start.
This was not a Katie and Ray issue. I just want that to be known. This was not.
I'll be very clear. I didn't touch anything. I was just sitting here.
I just mind my business, trying to start.
We're gonna go, but I'm not taking that garbage over in the Teach Better family over here. Okay.
All right. So hey, what's up?
I guess we're supposed to be doing an Edupreneur Mastermind. I guess that's what's supposed to happen. So I'm going to kick things off by saying my name's Joshua Stamper, and I'm really excited to only talk to Jeff Gargas during the segment.
Yeah, if everyone else can stay out of the segment, that'd be
cool. Well, I will say real quick before we get into the heavy piece, I want to just let you know that I've got my fire.
Oh, I like it.
Swag on because I knew Jeff Gargas was going to be on fire for the segment.
All right, I like what you did there. A little cheesy, but all right, we'll go with it. That's good.
Well, you can't be the only one to make a wardrobe change. I figured I had to do that also.
I'm on number 3.
Are 3 or 4?
4. This is a 4. Yeah, 4. I'm glad you're keeping track.
I'm glad I'm counting for you. That's good. All right, buddy. So I know the title is Edupreneur Mastermind. Some people might wonder what that term is all about. Obviously, this is something that you've created. I've had the wonderful opportunity to be a part of it, a small piece. However, it's been an amazing group of educators, but also there's a second piece to that. And I just wanted you to kind of clarify on what the edupreneur term really means.
Yeah. So, I mean, edupreneur, I think can be a little bit interchangeable with, you might hear teacherpreneur, or honestly, even entrepreneur. But when we refer to an edupreneur, we're talking about an educator who has something else that they're creating or growing or building outside of their classroom or their school district or their traditional role in education. And that can look a lot of ways, right? I mean, it could be that you're an author that writes and puts things out, or that you're a podcaster, or that you're a blogger, or that you create things and sell them on Teachers Pay Teachers or your own website or whatever. I think, Josh, you and I talk a lot about edupreneurs, and we also we've been using a lot recently this edu creator. And I think that's important to note, because while you may not think of yourself as an entrepreneur, and therefore edupreneur maybe doesn't fit, if you're creating something outside of there that's meant to share something, your passion, ideas, whatever, with folks outside of your classroom and stuff, you might be an edu creator. And what we've found is that they're really very similar, right? The only real difference is in that an edupreneur might be have a little more of a different drive to where they want to grow whatever that thing is into something that's a business of its own. And I think it's also really important, Josh, to note that you can be an edupreneur. That does not mean that you are trying to leave the classroom or leave your role as a administrator or anything like that. It's just simply that you're trying to grow something else as well. There's nothing wrong with that. So I think that clarifies it a little bit.
Yeah, I think it clarifies it quite a bit. I think a lot of our audience does create certain aspects, maybe a podcast, TikTok, Instagram Reels. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that creators can go about it. But the edupreneur group, like, why should they even explore this as far as a edupreneur versus an edu creator?
I think both. I think my answer would actually be for both. Because I think at both you can do this. And I know there's a few folks, several people that are watching that fall into this realm. So maybe they can comment and let us know, like, why are you doing something else? Because let's face it, educators don't have a whole lot of time laying around. But there's still a lot of educators that choose to create something outside of their classroom, outside of their day job, if you will. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. Some people, it's because, hey, need some extra money. Whether we need money in the household to help pay bills, or we love doing something a little extra that's going to help us go on that vacation, or whatever. It could just be that. It could be something that you're just trying to explore new opportunities, thinking of a change later in your life, or maybe even approaching retirement, think of what am I to do after, and you want to build something. You could just be scratching the itch because you just have that entrepreneurial itch or that creative itch, and you're like, it's an outlet for you to share that, either a passion about something or again, to kind of meet this desire to do something. Or one of my favorite things to see is when it's an educator who just sees it as an opportunity to increase their impact. And I think about when we started Teach Better, which was called the Grid Method way back when, Chad, like, one of his biggest struggles, I think he'll probably tell you still to this day, was when he actually left the classroom. And the way that we got him through that process of leaving the daily work with kids and stuff is that we were able to look, and he was able to see, like, okay, this is a way for me to increase my impact from the kids that I see in my classroom, the 125 or whatever a year I could see, to now what we estimate is millions of kids that he impacts, right? And so I think there's a lot of different reasons, right? Extra money, fulfilling, going after a passion project, fulfilling an entrepreneurial itch or exploration idea, set yourself up to have other opportunities, other options, and to increase your impact and impact more people, whether in education or in some other realm of your life and your passion. And I think oftentimes, Josh, it's a combination of one, two, or all of those types of things that I think leads to someone starting and then also continuing to pursue that type of stuff. So.
Yeah, I want to pause for just a moment. If anyone has any questions, we really do want this to be an interactive segment. So if you have questions in regards to being a creator or being an edupreneur, definitely hit us up in the questions. Jeff, I wanted you just to talk a little bit about, some of the folks that, and not to like name names, but just some of the backgrounds of folks in the edupreneur group, because I think it might be easy to, just say all creators, but I think if they had some specific examples of where folks are coming, Chad's obviously one good example. I myself, I had a passion project, which is the podcast, which has led to a lot of different things. But, for someone who maybe has, like you said, that itch, what made that look like?
I think it'll look a lot. I'm seeing Debbie Tannenbaum in the comments, and she's a member of our mastermind. I think correct me if I'm wrong, Debbie. I think she was a founder member and joined when we first launched it. I think, if you think about, like, Debbie wrote a book and found that she had this, we'll call it a passion for going and speaking and sharing stuff. And so she's like, I want to do that more. I want to take the lessons that I'm working on with my teacher. She's a tech coach and integration coach there. And she's, when she came, she said, I want to take the stuff that I'm doing with my teachers and that's working. And I want to share it with others because maybe it'll help them do it. And I think that's reminding back, we mentioned Chad, like, and where Teach Better comes from is from early on. Like Chad used to always say, I never want to walk into a classroom and tell a teacher how to teach. I want to say, hey, this thing, which we just saw in the last, Chad kind of revamped this or said this in his own way again in the last segment where he's like, it's not about whether you do the grid method or not. It's, are you doing the things that need to happen in your classroom? When we first started sharing, he's like, I don't want to tell anyone how to teach. Teachers know what they're doing. I just want to go and say, hey, this helped me do these things. Maybe it'll help you. And that's kind of where a lot of the folks in our mastermind are doing is they're like, hey, this is something that I've seen, or these are things that I've seen or that I've used or that I've worked with that are helping teachers or leaders or whoever impact and increase their impact and or live a more balanced life or to be more efficient or whatever it might be. And I want to share this. I want to build this. I'm going to grow this. Now, there's several of them that do have an interest in maybe someday stepping away from their role right now and doing it full time. Quite a few that are also like, you know what, this is a side thing for me. I'm chasing my passion. I want to grow it, but I want it to be as best as it can be. I want it to be as impactful both for those I'm trying to serve and for me and my family as it can be while I'm doing this. How do I make this really happen? Stuff. So I think we have a variety. We've got some folks in there we have a couple people that are full time in the job that the role as do whatever it is that their business is. We have several that are authors that the book sparked some of that passion and that itch that we keep talking about, and also opportunities for them to go share. And that's what led to it, right, Josh? So it wasn't necessarily something that they even thought about. I'm thinking, and I'll say her name. I'm thinking about Andrea, who she wrote a book because that was her passion project. She just wanted to share the amazing stories in her book. Yep. And it has led to people asking her to come share those stories in person. And she started going, maybe there's something here. No desire to jump or leave or anything like that, but loves going and sharing this story. And now it's engaging. And now she's doing all kinds of other things. She's creating materials for people to utilize and work with their English language learners. And she wants to speak more and she wants to write more and stuff. And so I think there's a lot of different ways you can come in from it. I think it's important to remember that like, there's no real prerequisite to it other than you want to do it. That's usually simple and like not accurate, but like that's what it is. Like if you have something that you want to share and put out there, you can do it.
Oh, for sure. I'm seeing Brian just posted about an area that he was wondering if the thing that he's most passionate about is saturated or too saturated. And I think this kind of leads to the next piece of the roadblocks, right? We have a lot of things going on in our head before we start to create content or even dive into the edupreneur space. So what are some roadblocks that you have seen for those who have been participants?
Well, so let's talk about that. I want to dig into what Brian said a little bit here. That first one is a common roadblock is like, well, everyone talks about this, or there's so many people that talk about it. And what I'll tell you is Brian, specific to that is if a lot of people are starting or businesses or writing books or creating courses or talking about what it is that you want to get into, that means there's an audience for it. Like there's a reason why people are going into there. And I think it's really important for us to remember that like there's a lot of people out there. There are a lot of teachers just in the United States, let alone the world. And all those people that you see doing these things like that, they're not taking care of everyone. And they're not also speaking the necessarily saying it the right way. I think that's a big piece too, is that the way in which you create and share and express the ideas that you put out, even if they're very similar to someone else's, the way in which you say it and the way in which you present it and the relationship that you build with the potential audience, potential clients, may be the right way that person has been waiting for. And they've seen it and they've heard it a million times, but the way that you say it is the thing that actually changes and actually makes that impact. And I think that's how you get past that particular roadblock, which is like, there's too many people out there. I think along those lines, and Josh kind of alluded to this, is the, well, why me? Like, what do I'm just a teacher, or I'm just a principal, or I'm just this or whatever. I either don't know anything about business or why would anybody listen to me? I think is a bigger one. And I think for me, it goes to that too. Like that, I always tell teachers like that little thing that you do in your classroom or your building or in your community or whatever that you don't think is extraordinary or life-changing could literally be the one piece that some teacher is missing right now and could change the way they think about it forever. And I think that's a big piece of getting past sort of that imposter syndrome part. And then when it comes to, I don't know anything about business, is we'll learn about it. You're highly educated individuals. You know how to learn better than anyone. Like, get out there and learn about it. You can Google everything. I still don't know what I'm doing anyway. So anyway,
that's not true. That's not true. I've learned actually quite a bit from you just in a short time, especially being in the mastermind. I think CJ Reynolds, actually, I heard him speak on it before, and he was talking about it's not one single pie that we cut up between all the entrepreneurs. Yep. We can all have our own pie because there's just that many folks that need to eat. And so I just thought that was a great metaphor in regards to those who think that maybe it's oversaturated.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. There's still a lot of work to do. Now, the day that it is, it won't matter because we'll all celebrate and high five because education will have been fixed forever. So you're good. I want to know, Cami, thanks for sharing that. She's been doing a side gig for 20 years now. So that is proof right there that like you can do this on the side and you can rock it and it can be a good thing. It's creating a space and a budget for her family, and that's okay. Deciding that you are referring to yourself or thinking of yourself as an entrepreneur or an edupreneur doesn't take anything away about what an amazing and passionate educator you are or leader you are, because that's still part of what you do too. So,
all right. So there might be someone out there that's watching or listening that is thinking about being an educator or potentially an edupreneur. So what are some of the starting points for them? And if anyone is thinking about this and has some questions for Jeff as he goes through this, make sure you jump in the comments and throw your questions in.
Yeah. So I think the first part that I would tell you to start at is unless, and you may already figure this out, which might be why you think about it, but this sounds like something you want to do is you think through what I call your sweet spot. So find your sweet spot. So a couple questions you can ask yourself is fill in the blank. Basically, I'm really good at blank. And then I'm really passionate about blank. And then from there, I can help blank with blank, right? So for example, you might say, I'm really good at telling stories and connecting with people. And I am really passionate about helping others realize that they can be leaders regardless of their role or their experience or whatever it might be. And then I can help aspiring leaders with finding the success and their pathway to becoming a leader. And your sweet spot now becomes the Aspire Leadership Podcast, which Josh, obviously I'm pulling from you, which has then become a book and speaking gigs and joining the team and doing all kinds of other things. So finding your sweet spot of what are you passionate about? What are you really good at? And then what challenge or pain point or struggle can you help other people with? Right. And then that's figuring out, okay, well, that's, I should be doing something around there, right? Now it's okay, great. Now what's my how? Like how could I do this? Right. For you, yours was an easy one, right? How? Well, I'm going to podcast, right? Because that's something I'm interested in. But there are a lot of hows. We talked about writing a book. You could guest blog somewhere like teachbetter.com. Or you create your own blog. You can create free downloads and resources. You can create resources that you sell on Teachers Pay Teacher. You can write I think we already said, right? You can start a podcast. You can do videos on YouTube. You can create an online course. There's a lot of different ways you can go. So figure out what your sweet spot is and who you want to help, and what you want to help them with. And then your how, there's a lot of different ways you can go. And it can change and become a variety of different things. And then from there, like start creating content to share out what the value that you want to share out. And again, that goes into podcasting or blogging or creating downloads or all these different things that are starting to share content and building value and producing value for your audience. And when I say audience, I'm referring to when you figured out that I can help blank do blank. Well, the people, whoever that fills that blank that are looking for that solution, that's who your audience is. That's you might hear them recalled to as an ideal client or an avatar or a customer profile, or whatever. You start creating content and creating value for them. Those are the first sort of steps.
Yeah. No, I love the example mostly because, it's my podcast, but I want to say that I didn't know what I was doing. For one, I didn't know how to make a podcast. I just literally just asked people that had one, tried to go on YouTube as much as possible and learn through that. And by no means all of the things that you talked through did I ever dream of doing. And just kind of as that journey progressed, then I started to pivot and have additional goals. So even though it was a passion project.
I think that's a really great point, Joshua. And that's really the starting point. Is just start sharing what you're passionate about. Start sharing your story. And through that, typically, you're going to figure out eventually where you should go by having conversations like you're saying, Josh, having conversations with people, listening to how people respond to you or what channels or what platforms people tend to respond better on. But start sharing your story on social media stuff and create videos and go on podcasts and do whatever it is, things of that nature, to start sharing out and exploring this world that you think you might want to get into, to get an idea of, okay, well, maybe I should do this, and then try stuff out. I say that all the time, just try stuff, see what works. And then if it doesn't work, change it, do something different. If you don't enjoy it, change it and do something different. But figure out what it is that you're passionate about and start creating content, start sharing value out. And then for me, it's a big piece of start listening to the people that you're trying to serve and figure out what are they looking for, what are they missing, and then how can you create those things to help them overcome whatever that problem is.
So that kind of reminds me of the story with you and Chad, because Chad originally was thinking he was just going to do an ebook. And that kind of, I mean, you kind of helped him with the shift, but his passion was on one thing. He was going to try one form of content. However, it turned into something much more.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, our story, we talk all the time. Like we everything we've done and the shifts we made, pivots we made, everything like that has all been from listening to the people that we're trying to serve. Now, yeah, early on, Chad eventually came about ebook, and I said, let's do some other things. And we started with an online course and creating content, but we immediately started creating content, sharing things out, and trying to get in front of people so that we can then hear what it is they need. I think the biggest example for us is that, is part of the brand shift, right? So in 2018, we shifted from being the brand was the Grid Method over to Teach Better.
Yep.
And that was because, and it was actually Ray and a couple other folks that were new to the team that were listening to other people and the conversations that were happening, saying, hey, that name doesn't make sense anymore because we don't do as much. And that was why we changed. The reason it didn't make sense anymore is because we had changed so much, because we had been listening to clients and to people working with and figuring out like, hey, you know what? The Grid Method isn't for everybody. Not everybody's ready for that type of a shift. Some people need little pieces of it. Some people need to learn some things or go explore some things before we even talk about that. And some people were already implementing most of it, so they actually need these other steps. And so we had to start creating other things. And so we started creating other trainings and other type of content, stuff like that. And as we had people come on our team, we were able to do that as well. And we found out that the audience wanted more than just that one thing. We wanted to go beyond that. So I think that's a huge piece. That's like probably honestly one of the best piece of advice is when it comes to any kind of business and entrepreneurship is listening to the people that you're trying to serve so that you can create it. And yeah, Janelle nailed it right there. Yeah. Just like you do with your students, right? We can guess all day what we think they need, but until we listen to them and figure out, right, and we assess where their actual needs are, we can't help them get where they need to get. And it's the same thing with when it comes to your audience or whoever it is that you're trying to serve.
All right, buddy. Should we get some stuff away?
You want to get some stuff away right now? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, why not?
What do we have to give away? We got a lot of stuff today.
We do, but we're actually not going to use the link. We're actually going to do something where people are going to comment. Yeah, we're going to actually do a giveaway. So, all right, we're going to give a few books away.
Ooh, cool.
And there's a process that we got to discuss here. But before we do that, the books that you're going to get are Unlocking Unlimited Potential by Dr. Brandon Beck. Phenomenal book. Author. He's amazing. Edupreneur also. Yeah. And then we've got Instructional Coaching, Impact People, Improve Instruction, Increase Success by Ashley Hubner. Also phenomenal in all aspects.
Member of our Entrepreneur Mastermind actually as well.
Little shout out. So we're going to do comments. First 2 comments on something you have taken away from either this segment or another segment. And we're going to do the first 2. So what is something you have learned today thus far? And Katie's going to type in the chat as far as who has won. And then once we announce it, a reminder for the winners, make sure you email Katie. So that's Katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. So those are the 2 books. Awesome. And super excited for the giveaway. So also want to know, what should Jeff wear the next time he's on camera? If you could throw that in the comment, that'd be wonderful. The more creative, the better. And you don't get any,
but I will take ideas.
You don't get any prize for this in the comments, just the pure joy of seeing Jeff in something different. At least we can do that.
Yes.
Buddy, I want to keep going with the idea of just starting. So if someone is really passionate about, some educational topic and they want to start producing content, but they don't know where to start. Obviously, there is a lot of different ways. There's a lot of different social media outlets. What might be the easiest thing, or where would you direct them for a starting point in regards to actually creating and sharing the content?
So great question. Whatever comes most natural to you. And that itself may not be the easiest thing to figure out, but recently I had a conversation with one of our newer members of the mastermind, and she was going through, and we met before, actually right after she joined, but before her first meeting, and she's going through all the things that she thought she needed to do. And it was a lot, which is very common, which is like, I got to be everywhere. I got to do everything. I've got a blog. I've got to do videos. I got to do a podcast. I got to start doing live events. I got to do webinars. I got to sell stuff and go and go and go. And it gets really overwhelming really fast. And we got talking, we finally figured out. And in our conversation, she mentioned like 4 different times in one way or another that she loves writing. And she writes all the time. And I said, okay, forget about everything else. Just start writing about it. And so when you're trying to create the content, it can get really overwhelming really fast. If you have any of that imposter syndrome and things like that popping up, like, it's going to make it harder to even start, let alone be consistent and continue to create. So find the thing that is the easiest for you, that comes the most natural for you. If you're someone who enjoys writing, blogging is probably the way to go. Maybe even a book is some way to go. If you're someone who enjoys talking and enjoys having conversations and enjoys just like, if you find yourself taking voice notes for yourself often instead of jotting down notes, you may want to consider a podcast. That might be the way to start going. And a lot of people get freaked out about that podcast, and it's super easy nowadays. And I got a guy on the screen right here that would walk you through it step by step. If you need it, it's super easy anymore. You can start for basically free. So podcast may be the way to go. If you're someone who enjoys being on camera and you've got a lively personality and you feel comfortable with that, like, you may want to start, maybe do videos. If you're someone, if you're someone who loves like breaking things down, breaking concepts down, or tech tools down, or pieces of content down into small chunks and really like walking people through it, tutorial videos might be the way to go. I'm trying to think of what I didn't touch on yet. You know what I mean? So it's finding what's natural to you, right? What do you what's the easiest way for you to communicate with people, and start there. Don't worry about doing all the other stuff. And I'll say the same, because obviously social media comes up. That's a place where you need to be. Same thing there. You don't have to be everywhere. Which ones come most naturally for you? Which ones come best? Because you can work on the other skills if you feel like you need to be other places because your audience is there. That's something you can always work on. You can investigate and you can figure out. But the easiest place to start and to get consistently going is going to be whatever comes naturally for you. So that's where you need to dive into.
All right. So I got the 2 winners. I was going to mention that real quick before we pivot to a new piece of this conversation. So Lisa Wilmoth, she's the winner of Foundations of Instructional Coaching by Ashley Hubner. And then we got Brian Arnott, and he's the winner of Unlocking Unlimited Potential by Brandon Beck. So congratulations to those 2 people. Make sure that you are emailing Katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. And congratulations on that. Of course, we're going to be giving a lot more giveaways out throughout this 12-hour live at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So don't forget to register for that. And I want to talk to you about not only the content of, sharing that out as far as your wisdom, your passions, your experiences. However, some people might be looking to potentially make some money off of this passion project also. So what are some outlets, or maybe a how-to on getting a little bit of cash flow, maybe if it's a additional income revenue for yourself?
Sure. Well, obviously there's a few ways you can do that. You can monetize just about anything these days. but let's use writing. Obviously, you could write a book or write lesson plans or write ebooks or whatever and sell those. That's something that you could do. If podcasting is the way that you go, you can monetize your podcast through sponsorships, endorsement pieces. Same with a YouTube channel. You can monetize that obviously through YouTube's monetizing, but that takes a little while to get to and isn't a big time money. But you can also do sponsorships there as well. Placements as far as like product placement in your videos, doing product reviews and things of that nature. Building your website. If you build your website to have traffic, you can also run ads there and either through Google and using it that way or through your own processes. Creating content pieces, lesson plans or resources and selling on something like Teachers Pay Teacher or even Etsy or on your own site. You can monetize that way as well. And something I'll say to this, because I know, Josh, as we're talking about this, there are Ray's calling out my product placement back here. There are a lot of people who might be thinking, they're like, yeah, but that's the problem. Like it feels, I'm going to use a professional term here, feels icky to ask someone to pay me for something. And the way that I've always looked at this, and Chad and I have always talked, is that if we're doing our best to do what we truly believe is right for students, I can sleep easy at night and rest easy at night making money, because I know that if we're making money, we can continue to do good things and help people. And I've used this so many times, and I don't know if I'm sure she's heard me say it, but she's going to hear me again. Ray's father actually said this to us once. He said, I'm trying to think exactly how he said it, but he said something about like your business is how you make money, but your brand is how you spend money. And it was this idea of like, there's a lot of ways you can make money, good, bad, ugly, whatever. And there's a lot of ways you can spend your money. And making money to spend it on things that aren't positive or whatever, or to trick people or whatever that might be going through your head, that's not okay. If you're making money to do good things, that's different, right? And if that's how I've found that a lot of people who are struggling with this can get over, because by nature, like I said this a million times, like it's a certain kind of person to become a teacher. And one of the biggest pieces of that person is 9 out of 10 times just that servant mentality. They want to serve people. They want to help people. So this idea of like asking for money to do more work and increase my impact doesn't seem right. And I'll equate it a little bit to like, hey, look, when we talked earlier about with like Jen, like working your contract hours, not being afraid to advocate for yourself and get what you need at work, because you deserve that. And that allows you to do better and to serve your students better. Asking for some money for things that you're creating that are providing value and helping people through your business is the same thing. You're advocating for your business that's going to allow you to then help more people. So I just want to touch on that because I knew that was going through people's head. Lots of ways for you to monetize. You can also monetize, like obviously, like we do consulting work, we do coaching work, we do strategic planning. There's so many ways that you can monetize and do things. You get paid to go out and speak. Obviously, you can write a book and sell that. There's courses and or if you're much smarter than me, you can create like apps and software and stuff. There's a lot of ways you can go. So, yeah, I want to touch on that. I do want to touch, Josh, if I could. Carrie earlier said, everyone doesn't have to do everything, but everyone should do something.
Yep.
And I love that. Now we were talking a little more about like not focus on too much, but that led me to a thought that like, I'd like to hear what you think, if you agree or disagree with me. I think everyone should have a side hustle. Like, I think every teacher in the world should start a side hustle. Whether you keep doing it or not, that's one thing. Whether you ever try to monetize it, that's one thing. I'm not saying that you have to grow something. I think everyone should try something, because I think a lot of people would discover a lot about themselves. It's a really cool way to go explore things. And I actually think a lot of people, you'll find the connections between running a classroom or a building or a district and running a business.
100%.
So anyway, so what I'm saying is like everyone go start a side business.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do agree with the concept of creation, because I think there's a lot of benefits individually. Like, for instance, talking with all of these different amazing educational leaders on my podcast, I've grown immensely just through those conversations. the reflection process I had to go through to write my book, like that was extremely powerful and sometimes really challenging to go through. And especially when I talked about when I failed, because there's a lot of guilt there when I was writing that process. But I would say that both of those things have helped me grow quite a bit. And I think any educator, we're so busy serving other people. However, it's almost like natural PD for yourself.
Yeah, I absolutely. And our comments are just like taking this care of this segment for us at this point. So first off, so Tim, what's up, Tim? I see Tim saying to jump on my Calendly to brainstorm. So you can calendly.com/Jeff Gargas. And Dave, I want to thank you. I wanted to bring whoever brought that up, Katie, for bringing up Dave's, that he's challenged people to learn enough to write a book every 18 months. You should be able to also be able to create something. That's awesome. I love that challenge. Whether it's every 18 months, once a year, once every 4 years, I don't care, but like create stuff. You should learn to do that type of stuff. And I'll tell you what, Josh, and I know there's some people that can speak to this, is like exploring this world is in so many ways going to make you a better teacher, because you're going to explore and you're going to stumble and you're going to find new crazy things that you're like, oh, I never even thought about how that piece can come into my classroom and stuff. So even if it doesn't become necessarily that passion project that brings as much joy or whatever, and it's something you do forever, just the learning process alone is really rewarding. And Michelle says that it's a piece of personal, and I think professional development. I also think there's also a big piece of it that's self-care personally too. So
well, it's funny because I actually would have students that would find my podcast or my book and they would start asking questions about it. And they were really powerful conversations eventually, because it was just a world that they didn't even know existed that they could do eventually for themselves. And we even started a podcast on our campus because of it, and had like a club, and that's something me and you have talked about in presentations before. But I think there's a lot of life skills that we can share with our students and with our student body because of that.
I love it. Dave, just if we mentioned earlier today, a shout out to Dave because he had to drive home from Atlanta because they couldn't get him home on a plane. When they spent most of today, I talked to him a little before this segment. He's been sitting at the airport by his house, in Pensacola, because they can't find his luggage. So I don't know if he's home yet or not, but I hope he is. So
he has not had good luck lately. Sorry, buddy.
He has terrible luck traveling, but okay, sorry. What are we at? What are we doing here?
Let's talk about audience. You had made a mention of, finding that need and creating content for that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the business world, in podcasting, YouTube, whatnot, you hear this term as far as finding your avatar. And I know some people may go into like video games and what avatar means for that, but what does that mean in the edupreneur space?
Yeah, so when we talk about that in entrepreneurship and edupreneur, an avatar is the same. There's a lot of words. I kind of mentioned them earlier. Avatar, client avatar, ideal client, ideal customer, target audience. Your avatar is simply the person that you're trying to serve. And when I say person, I know that you're probably trying to serve a lot of people. But you focus on that specific person that has the characteristics and the need that you think you can best serve, right? And I think one of the most common mistakes that people make when they start any sort of business, side business, full business, whatever, is that they believe in what they're doing so much that they're like, everyone needs this, everyone can benefit from this. And while that could be true for a lot of things, that doesn't mean that everyone is the best fit and everyone is who you're talking to, right? And if it is a good product for everyone, don't worry, all those other people will find it. But you need to focus on your avatar and create this. It's a process. It can be a long process. It can be a quick process, but thinking through. So earlier when we did that, I can help blank do blank. Like that can be really specific. I can help, and it could be teachers, or maybe it's specific. I help elementary teachers create engaging art projects, right? That's very specific. And what that allows you to do by creating your avatar or your ideal client or ideal audience, however you want to phrase it, what that allows you to do is when you are creating things, whether that be content to provide value, your actual services or products that you're creating, or the copy and the language you use in your advertising, your marketing and promotion stuff, or your emails and everything like that. When you're speaking and you know who you're supposed to write into, you write everything, you create everything for that person, because then it's the best fit for the people that are the best fit for you. That doesn't mean that other people won't find it. That doesn't mean that other people won't benefit from it. But when you need to know and remind yourself on what should I be doing? How should I be saying this? Where should I be putting this? What do I create next? knowing who you're trying to serve and very specifically knowing that is really, really key. So that's what we're talking about. We talk about our avatar and our audience. That's where you go and you figure out, okay, how do I say these things? And where should I do these things? All right. Should I be doing a podcast? I don't know. Is my avatar the type, are they listening to podcasts, or should I be on Instagram or Twitter? Well, where's your avatar? Where's your ideal audience? And there's a lot of research that goes into that. Sometimes there's a little bit of guesswork, but figuring out who it is that you're trying to write to, that's what we talk about when we talk about our avatar. And so in my mind, everything you do in your business should be with your avatar in mind.
100%. So I want to talk about, we've created our content. We've now built up the courage to share it out on whatever platform we're on. How do we start to expand our audience? Because initially, let's say it's a podcast, you put it out to the world. Maybe you only get a little bit of listenership at first, and you're looking to kind of expand and share your product. And this could be anything, right? A book, YouTube videos, whatnot. So, what are they going to do to kind of help get the news out that, hey, I've got this content out there?
Well, sharing it out. Social media obviously is a tool that is incredible that we have, where we tend to talk a lot about the dangers of, or the negative of social media. But from a business standpoint, if you think about 20 years ago, social media is amazing because you can reach millions and millions of people for free for most things, where you used to have to buy ad time on the radio or on TV or on a billboard or whatever. It's not the same. You can just put it out there. So creating the content itself and putting it out either on in a form of a podcast or out on your website and building up traffic to the website and pushing it out and stuff, that in itself is going to increase your audience side. It's going to expand your reach of who's going to connect to. I think the key piece there is that that you also need to, once you start creating that, you need to be building an email list as well, a list of people that want to hear from you. Because what we talk about in the marketing world, we talk a lot about, like, don't build on rented land. Rented land being in the social media space. Social media is amazing for getting the word out, for sharing your messages, for sharing value. But to ensure that you can continue to really grow that audience and really serve them for a long term, building that email list is key, right? And so there's a lot of ways you can do that as well. And I don't know if we want to go in there as much, but okay. So talking about email. So building your email list, easiest way to do that is create something that we would call you're going to hear it called a million different things. You might hear it called a lead magnet, a lead capture content, premium content, a freebie, lots of different things, but something that someone would be your avatar, right? The people that are most likely to get value from you would be willing to give you their first name and email for, pay for it with that, right? So this is like the ebook that Chad originally came to me about, the ebook, a free online course, an exclusive, maybe hidden video series. You could even do this with like premium styles of your podcast, where they have to subscribe that way in order to get different things, or exclusive episodes, or again, worksheets and downloads and checklists and things of that nature that could all be these things that you say, hey, I have this thing. If you're interested in it, give me your name and email and I'll give it to you. And what that does is that allows you to build your email list that you will now communicate with on either a weekly basis, bi-weekly, monthly, however you end up doing that. And that's where your reach can get there, is that now you have this ability to connect with them and control the connection with them. Whereas when you're on social media sites, you are at the mercy of that platform's algorithm, which sometimes does not play favorable to you, right? So having the email list be it is without a doubt still the most important piece of your business. It is super important. And a lot of what's been going on over at Twitter recently is proving that more and more, because who knows what's going to go on over there. So building an email list, that's a key piece to it. And again, that's creating, it's simple content. And then you continue to share your value through that email list, which then also, by the way, if you end up creating something that you do want to sell or share or get the opportunity to purchase, you have that audience that has said, hey, I'm interested in what you have to say, and I would like you to send me emails about it. Like, that's someone who's interested. So anyway.
I love it. Janelle, great question. If anyone else has some questions for Jeff, take advantage of this. Pick his brain.
And Janelle, let us know if that answers your question. It looks like it might have. Okay, it's a good relationship. Yes. And to own, like, so, and to own it, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but like you own your email list, like you own those contacts and that connection. You don't own your Twitter followers. Those aren't your followers. Those are Twitter's followers. They just happen to be connected to your page. You know, even like if you think about even like our Facebook group, which we love, which is awesome, but like we don't, that's not ours. That's Facebook's, right? And if Facebook decides that they don't want anybody else you guys to see the information in there, they'll just make it harder to do. And Facebook, and they've done that. So
they've done that. Yeah.
Build your email list. It's key. It's huge.
Yeah. I mean, you're at the mercy of someone else controlling an algorithm where email list, that's not the case.
Yes.
So, yep. All right. Jeff, I want to talk about being on an island, because I think a lot of people might start this practices of creating content, sharing it out. Maybe they're seeing some traction, but then they're like, am I doing this right? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to maybe, spend some money here, explore this option. And they may need some additional help. I know for myself, I felt like that in podcasting. Thankfully, we have a podcast network that we have amazing, educators and podcasters on, where we can kind of like bounce ideas off each other. But if someone specifically is an edupreneur and they're looking for some support, what should they do?
Well, so obviously I'll pitch here that we have an edupreneur mastermind that you can look into at teachbetter.com/edupreneur. Yeah, I think that's the right one. But in general, Josh, if I can go this way, is just, it's super important to build your team. And when I say that, I'm not talking necessarily hiring employees or contractors, but, or even having like a co-founder, like I was lucky enough to have, right? But more so finding the team of people that can be in your corner, and be there for you when you hit the ups and downs and when you need those things, you need to talk. So think through who can be on that team, right? And there's a lot of, I'll go into a little bit more here, like how you can do this. It's actually a somewhat of an easy exercise you can go through to find some of these people who you may already know or that you may need to build relationships with. So the first thing is to make a list of people, maybe 5, let's call it 5 people who are critical to your success. So in your life, this might be your spouse or your partner. It could also be like your family, right? Your kids as well. This could be your co-founder or a co-host or a co-author, or a good friend who just understands you, has always done that, or maybe a good friend who's also starting something or has something already going. Or this could end up being eventually a mentor or a coach or a mastermind, like our Edupreneur Mastermind. So think about the people that are critical to your success. These are the people that you can turn to when you're feeling that on an island, when you're feeling stressed out, when you're not, when you're not sure what to do next, or you're frustrated or whatever it might be. That's an important piece to have. So, and then I think the other people, another list to make is people who you know of, or maybe you even know and or have a connection to, that you think can help guide you on this type of journey, right? Once you're making a decision of like, all right, I think I'm going to go down this route. Who do I know that maybe isn't critical to my success from a personal standpoint, because they're not necessarily connected, but who do I know that can help guide me here? These are the people that might be. So there's, I can't remember who it said earlier, it was talking about like, it feels saturated, right? Well, if that's a market you're probably going into, there's probably a lot of people in that market that could be the people that can help guide you. So these people could just become a community that you belong to, that you can get connected to. They could become a coach or a mentor or a mastermind and stuff of that nature. But build your team, because you're going to need it. And to your point of the island, Josh, like if you're solopreneur in this, like it can be really lonely, really fast, and it can get very hard. It's up and down as you're trying to grow, because things will do well and then some things won't do well, and you'll have good days, bad days, and everything like that. And just like teaching, you need to have, I think all of this can go into with teaching too, right? Find the people that are critical to your success and that you can lean into. And Dave mentioned critical to, not critical of. That's huge. You do want the people that will be critical, but like constructively critical to your work, but you need your team. You need the people that are going to be critical to you getting through the hard times, and are going to, while hopefully tell you the truth and support you also, or tell you the truth and be real with you, also going to support you and pick you up when you're down. So what are you laughing about with Katie? I can see stuff going on here.
I just showed Dave's comment, to be helpful.
Oh, because that's her job. Yeah. Well, Dave gets special treatment.
I just love Dave. That's really what it comes down to.
I love it.
Jeff, there's other pieces too, because obviously, being on an island, there's things that you don't even know you should know. And I know, like within the mastermind, you guys talk about other things about like protecting yourself legally and some of those other avenues, taxes, whatnot. I mean, there's so many components of a business that, it's one thing to try and find a YouTube video. It's another to actually get expertise from other people. So can you just speak on kind of, finding that team?
Yeah. So yeah, a couple of things there is, and this is really more so if you're monetizing in any way or another. If you're monetizing at all where someone's going to be paying you money for something you're doing, find yourself a good lawyer and find yourself and figure out what numbers you have to pay attention to. Know your numbers, right? I would encourage you as you start going, obviously you want to find an accountant if you go, especially a good tax accountant, but depending on where you're at, you may not have to worry too much about that. But find a decent enough lawyer or do enough of a research to understand, how do I protect myself? And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to give legal advice. However, some sort of incorporation, typically like an LLC, is good for most people. But again, not a lawyer, not legal advice. That is not what this is. But protecting yourself so that if something happens with the business that you've started or you've grown and there's an issue there, it doesn't impact you on an individual level. So what those types of things typically do is, let's say Josh is a customer of mine and I upset him for a good reason or a bad reason, and Josh is infuriated with me and doesn't like me and wants to sue me. If I'm not protected, if I don't have something filled up, Josh could essentially win that lawsuit and get my house. That's obviously pretty extreme, but like that's what you're protecting, right? Versus if I'm protected, then and it's an LLC business and it's actually incorporated, Josh can only get what the business has. So it's just protecting yourself that way. And then a big piece that I think a lot of people overlook or wait too long to look at is understanding your numbers. And when I say that can get really crazy, really complicated, and doesn't need to be. But understanding what money is coming in, what money's going out, and when do you run out of cash? Because you need that in order to survive. And we'll go back to what we said earlier. In order for you to keep doing the work that you're doing and serving the people that you're serving, your business has to stay in business. And it's the same way as a teacher. They have to keep paying you a salary or else you're not going to be able to help those kids anymore. It's the same type of thing here. You got to stay in business. And so you need to understand where your money's coming from, how you actually make money, what you spend money on, and then how much is left over. So that's when we talk about profit and loss, right? And then for me, one of the big pieces, like, profit and loss is great to look at, but the more important piece is, when do you run out of money? Meaning, like, when do you not have any more money left to pay your bills and stay alive as a business? That's super important. We are 8 years into this, fairly a decent size, small business. And those are the numbers that that's all I constantly look at is what money's coming in, what money's going out, when do we run out of cash? And I told the story about, the runway of running out of cash for Chad, but we won't go there right now. So,
no,
and Brittany, Brittany, I love you. Thank you.
Brittany is amazing.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about the Edgepreneur Mastermind real quick, because I can't believe it, almost out of time. But I know there's a lot of components to that program. So if someone is listening, they're creating content, maybe they're making a little bit of money on the side and they want to expand, but they don't want to be on that island that we're talking about.
Yes.
What comes with that Edgepreneur Mastermind group?
Yeah. So full transparency, this is a paid program. So it is a monthly fee to be a part of this. And a couple of things that you get is, one, we meet weekly. So we meet every Thursday evening for 90 minutes. And these meetings look a variety of ways. We sometimes run a hot seat format, which means if Josh was on the hot seat that night, our focus is helping Josh with something, a brainstorming idea, critical feedback on his website, or working through a struggle he has, whatever his hot seat. Typically on our hot seat days, we also have a podcast episode that we listen to, and we kind of treat think of a book study, but around a podcast. So that's piece of it. And then within these all meetings, we have, because we also do book study meetings where we're literally just doing a book study that we go through over weeks. We have special guests that come in. So we just had an incredible businessman named Greg Glanson that came in on Thursday and spoke to us about creating quizzes and how that works and his journey. We've had Dave mentioned Pat Flynn earlier. If you don't know Pat Flynn, New York Times bestselling author, massive YouTuber. He came and hung out with us at the beginning of the year after we did his book study. Yep. So we have special guests, and then we do hot seats, and we're going to do some Shark Tank type stuff too in the near future as well. And then at the beginning and end of all of those, we end every meeting with a commitment, something everyone commits to, whatever they're working on for the next week. big, small, whatever. They're just committing. It's a form of accountability. And at the start of every meeting, we check in on, did you accomplish what you said you were going to work on? Why or why not? And then we celebrate wins. So that is the weekly meeting piece. Alongside of that, we also have a private community, which is built on the Circle platform, where the members can interact all week long, which happens constantly. This is where you can go and drop in your website for feedback. You can drop in that new course. We had someone to just share, like, they're opening for a masterclass that they're running for feedback. There's conversations going on there. There's celebrations going on there. We do weekly challenges through every week as well. We share resources and things of that nature. So you have the private community. There's exclusive content and stuff that is shared with that group. Let's see, we said the events that are going on. And then you have access also to quite a bit, not that I'm not accessible to most people at all, but you have a little extra access to me, and they have a private Calendly link that is a little more wide open for them to get time and do some one-on-one stuff with not just me, but also anyone on the team that might make sense for them to work with. So many of them have met with Ray to go through branding ideas and marketing thoughts and things of that nature as well. They've met with Josh to go through podcasting and launching and things of that nature. So you have that access as well. Also, Josh, what's been happening recently in there is, like, they're connecting and partnering up and doing work together and brainstorming together. So really I think the community actually is the most beneficial part. But that's what you get for all of that, I believe. I think I covered everything.
Yeah, I think so. It comes with a lot, but then also, like, I love the tight-knit group that it's become, because they're building each other up throughout the week. They're celebrating, like you said, they're collaborating. So it really does have this team mentality, even though, kind of to what Brian was talking about, like oversaturation, or sometimes it feels like you're competing with each other, but that's not how this group feels at all.
No. And Josh, man, I'm so glad you kind of brought us there, because the vulnerability in that group, and I mean that in a positive way, is incredible, because they all know now, they know that they're not alone. They're not the only one having those doubts or running into those problems or struggling with those things. They've got that group to lean into. And I think they've become, I think, more than just mastermind members. I dare say, like, I think they become friends, and there's a lot of potential partnerships there and colleagues and stuff. And it's awesome. So if that's something you're considering, teachbetter.com/edupreneur. We have a couple spots still left in that group. So yeah, here we go.
I think we're supposed to be done.
Are we wrapping up? I think we are just about done.
There's two wonderful presenters and friends of ours that want to get on screen. So I guess we're going to end the conversation. Definitely check out the Edupreneur Mastermind. It is a phenomenal experience. I know you want to say something, Jeff.
I was just going to say, and make sure you go register for the conference. If you haven't already, teachbetterconference.com, use that 12-hour code.
All right. So make sure you stick around for the amazing Ray Hewer and Katie Miglin as they talk through purpose prior to instruction.
Honestly, here at Teach Better, my favorite part about being in schools is seeing those connections, because we are not a one and done PD provider. We're with you for the long haul, so you, your staff, your school, and your teachers can thrive.
have no words. I have no words.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Teach Better Never Ending Live event. I'm Katie Miglin. That's Ray Hewart. We're on the wrong side.
I was going to say, why are you on that side? Okay. Woo! I couldn't handle it. It was so overwhelming.
I don't know. I mean, do we have to do anything else? I feel like we're done now. We just switched our sides. Isn't that enough?
We were a minute early, so we're allowed to goof off for a minute, aren't we?
Thank goodness. Because my hands were getting tired from texting all the funny things I had in my head. And I'm really funny. So there were a lot of things I was texting.
Yeah, guys, how are you doing? We have so many people in the comments. This has been like usually, okay, sorry to say, but usually 12 hour, it's like lots of people, then they go, lots of people, then they go, lots of people, then they go. This year, it's like you guys have not left us. Like we have fluctuated within like one or two. It's been crazy. So thank you for still being here, or you guys are dipping out and coming in at the same time. You just worked this out perfectly schedule-wise. But how are you all doing? Like, can I get like a thumbs up, thumbs down, or like, I don't know. The middle emoji doesn't exist. So maybe it's just like the hand if they're like in the middle. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, Katie?
No, I don't. Is this now the middle? This is middle.
Because I wanted to do like 3, 2, or 1.
No, I got it. Yeah. I think we all understood it.
Did you want me to explain it again, just in case?
Alex understands us. We are not in the same room.
We are not. No. Mm-mm. But don't you wish we were in the same room?
I don't think that there would be a lot of productivity today because we're doing a really good job at goofing off from like a distance. Who knows what shenanigans we would have gotten into. And we already have eaten a lot of snacks in isolation. We would have consumed so many more if we were together. Joshua Stamper, you knock it off. He keeps making fun of me of my snack intake.
Can we confirm? Because again, like I know we have half an hour, but let's just do an audit really quick. What have you eaten so far? What's your drink intake? How are you doing?
Joshua _Stamper, I don't like you. Okay, so I've had these, which I finally had to close and move out of my way because that happened.
Joshua Stamper in the background just took out his headphones and walked away, just to be clear.
I had a kind bar. I had a yogurt and a cheese stick. I think that's it. I think that's all my wrappers.
That doesn't feel like a lot at all. I've consumed 4 times more than that. I had a full salad, half a thing of ramen. We could talk about that later. Mm-hmm. This is my 3rd coffee, but 2nd espresso. I had a large McDonald's coffee as well. And then I also had a breakfast sandwich and I had Gushers. Oh, and I have my cool Teach Better water bottle. Shout out to the Scott family making this happen. Isn't that so cool?
Yeah, yours is way cooler. Yours is definitely cooler. And
Teach Better Green.
It is Teach Better Green. And I'm not going to lie, you totally win on the snack game. Like you knocked it out of the park. You came with your A game. I feel completely.
Oh, wait. And I didn't include the 2 hash browns from McDonald's too. Guys, and we're not even done with 12 hour. We're not even done.
That's the thing. I have purposely not left this room. I just like walked laps around my desk because I know the second I leave that it unleashes a whole thing of PD. Jeff is yelling at us about our PD.
I know. Can we do a quick shout out to Maya and Mirren who are watching the stream right now? Love you, girls.
All right. Do you want to talk about like real things or? Yeah, I feel like we should. Let's do it. Let's just pretend that this is like professional, you know?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name's Ray Hewart.
Hi, I'm Katie Miglin, and I would like to place an order with Janelle, who just ran through Starbucks, and she lives in my town.
Oh, well, she can like send it to me via DoorDash. I don't need another coffee. Let's confirm.
No, that's the last thing you need. All right. So today, during this wonderful 12-hour live event, since we're already talking about shenanigans, can we talk about a few phenomenal giveaways from this script that was created by a phenomenal person?
I can't wait to hear this script. Sign me up. Let's do it.
We have a ton of giveaways that we haven't even mentioned yet. That's what the script says. We've got an integrated t-shirt and planner kind of bundle Love them at Integrated. Over there, the girls. We've got Lights, Camera, Teach by our friend Kevin Butler, and Becky Snexer has a 1-hour coaching session and her book, all registered to win giveaways. So if you don't have a reason yet, go right now. Like, stop listening to us talk about our snacks and go register.
Wait, can't they listen to us and register at the same time? You have multiple devices. How many people realistically only have one device in their house?
No. I'm sorry. I think you missed. Jen Manley talked about how you can't actually multitask. So
fine.
Boom.
Her
Boom.
segment was awesome. If you missed it, shame on you. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
exactly.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, we're here to talk about teaching with a purpose. That's something we did. We did
I
real
love
things.
teaching with purpose. No, really, this is like my favorite topic, and I don't know if they put us together to talk about it, but I love this topic, so sign me up. We kind of touched on it with Dennis Sheeran this morning, which was awesome because the work that Dennis does in our speakers network and on his own is so influential. He's just so wonderful. And then now we get to talk about it from a Teach Better lens, where we get to actually share with our schools kind of how they can put this into action, how we can facilitate that work. So I'm about it.
Well, and okay, you talked about it with Jeff earlier, but like we did intentionally like have themes that went together, but we don't script these. These are very like just open conversation.
Wait,
minus the giveaways.
Can you tell this isn't scripted?
This isn't scripted. I'm sorry, you guys, if you felt like it was. This is going so well. The giveaways are scripted. Nothing else is, obviously. But they've all like gone together. You know, it's been really being kind of mindful of your class and mindful of the students in your class, putting those pieces together. But kind of that instruction piece is something that we've like almost like danced around all day today. You know, it's like we've talked about a lot of relationships, but the actual instruction is kind of what we're going to be focusing on today, which is totally your jam. You've got your Teach Further, you know, like a thing that you do. So when we're kind of thinking about, we're like starting our lesson planning, we're kind of going through that process. What are your first kind of thoughts I know you and I talked in the hallway all the time, we work together, but what were your initial kind of things you do when you start lesson planning?
Yeah, so this topic's really important to me because growing up, I saw two different worlds modeled for me on a consistent basis. I was a really struggling learner. I hated school. It wasn't because I had bad teachers. I went to phenomenal schools that had amazing teachers. I just like stunk at learning. And yet I also then went home. I had two professional business people in my household who then were teaching me all the other things that up until recently haven't really been a priority in schools, like those, what we are now calling essential skills, the skill of networking, the skill of understanding how content is actually usable in your students' lives, kind of all those pieces.
Kind of like the real world stuff.
Yeah, the real world stuff. And I developed this passion for wanting to go into education and start infusing these quote unquote business things into our classroom. How can we really teach that whole child, not just teach them the standard math content, but go into allowing our students to care about that content by knowing not only how it applies to them in 20 years, but also how they can step out of the classroom, step out of the four walls of your room and see their learning in action, so that over dinner or walking to their friend's house or on their drive to soccer practice, they get reminded of your class because something sparked in their normal lives, something that's been infused from your classroom. And I think that that's important for us as we start to look at the value of schools. If nothing else, COVID showed us that teachers are essential. So now that we're in this work, how can we continue to show that our work not only exists within this building, but exists elsewhere, and kind of find this like circling effect of our community educating our students, and then our students being masters of that content to then further educate our communities.
You bring up such a good point that COVID didn't just show us that teachers are essential, but it also helped us kind of weigh what is important, and that, you know, there's tons of curriculums and content and standards. We know all those things are important. No one is negating that. But what if it goes beyond that? And what if we can fold in those real world practices? You know, I know you and I have Like we talked all through COVID and it was like, hey, yeah, today we're baking a cake, or today we're, doing math problems on the sidewalk. And it was like those little elements that we all had at home, or maybe you tried to incorporate at home. We saw choice boards, we saw so much creativity with teachers, and taking those ideas and continuing them. And that math doesn't have to just be in a textbook with a set number of problems. Maybe it is when you're cooking, or maybe, you're learning how to give someone a handshake because you're talking about a speech and you're doing some presentation. There's so many like little ways that you can fold in those real world concepts that it totally helps students be prepared for a future.
Well, I think the struggle with this, and what we hear all the time when working with school districts on like real world application, is we're not like the content delivery systems. Like when we go into districts, either they have a curriculum or they don't, but we focus more on like the act of instruction, not the content, which I enjoy, because that way, regardless of what you love content wise using or what your district requires, we can still problem solve through that. But then when you get into the lesson planning, this is where your creativity can really blossom, and where you shouldn't stop at any point throughout this process to make sure that you include that real world application. So many educators I work with care about the purpose and passion of the content that they're presenting, but they pause the moment they identify it. What I'd like to challenge all of our viewers here to do is take it one step further. Don't just say, okay, this information is important and here's how it's going to be used in the students' futures, but go one step further and say, so what actual business can I identify to show students the visual reminder of a logo to show them how important this content is, or, anything in between. There's so many different layers and places in which to do this, but it really comes down to educators realizing it's not actually extra work. It's actually one step that will just be infused throughout your entire classroom lesson plan. And like for many classes, or like mine, which I know we were talking about earlier working together, my students took on like 25 different themed internships that were all sponsored by local or national businesses, because we just put the purpose first and then did all the content stuff.
And I don't know about you, but I found when I would switch my mindset, where I would disconnect from the content and think, what is a real world situation or real life business or something that's more real, rooted in, their future a little bit, for lack of a better phrase. That often brought the creativity. It often like kind of helped me plan everything else, because I wasn't so stuck on the nuts and bolts of the actual content. I wasn't, thinking through the specifics. I was more thinking through it this creative lens of, well, what if I had this person, come in and share? Or what if rather than me teaching that section, someone else did it? And I just felt like it opened so many more doors and kind of took the weight off of my shoulders, that I didn't have to be the person delivering all the information and all of the content. I could let the theme or the business or whatever you decide kind of guide that. Would you agree?
Completely. And I think this is the perfect connection between the two segments that we've had kind of focused on this. We were live with Dennis Sheeran, and he gave a roadblocks example of connecting like percentages in math. And you should go back and listen to that segment if you missed it. I love Dennis. He's part of our speakers network. Outstanding. His books are good. Definitely a great resource. And what I realized is I love identifying those real world applications. What I struggle with, and I used to think it was just because like I was dumb, and now I've realized it's because we're overloaded with information, is I'd find these great examples and have this great lesson on Tuesday connecting the math to roadblocks, and it'd be killer. And then on Wednesday, I would be overwhelmed and I would just do a typical lesson. And that's where I fell short. Like that was purely it. All these people in my life, Dennis included, were positively influencing me to be a really great teacher. I just couldn't figure out how to sustain it, because either I wasn't smart enough to do it or I had too many things going on. So what I love that the Teach Better team gets to train on now is really that sustainability of the purpose by doing an entire themed unit where the students take on an internship with Roblox and have to be an intern with the financial or the designer or whatever you decide to creatively do it. The students can work every single day and have these organic conversations, not just about the content that Dennis gave us so many good examples of yesterday or earlier today, feels like yesterday. But also talk about like other things that organically come up in an internship, like what's an internship, or do you have to interview for it, or do you have to sign a contract, or do you have to work with others in a job? And so then these things always have this like umbrella of purpose, and then the elements of essential skills come up organically, which is how our students like to learn anyway.
And it starts, like you said, it kind of starts the conversation. And we both taught middle school, so I felt like it happened all the time, but really we know it happens in all classrooms. You say something that catches their ear and then they're immediately interested and they want to know more. I know I taught like interest rates. And so I'd often talk about like just interest and credit cards. And they like what I in my head planned as a small lesson that would always take so much longer because they wanted to know something that actually applied to what they were going to do. So when you create some of these themes, sometimes it sparks interest that you had no idea they had interest in. And yes, we know we talked earlier with a lot of people, we had CJ and Fresh Professor and all of those guys. And they all talked about hearing your students and really getting invested in what they're interested in. But sometimes if they've never even heard of something, they have no idea they're interested in it. You might, pose an idea about a job that exists. And then, they might be like, well, what is that? What does it do? And it kind of keeps that momentum going. And so kind of embracing those conversations is just as helpful.
Kind of lets you do the lame stuff too. Like, I feel like that, this is why I'm so biased. I love this model, and you can get all these resources over at teachbetter.com/teachfurther. There's a free and full course in our academy. I love talking about this, but what you're talking about, Katie, is all these different layers of education that's why I like to be a teacher. Like, I am not I didn't become a math teacher because I like math. Like, I think math sucks, but like I became a math teacher because I was willing to teach the content and was excited about all the other things. I like kids. I like goofing off. I like sarcasm. I like creativity, and I like watching creation. And so there's just elements of this that just make for more fun. I remember I had a unit where we had done a few internships, since we're doing super well, but for some reason it was like a hard month and like the energy was kind of low. And so on a whim, I just decided that for this internship, they were going, it was like an astronaut unit. They were working for the Illinois State University Planetarium and looking at space. And I was like, you need an ID for that. I've just decided. So like one of the things they were required to do is when they entered the classroom, they had to hold up this white index card that they got the first day, and they had to go against the side of the door and make a beeping sound like they were scanning themselves into the classroom. And it was like so lame, but it made us giggle every single day because students would walk up and be like, beep. Or you had to go up to them and be like, I'm sorry, I think you snuck in. I didn't hear it beep. Would you go and scan again? And it was just some lighthearted playfulness that did relate to the content. It did get them in the mindset for learning. But it was just us goofing off in a 6th grade classroom, and it's just fun. I love that stuff.
And those are the things that they remember. I mean, if I asked you, what's a lesson that you remember from your years in school, I'm gonna guess it wasn't like identifying the variable or the chemical reaction of something. Like, I'm gonna guess it was something a little bit more real, something that wasn't tied necessarily to a textbook. So while a student may remember that beeping, they then will be able to say, yeah, because we were doing this astronaut unit that was really cool, and that's what matters. Those are the things that we want them to take away.
And I have to say, and I know this is maybe like not kosher to say, but I think teaching is really hard. And there's a lot of things that in the classroom, like I used to really carry heavy on my shoulders. I mentioned earlier, like parent communication used to be something that made me cry endlessly. I know you didn't even want to be my friend when that was happening, Katie, because you don't like when people cry in front of you, but I just really struggle. I like just hold emotions maybe a little too close to my heart when it comes to parents because I want them to be happy and they terrify me. And so whether it be like a leadership issue, a parent issue, just being overwhelmed with my to-do list, these types of things, while they're good for students, were also just really good for me. So when I walked in and knew I needed to quickly transition after a tough leadership meeting into my classroom, I might have needed a few minutes, but students were walking in that whole time being like, beep. Hey, make sure you scan. Beep, beep. Up, try again. Beep. It's just really funny. Like, it just gave you as the teacher a minute to like remember why you're going through this tough and challenging time. And the days that we didn't have that, where students walked in, we did a bell ringer, and we got straight to work, we focused on content. Those are the days that I struggled getting over the tough mood because I didn't have the element of teaching that made me remember why I was there. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. And those are the things that it's easy to get in that trap, right? It's easy to kind of get to the mundane stuff of like, I've got to teach this, do this lesson, and just every day looks the same. But when you can kind of put those little moments of fun or those little, moments where you kind of laugh and giggle, those are the things that matter. So when we're looking at kind of building, we've talked today just kind of about like how we're building units, building lessons, but you're thinking about that purpose. And I think the thing that we want to take away, that we want others to take away from this is, what's the bigger picture? It's not just that specific standard. While we know that is important, we do the grid method, we do all those things, but what else is driving it? And where else can you bring some of that, energy and joy and see beyond the walls of your classroom? You talked a little bit about bringing in other companies or bringing in local businesses. You said it, I was hoping you would repeat it, but it doesn't take a lot. You just have to reach out or not, just put their logo on something, just something simple.
Yeah, so there's lots of ways to transform your classroom with the purpose being at the forefront prior to instruction. And I would say that while there's a lot of resources out there to like completely transform your instruction,
right.
And by the way, a lot of teachers even layer this within the grid method. It works beautifully because they have two different intentions. The grid method framework, which I know a lot of you have heard those segments that were featured today, focuses on rigorous aligned content, whereas the Teach Further model focuses more on engagement and the purpose of the content. So it kind of creates that like perfect deli sandwich that I like to think of as like a student's ability to learn in a classroom. But the one element I would just challenge all of you, if you take nothing else away, is as you're lesson planning, getting those activities together, aligning your content, making sure that it's relevant to students, try and be consistent with the relevancy by not only giving an example, but giving an example that they can actually leave your classroom and see. So take one extra step, find somewhere in your community where they can see that content being used, or simply find somewhere in the world where it can be used, because with the internet, they might come across it on TikTok or on Instagram, but understanding why the content is used and where it can be used gives them the ability to then be reflective on all the other components that go into a whole child.
And you said it earlier, you want it to be sustainable. It's something that you keep doing, but also manageable. Doing a whole room transformation might be super manageable for somebody else, but that was not going to be something I could do. And that wasn't going to be something I could do often. So finding kind of where is that sweet spot for you? Where can you meet them where they're at, pull in the community, pull in whatever, but also sustain it. So whether it's, just putting some logos, like you would have a whole Starbucks theme, you had everything had a Starbucks theme on it, but yet you taught the curriculum through that lens. That's something very small, manageable, but also has a lasting impact.
So I love that you brought up the sustainability, because that's where you can cheat your way through this. And I feel like we don't put enough emphasis on that. So let's pretend you're like, okay, Katie and Ray, I'm going to lesson plan that way. When I'm thinking about starting a new unit with students, I'm going to think about a company and I'm going to grab their logo off Google, which by the way, you can do, and it's not illegal as long as you don't like go sell your stuff. So if you're selling your stuff on Teachers Pay Teachers, you might need to look at copywriting. Otherwise, put it on your piece of paper and you'll be fine. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm just telling you it's fine. But don't take my word for it, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway, as you're going through then, just simply put the logo on every single worksheet, create some sort of mock internship. If you want them to be interns for the graphics department, or they're interviewing to be a manager, or they're whatever it is, give them a job title that can foster discussion and kind of lead them through why they're working for this business. And then all the word problems, all the prompts, like I did this for all subject areas. So whatever you're posing to students, just simply adjust the language so it's asking them within the role of their job that you've created for them. So as students are coming in and out, if they're working for the New York Times Magazine, then make sure you address them in that way and allow the prompts you give them to have something to do with the magazine. So for me, this truly came down to changing like the starter sentence of something I was giving them, changing a title or two. Even when I was a not great teacher and I would give them a worksheet, I labeled it in a way that it gave them some sort of themed intern with it. And it's one step. The going beyond it is then actually reaching out to your community, contacting them, having them be advocates for your students. And you're going to learn about all that in our courses in the academy. And I'd love to help any way I can. But if you're just looking for something to do soon, these are small steps to constantly reinforce that purpose.
And everything you just listed is something that can easily be done just when you're rolling out the unit. So when you like open, even if it's a unit you've done 100 times before, you've got all the resources, just when you start looking at it, you're like, what's a quick little thing I can change in all these problems, the titles, adding clip art. Those are all super, super tiny fixes that can make a big impact and are just the stepping stone for maybe what's to come. Because I know by the time you were out of the classroom, you were doing some major stuff and bringing in outside members, you know, and just kind of making it more embracive for the students. So, that can be at the end. It doesn't have to start that way.
It just comes down to sustaining and scaling an already effective process for students and wanting to try and figure out a way to work smarter and not harder. Like I liked when things came up organically because it meant that I didn't have to stress about them because I knew that they would come up. Or I loved being able to relate the real world content to my content because I knew that students would then not fight me learning the content because I gave them a reason that they were interested in it. And like, again, these small little things just gave me some freedom to sit back and say, okay, it's all taken care of. So I loved it. It's great. And I love working with teachers on it. So if any of you are interested in how to add some of that fun engagement by bringing in the community, there's so many resources over at teachbetter.com/teachfurther, including the 2 courses and a lot of downloads. So keep us updated. I know a lot of you are already using it, but we're here to help.
Right. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. I love that you gave so many things that can easily be implemented as of next week, but then also kind of some long-term goals and plans for people who are interested in kind of getting more into that. Maybe they've taken that first step and they want to take it a little bit further. Get it? Like what I did there. So if you have any questions or if you need anything, obviously you can get a hold of both of us to get, you know, support as you kind of continue on this journey. But thank you for everybody who's jumping in the comments. We are not done. We still have like, I don't know, like 100 more hours, it feels like.
Yeah. How much time do we have left?
We have a lot. No, we only have like three more hours.
It's almost 4 o'clock Central. Yeah, 3 more hours.
Yeah, we got this. And hey, I want you to be really jealous, Ray, because I get to be on next with Joshua _Stamper.
He was not so nice to us earlier.
He wasn't. He was making fun of our snack choices.
I know. You know what? I'm going to go snack and you can go live with Joshua Stamper.
Oh, I'm going to just stack while talking to Josh. Just kidding.
That would be funny. You should like be eating the granola bar. Josh, like that would be good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. The messiest granola bar ever.
Do it. We'll be right back, friends.
Joshua _Stamper. How are you, friend?
I'm great now.
Whoa. I am very excited to be on here, even though you were making fun of me backstage.
Whoa, I would never do that.
Oh, weird. Well, welcome back. If you are just joining us or you've been with us all day, we have had lots of fun today. We are in hour 9, I think we decided, of our 12-hour live event. We have given a ton of giveaways away. We have a promotional code going for our Teach Better conference coming in October. Lots of fantastic guests that have been here today. Like, honestly, one of the best lineups ever, which is fantastic. And now we get to talk SEL, which, I don't know if you know a lot about this, Josh, or if you're really excited about this.
I've been excited. I've been on the other side of the mic, so it's kind of nice not to have to facilitate a conversation. So I'm excited to actually talk on this. And then, of course, we did the remote at X, and then we also were TCEA together presenting. So you got to see a little bit of that. So yes, I can get a little passionate about this topic.
And I'm not going to lie, when I saw that we were together for this segment, I was very excited because I know how passionate you are, and your passion just radiates to others. And so I was like, heck yeah, let's get Josh talking about SEL because that is his jam. So thank you for everybody who is joining us in the comments. Mike, no, I'm not having a fangirl moment. Okay, maybe
Love it. Love it.
So before we kind of get in, just because I'm really not great at remembering and I'll yell at myself later, we have some giveaways that we are kind of highlighting during this segment. Highlighting just for this one is the we've got a couple books. The Ed Culture Cookbook by Mike Earnshaw, which
where'd you go? Yes, you have it.
I do have it. So I wanted to highlight it while I have it in my hands. And also A Trail of Conversations by Jennifer Osger. These two people contributed these books, but all day today, all the giveaways you've heard have been from our community who just want to give away stuff and kind of get good resources in your hands, get swag in your hands. So shout out to everybody who contributed, all the people we've highlighted today. Thank you. Thank you. Without you, these giveaways would not be possible. So excited. Don't forget to head over to the website below us and make sure you register to get some of those awesome giveaways. So Josh, SEL is a big hot topic these days. You hear it kind of everywhere. You hear trauma informed, you hear kind of the things after COVID, right? We hear all of it all the time everywhere. But this has been your jam for a while, and you have some specific tips and kind of things that you encourage educators to do. So that's what I would love to talk about today, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, for sure. I think a couple people have touched on it throughout the day. Rizzo was talking about the social emotional competencies with SEL. Of course, when I talk about it though, it was pre-COVID. It was before kind of this big initiative kind of ensued throughout the United States. And I think COVID only kind of put a light on it for a short period of time. The thing is that kids have had trauma in their life throughout history. I mean, it's nothing new. It's just a matter of how school is addressing it. And before, it was more of this thing that we just pretend it doesn't exist, or we don't give it any value, validity that, that it might affect our students in a way that may cause them not to learn. I mean, it was just one of those things that we just didn't address. And so a lot of times, in our practices, it was just move on to the next thing. If they got it or not, if they didn't, we're just going to leave them behind and keep moving forward. And so, for me, I was an administrator in a school that had a lot of behavior concerns, a lot of things that I uncovered by building relationships with our students that were going on at home, in the community, and where they resided. So what I was finding was kind of this cycle of what was going on in their life. They would bring it onto campus. A lot of things happened on campus that did not go very well. And then it was just sending them back out by suspending them, OSS or ISS, either, keeping them in a room all day or sending them back into that toxic environment that really caused the problems in the first place. So for me, it was just trying to figure out, how am I going to do this differently? Because the system that we currently had was broken. It just didn't fix what really we needed to find. And so it came surprisingly through training from foster care with TCU. If anyone is interested, there's a lot of information out there with Professor Purvis. If you go to child.tcu.edu, you can find a lot of different stuff on trauma informed practices. They specifically go through trust-based relationship interventions. And it's something that I adopted and brought into campus. That was kind of the first step, but then in turn, like really breaking down and reflecting on our discipline matrix, what consequences we had, and understanding that the way we were doing it was just not efficient and effective. So we really leaned into restorative practices.
And Josh, one thing I want to say for people who are listening, sometimes I think, okay, I can only speak for myself, I guess. I got overwhelmed. I knew that there were students who had gone through trauma. I knew that there was behaviors in my classroom I wasn't addressing appropriately. I knew the system wasn't helping either. And yet I really felt overwhelmed by it all. I felt overwhelmed by the idea of how do I help these students? My to-do list is already so long. I don't even know how to start. And it just felt like this constant weight. But when I talk to you, your strategies are so practical and so simple, for lack of a better word. Honestly, they're just these things to be mindful of. And they really, I do think, make a world of difference on how you just simply talk to students. So if someone is kind of feeling that it's February, you and I both know this is a tough month, especially it's the end of February. And, teachers might be feeling frustrated. They've been seeing common behaviors since August. They have done all the things they think they need to do. Still, the negative behaviors exist. How can you kind of help, or what are some things that you think teachers can do to help address some of these behaviors in some of these students?
Oh, for sure. So before I get to that, I think you're right. I think it's overwhelming. If you look, for instance, a text I use often is eyes are never quiet. And some of the statistics on there is just staggering, just as far as 15 million children in the United States are hungry every single day due to the fact that they don't have food. 1 in 5 children are in poverty. A lot of times you can't even notice that that's happening. Every 47 seconds, a student is abused or neglected at home, which is just staggering, right? This for an educator, knowing how many kids are affected every single day through those statistics, it is overwhelming. And so I think if you think of it in that context, I think you're just going to beat yourself up because you're thinking, okay, I can't serve the needs of the students and the curriculum at the same time. And so what we talk about is really based on CASEL's 5 competencies, which is relationship skills, self-awareness, self-management, and then social awareness and responsible decision-making. But if you think of it as this huge blanket of, I need to hit all 5 competencies at every single time of the day or through a lesson, I think that's when things get overwhelming. And so just breaking it down really of what can we do every single day in short increments? So for instance, a relationship circle is what we called it. And this was just a simple tactic of, hey, and this could be a brain break. Hey, get up, make a circle real quick, and ask something that is going to help you understand the child and their interests, right? It can be as silly as something as food, right? Katie, you love food. So you can ask, what's your favorite snack that you want, right now? It could be your favorite dessert, whatever, favorite fries. So, it's just one way for them to get to talk. Well, that also then works with them understanding how to build relationships with other people. You're practicing communication skills. You're actually listening. You're practicing that in that moment. Now, the kids don't understand that. They think it's just a brain break. But what you're trying to do is get one person to speak at a time for everybody to have an opportunity. This also builds a culture of acceptance. Every single person is being listened to. Every single person gets an opportunity to speak. There's a lot of power in that. And it may seem simple, but you're making connections, not only with their peers, but also with their teacher. And I think, the first group, the educate, what do they call the Avengers? Yeah. They were talking about don't be afraid to speak as a teacher about your own interests because you might make connections. And that's so true that, those need to be made. It could be just partner up and do the same thing. It doesn't have to be a circle, it could be it could be 30 seconds. It doesn't have to be very long. It doesn't take away from the curriculum, but it still hits a competency for social emotional learning. A lot of times campuses will adopt an SEL program specifically for this, and they may use an advisory, but you don't have to go to great lengths. It's really just trying to build it into a lesson. Self-awareness, doing easy check-in right at the beginning of class. check-in for you to understand where the kid is in the moment. And that could be as easy as a number system. It could be silly memes, like the number challenge on the with the Baby Yoda memes or whatever you put up, but it allows the kid to practice self-reflection about the resources that they may need. It could be reflection prompts. It could be gratitude journals. There's a lot of things that you can put in place for the child to do self-awareness that could be built into the curriculum and not take away from it at all, but it's still hitting one of the competencies for social emotional learning. So,
okay. So one thing that has been brought up a couple times today that I think just goes without being said, but being able to also model that. So while when you put up the, like you said, the memes or whatever of the different numbers, but participating kind of is what CJ Reynolds was saying this morning of like, show them where you're at, be real with them in the moment, because it's going to create that safe space for them to feel like they can open up. Because we know there are days that we aren't feeling the 10 and, our world is not filled with glitter and rainbows. Sometimes we're not having a great day either, but it's how we're managing our emotions and how we are handling ourselves on those rough days that is important for students to see. So I love that those are simple little things. Sarah Jessie says in the comment that she started circling up every day. And it's so quick, which I think sometimes feels like it will take a long time, right? It feels like we've got, all these things we've got to get through. But perfect example, something that you can do that just takes a few minutes that can make a big impact over time, because you're not saying doing this once a year and that's good enough, right?
No. Well, and that's the relationship piece. Is a lot of people, they invest a lot of time. Teachers invest 2 weeks of getting to know you. They do a lot of team building activities at the beginning of the school year, and then they never come back to it. Right. And, as we all know, there's a lot of experiences that kids go through as the year goes on. And the kid that you might see on day one might look very different 3 months from there or 6 months from there because of the experiences, potentially traumatic, that they go through. When you talk about modeling, one of those competencies is self-management. How powerful would it be to be in a state of anger, cool yourself down, model that, and then actually speak to it as you're going through the process? Because a lot of times we just assume that our kids possess these skills when they walk into the classroom, and that's not true at all. A lot of times that's not something that's taught at home. And some of our 8th graders, high schoolers, obviously they look like grown adults, but we can't just assume that they possess, feeling safety, cooling down, being able to trust adults. Like, these are things that have to be built over time. And it's our job in the education field to not only hit the competencies within the subject matter, but also the social emotional pieces.
Oh man, Josh, lots of great comments kind of around this idea that taking the circle or whatever that conversation, that reflective moment, and just letting it kind of take an extra minute or so for that silliness or just the kind of the conversation with students ties in again what we talked about earlier, bringing that fun into your classroom and letting kids be kids for just a few minutes, but then just setting that tone first thing in the day. Even if I feel like, honestly, you could start it now. Like if you're like, I'm struggling, my kids are struggling with relationships, start it March 1st, say March 1st, we're going to start doing these every day, having these conversations can really, I feel like, set the tone, and if nothing else, to get through the end of the year. So people are having these conversations, there's circles, but I know you have a whole thing about relationship agreements that you kind of where really kind of should be almost ahead of these conversations as well. Like you can do this beginning of the year, you could do it after semester. Like those relationship agreements are powerful no matter when.
Oh, for sure. And that's something, anything that I'm talking about right now is something you can implement tomorrow.
Yes.
I've done this firsthand, especially with the relationship agreement. I had a phenomenal teacher. She's a leader. In fact, she was a counselor at my last campus with me. Just an amazing human being and teacher. And she was struggling with a class, and it was mostly boys. And I could say that, as a boy myself, I was probably the exact same way in a class. It was a reading class. And I went in, and she did not have a relationship agreement. And what we did as a whole group was talk through the relationship expectations as far as student to student, student to teacher, and how they wanted the teacher to have a relationship with them as a student. And it was extremely powerful. The kids did a wonderful job. They built it. And then what we did from there was we had it so it was visible. And it was something that was a touch point every single day. So the teacher reminded them of the agreement. They all signed it. There was a poster that was put on the wall. And what happened over time was that, especially the boys, they took ownership as it being a team activity, but then also to make sure that they were recognizing when someone wasn't doing what was agreed upon. And not that they were calling it out, but they were doing a really respectful job of saying, hey, we're not abiding by this agreement. We need to give our attention to the teacher, because they all knew what should happen in the class, right? But it was another thing to actually have ownership in that class. And that was something, honestly, they thought, oh, I have to be in this reading class. It's because I didn't do very well in this test. Like, there wasn't any ownership of why they were in there. And when we got to the baseline of like, what is it that you want to do in this class? Why do you want to be successful? How can we make that happen? Once we got to that point, and then they got to have some ownership in it, it was a game changer. And so, yeah, it's one of those things that she would bring up, and it was not set in stone by any means. It was, hey, is this something that we need to change? Are we good on one of these, pieces, these bullet points? And if they said yes, then it was maybe something that they removed, or maybe it was something that needed to be added also. So it was a living, breathing document.
And I want to clarify, in case this was kind of missed, the relationship agreement is kind of like a list of rules, but it's created with the students, and it's a two-way street. And I know I've had the opportunity to listen to you kind of present this on a larger, scale with a lot more time, but it's an opportunity for students to kind of show what they expect from you as well, which sometimes is really hard to hear because we think we know it all. We think we know how we should act. But then it's also an opportunity to flip the switch and saying, okay, now what am I going to get from you guys? And that it has to be both ways. It has to be that agreement. But what I love is that you said it's not set in stone and it can be readdressed, because we know behaviors change throughout the year. Students grow, or things change, or there's something that happens maybe in the school. So it's super important that you're okay with coming back and addressing that if there's issues that need to be addressed or things that need to be changed, which is really, really helpful. So, Josh, one thing I know you've talked about is kind of like more on those one-on-one conversations, because you have talked, like the last couple of tips you've given us are more that whole class. How can you create that culture? But when you're looking at one-on-one students, I keep saying the tough nut to crack, that kid that's really challenging, because can you tell I've had a lot of conversations with educators the last couple of weeks about the most challenging student. So what are some things that you that come to your mind when you're thinking about those like really tough kids?
For sure. So we used to do a practice where we would ask our teachers to spend 2 weeks of intentional time with the kid. And so it was a 2x2 is what we called it. It was 2 minutes every day for 2 weeks. And it allowed the student to really understand that you were there to invest in them and the relationship. Yeah. A lot of times the viewpoint of a teacher is that they have to teach me. They're only here to get a paycheck. I mean, a kid's mind, it's outlandish, right? Yep. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to invest in that kid, get to know them on a deeper level. And even if the kid doesn't really respond, I assure you that the more you do it in the most consistent way, eventually they will start to answer and they'll start to build a relationship with you. The other piece to it too that I used to do is having one-on-ones as far as building social awareness. That's one of the 5 competencies of social emotional learning. So a lot of times too is like a little bit of one-on-one coaching. And this can be done as an administrator or a counselor. Obviously I wouldn't do this in front of like a group of kids, but again, you're not only investing in them as far as getting to know them, but then also a lot of times, especially in communication, like nonverbal communication, they don't really know as an adolescent what they're doing and how they're communicating. So just making them aware of that and letting them understand, like, I'm coaching you through this to make you a productive adult. Right. So this is not to pick on you or to, show dominance over you as an administrator. This is really trying to help you. The other thing is like responsible decision making and making sure that when they are doing something correct, even if it's something as little as sitting in their assigned seat, like making sure that they understand that this is the reason why this is a responsible decision, and then highlighting that as much as possible, because a lot of times when a kid is misbehaving, it's something that occurs often and they are being reprimanded or told no hundreds of times every single day. And that's a lot of negativity. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to break that negativity with some wonderful like praise, and then making sure that the why is always behind it.
And you said it, but not giving up. I want to kind of repeat that because it's been said a few times today. And again, it's like something that someone said once and we kind of keep moving, but you can't give up. You can't just ask a student that one question one time, even if they don't answer, because they may not answer. That might be not a good day for them, but keep trying and keep coming back to them and keep trying to show that you're invested. I love that 2x2, 2 minutes every day for 2 weeks will make a big difference, but it does. It takes time and it takes that consistency, which is kind of the theme. But then also just being mindful that you maybe don't know the whole picture. You know, you and I have had conversations of like, what's really going on, and taking the time to, whether you are going to get to know that, it depends, but understanding that what you see on the outside isn't always the full story. And so being able to model how we handle ourselves in those situations, or continuing to open the conversation, those are all like super, super helpful things. And they can be small adjustments, but if they're done consistently, they can make a big impact.
Well, and don't take it personal. A lot of times the behavior has nothing to do with you as an educator.
Can you repeat that again? Because some people like me maybe needed to hear that a lot.
Don't take it personal. Okay. So a lot of times the behavior that we see is caused by a lot of different things. And we don't even know about it, right? It might be a text that they got from a friend or a girlfriend, boyfriend, and parent, right? So we don't know the situation that's going on. And a lot of times we just assume and fill in the gaps, fill in the story as to why the student is behaving. And unfortunately, it's very common to just put a negative on that and spin it that they're doing it to me because they don't like me or whatnot, right? So the main thing is like, we have to realize that there's trauma going on in our students' lives. We need to recognize what that looks like in their behavior, respond appropriately to that and give them the resources, but then also don't re-traumatize the kid by having a really uncomfortable or yelling at them or doing something that potentially will get them set off or triggered, is another term, because of the trauma that already exists in their life.
And find a positive. Find it no matter what it looks like, no matter how small it is.
Yep.
I was talking to a teacher who's had a really tough year. She's had some really challenging students, and it was so cute. I was like, how's your Friday? And she's like, I had my tough kid. He worked for 5 minutes today. And in my head, I was like, there's like 7 hours of the day. But like, she was so excited that there was 5 minutes that student chose to work. And those are the things I think we so often lose sight of. You know, the days get long, things get busy, and we forget to find those little moments to give the students the praise that they deserve, even if that praise may not be a thing that happens to anyone else in the in the classroom. It's like, that kid remembered a pencil today, and just being excited for them because that's something that maybe they struggle with is so helpful. But then that it has to go with how we are reacting, and we can't take things personally. But Josh, I'm going to tell you, middle schoolers, when I taught them, they can be really mean, and they can say some really mean things. So I'm just saying, it's okay to have the human feelings, but I think the takeaway is that if you have those human feelings, like repairing the relationship or showing them how to react appropriately, even though sometimes our feelings get hurt. So Sarah says it's so much easier to have empathy when you know something is going on, and if a kid is acting out, it's a fair assumption something is going on, even if you don't know it. And that's such a good point to bring up and such a good reminder, because in those moments, there's 30 other kids in the classroom, the emotions are high. It's so easy to lose sight of those things. And so that's such a good reminder. So Josh, you have given us a ton of great advice. I know that you could talk literally for hours, but they're eventually going to kick us off.
Probably so, yes.
Although she might be eating a snack, so we might be good for a little bit longer. But Josh, when you're kind of thinking, like, if you were talking to an educator who's really struggling right now, like they're just exhausted, that's the term we hear kind of often, and they just need something that they can kind of take back to the classroom, implement immediately, and you would feel like it would work. What's like your one big tip that you would tell someone?
Well, it's hard to just do one.
Okay, we have a few minutes.
Okay, perfect. So first off is like, what can you control? A lot of times we assume that we can control the students, and that's not the case at all. We can control ourselves and the decisions we make as far as the procedures and the classroom itself. So I would just say that if we now know that trauma exists, and of course, COVID only enhanced that, then what are we doing to create a safe space in our classroom? because if they don't feel safe, then no learning is going to occur in that, right?
And
if they,
safe, you mean like they feel like they can trust you, that they can trust their peers. It's not just like they can be themselves. It's that there's that trust built and they can be themselves truly.
Yeah. So like if I am going to act out and then you yell at me in front of the entire class, that is not a safe environment for me, right? So most likely I'm going to disengage as much as possible based on that experience. And that's natural with trauma or not. If there's a lot of scenarios there, building a sense of trust, right? With your teacher is a huge component of that. Offering choices so that they feel like they have the ability to have some ownership within the classroom. And then, of course, you staying regulated. If a kid tells you to F off, like, how are you going to respond to that? You know, I mean, it's hard in the moment. Like you said, middle schoolers can be really, really challenging, and they can find your weakness and hone in on it really, really quickly and, you know, announce it to everybody around the cafeteria, in the classroom, in the hallway, whatnot, right? So, you know, how are you responding in that moment? And some similar, and this could be a thread throughout today, is, you know, if we do make a mistake, how are we modeling to repair it? And that's the restorative practices thing. You know, we are here to teach the students how to appropriately, you know, regulate ourselves in our emotions, and then also teach them the skills to do that, so that when they become adults, they can go through adverse situations and they're not having major outbursts. They're not getting into survival mode and then, you know, doing some crazy behaviors that might affect not only themselves, but the people that they love.
Because they may not be getting that modeled anywhere else, unfortunately. So being able to show that to them on the consistent basis does help them see it and be able to hopefully learn something from that.
Yes.
Josh, I just am like kind of blown away because I feel like this segment was such a good timing, was so like helpful, because it's just small little changes that you can make. But I think one of the things I kind of want to like, I guess, summarize and kind of tell teachers is, even if you feel like you've done all the things wrong, right? There's been times I know I sat in professional development and I'm like, well, shoot, I really messed up this group of kids. Better luck next year. But don't take that away. Walk into your classroom on Monday and completely repair the situation, repair whatever relationship you think you have built up to this point. There's still time. You still have several months left, whether it's starting the relationship agreements, whether it's, you know, just having those 2-minute intentional moments, if it's just a couple students, but find something that will help you not only switch your mindset, but also switch that classroom culture, because you still have several months, and they can be some long months if you are having a rough go this year. So hopefully people feel empowered. I know that every time I talk to you about this stuff, I feel like rejuvenated and excited about, you know, just classroom culture in general, but then also just educated on understanding students and seeing beyond what we see on the outside, which is fantastic. So thank you so much, Josh, for sharing your insights. We have some great people coming up next. We've got managing the grid method classroom, which I think is such an interesting topic, especially coming off of like the conversation we're having. We've got Megan and Ray who are going to talk about like how you take the grid method and actually run it in your classroom and don't lose your mind, which sometimes can be a little bit of a challenge. So I'm excited to hear their conversation and hear kind of some tactical tricks that you can, you know, use while implementing the grid. We've got some other great people coming up. Got a couple more hours left, and you and I get to wrap up this day. So
nice.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Yes, me too. All right. Well, sit tight and we'll be back.
Welcome to our Wednesday Wake Up Show with the Teach Better team. Good morning, everyone. We are live for the Wednesday Wake Up with the Teach Better team. It is Wednesday morning.
Good morning, Teach Better family. We are live for the Wednesday Wake Up. I am so excited.
What is up, Teach Better family? I am Jeff. That is my good friend Joshua Stamper, and this is your Wednesday Wake Up with the Teach Better team. It is Wednesday. What is up, Teach Better family? My name is Jeff, and this is your Wednesday Wake Up for
Come on, I know you want to join us every Wednesday for a little pick-me-up in the middle of your week. Tune in every Wednesday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn.
Hey everyone, welcome to our Sunday weekly warm-up. This is our weekly Sunday show. We're on Sundays in the evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. We get to go live. Brad Hughes is with me, of course. My name is Ray Hewert, and we are so thrilled every Sunday to bring you different experiences. Today we have an incredible guest that if you are not following on Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere else, this will be a moment where you're going to add somebody to your PLN. Hey everyone, we are live for our Sunday weekly warm-up. This is our Sunday show exclusive to our private group.
Good evening, Teach Better family. It's Brad Hughes checking in with you tonight for the Sunday weekly warm-up, streaming exclusively in our private.
We are live for our Sunday weekly warm-up, which is an opportunity where the Teach Better team goes live every single Sunday at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusive in our private Facebook group.
Good evening, everybody. It is Teach Better Sunday weekly warm-up time. My name is Brad Hughes here from the Teach Better team, and tonight we are getting ready for the week ahead in education, whatever.
Join us each Sunday for the Sunday Weekly Warm-Up.
It's exclusive for you in the private group at teachbettergroup.com.
Thank you for being part of this family.
Hey everyone, we are back for our 12-hour live. I cannot believe we are kind of towards the end here, which feels a little crazy. I'm live here with Megan. Megan, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I have a bone to pick with you, but I thought that maybe I would give everybody some updates and then tell you why I'm angry with you. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
I feel like it makes sense, right? Awesome. Well, for everybody that is just tuning in, I want to remind you that we are live for 12 hours. We started at 8 a.m. Eastern. We're going all the way through 8 p.m. So we have just a few hours left. Megan and I are talking about managing the grid. But as a reminder, if you guys have not registered for giveaways, or if you guys have not yet gotten your registration for the Teach Better conference over at teachbetterconference.com, that code has been all over the place. Megan, the comments are blowing up because you're on screen. So before we get too far, why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are, because people are excited.
So I'm Megan Pelkey. I'm a 7th grade special education teacher in Plano, Illinois, not Texas. I've been teaching for 12 years, and I've had the pleasure of doing 11 of those years at Plano Middle School. I've been co-teaching all of those years, and for the last 4 years had the privilege to co-teach in a grid classroom. So shout out to my wonderful co-teacher and partner in crime, Kathleen Kunzman. She's also a Teach Better ambassador, and shout out to our Teach Better ambassadors.
Woo! Shout out to our Teach Better ambassadors. I hope you guys have all seen the ambassador commercial we featured twice during 12 Hour. If you haven't, we'll have to sneak it to you because it was so fun to see all of your faces.
Best commercial ever.
So good. So good. So Megan, you mentioned that you were at Plano Middle School, and I was there on Thursday and you were not.
I was super fortunate that while I missed school and I missed seeing you guys, I actually was at Old Quarry Middle School. Shout out to Old Quarry, doing a co-teaching professional development. So it's been awesome to kind of share my voice and have an impact, not only with this team, but just around with other wonderful educators who are doing the work and co-teaching.
No, so that's not cool. I know you were bettering the field of education and drastically impacting tons of children, but what about the hug that I expected to get? I don't understand. Where are your priorities, Megan?
I may have slid in Teach Better and the Teach Better mindset a bajillion times while it was there. So I hope that's kind of okay.
So we were all together in spirit is what you're saying.
It's just my green hearts, and I was repping my green hearts while I was there with some purple as well.
There we go. Yeah, it was so funny because your principal was featured earlier in 12 Hour with our leadership lunch, and I was hanging out with him on Thursday, just like catching up in the office. He's like, "Just so you know, Megan's not here," and I'm like, "I don't understand what you just said. I'm at Plano Middle School. I already was at the high school. I worked with Centennial teachers. Now I'm at the middle school. What do you mean my BFF isn't there?" Like, I just feel like the whole day was just ruined, and I wasn't prepared. I just think if you're gonna miss work, you should text me. That's all I'm saying.
Point noted. Definitely take it.
Totally fine. I'm so excited that all the ambassadors are showing up to celebrate you, Megan. I want to remind everybody that we have so appreciated your comments, you sharing the stream so your friends, colleagues, and family have access. And of course, those like really awkward screenshots of me and weird faces. I just, I guess it's fine as long as you're doing it in a positive light. It's fine. Megan, as we were talking about managing the grid classroom, I was excited to do this with you because first off, you have a ton of experience with the grid. Second of all, you have a special education lens that I know is really interesting. We actually just had you publish a blog over at teachbetter.com/blogs supporting how your role as a special education teacher has been impacted by the grid method. And so there's a lot of different layers we're going to be able to touch on today. The one thing I do want to encourage is if you are live with us during our 12-hour segment, you're welcome to also pose questions. Everything today that we're going to talk about has to do with management of students utilizing the grid method. However, management looks so different in every single classroom at every single subject and grade level. And Megan and I actually love and celebrate that. We know that K-12 classroom management is essential, but it does look different. So if you yourself are struggling with any part of the management element, please utilize us because we are here to brainstorm. And while Megan has a great plan for this segment, and it was like a awesome Google Doc with 100 bullet points, trust me. Yeah, exactly. We are here to help you. So please, please, please utilize us. Before we dive into that, Megan, I want them to type anything top of mind in the comments so we don't forget to note those. I want to celebrate a giveaway that we'll be giving away, and then we'll get that out of the way because I will forget to do it. So really quick, I'm going to read off my fancy schmancy script. It says, I would love to give away a book to one of our amazing viewers right now. Can you believe that, Megan? Right this moment. I also want to continue this conversation and offer support to those watching. That's true. That's true. So what is one question you have regarding the management and using of the grid method? That's a good prompt. I just gave it. First person to drop in the chat, drop their question in the chat will win Preventing Polarization 50 Strategies for Teaching Kids About Empathy, Politics, and Civic Responsibilities by Michelle Banchet. That'll be a really cool book. So feel free to post your questions. I gave you kind of a head start with that, and that will be an opportunity to get you a fabulous book. Megan, I know you have crazy plans, and I love that you printed it because you're such a nerd. But tell me where you think we should start, because classroom management is just such a wide topic. It's a little intimidating, in my opinion.
I think we should for sure start with before classroom starts, like some of your proactive planning in terms of what are going to be my routines, what are going to be my systems. That way, when I'm in front of the kids, not only can I implement those systems, but take a step back and teach the kids, one, what are my expectations for you? And two, which I think is equally important, if not more important, what are your expectations for me and how I'm facilitating and supporting you in this organized chaos?
Yeah, so speak more to that. Why is that something that every educator has the ability to do, not only right now, but as we chew and develop on this topic, really like do strong as an educator over the course of a few weeks?
So it's so important to just be proactive and intentional, right? Like we know that all the things can happen during class, right? And kids are going to respond in a million different ways. And you want to be intentional about how you're going to facilitate this process, how you want them to respond, and be plans A, B, and C when kids need to learn on the first learning opportunity, the second, the third, or the fifth, and having all the plans in place. So when you have the organized chaos and you're on plan D or you're on number 5 of a learning opportunity because a kid needs reteaching, that you've thought through every process And the kids know that that's been thought through, and the kids know how you're operating so they can respond within that realm.
Yeah, something I really value about that is that allows me to be consistent regardless of the things coming at me. And I know I feel like I keep saying that today, but I really mean it, because educators are telling me on a consistent basis that we're all overwhelmed, our to-do lists are too long, and there's an exhaustion before the day even begins. And I really want to emphasize that the opportunity to create scalable routines that allow you to be consistent by doing some of this front loading first, allow you every single day to be the student that to give your best for those students. I know, and teachers deserve it. And a lot of you have told me it was helpful to talk about today's best, right? It may not be 100% that you can give that day, but if your best is 80%, then it better be the best 80% you could possibly give. I feel like these routines and systems allow us to be our best selves in those moments.
Well, and the funny thing is too, the kids love the routines. They know the routines. They want the routines. Oh gosh, I think it was like a week ago. I have two co-teachers. I spend my time in a co-taught language arts class and a co-taught math class. And for a variety of reasons, both of my co-teachers were out that day. So I was flying solo all by myself, running around the hallway. And it was so awesome because in my grid method classroom, I had a kid look at me and they were like, Mrs. Polke, you look a little tired and stressed today. I got you. I'm going to grab your clipboard and I'm going to do like some checking of work. And can I have your stickers? Because I need the stickers. And so here I am reteaching, and then I've got a student who's totally got my back, like giving feedback to kids. And it was just so awesome because he was able to do that because he knew our routine and systems. And then the funny thing is, while I was gone on Thursday, one of my co-teachers flew solo, and she actually said, without us having that conversation, the exact same thing. And this was a different section of a class, and a different student did that for her. So it was just so helpful that we didn't have to speak. We didn't have to ask the student. They just know our systems routines, and they flew.
And that's what it should be about. I don't want to be a content delivery system, right? I want to be a facilitator. And if we can involve our students in that facilitation because we have consistent routines, it allows everyone's workload to be dispersed versus always carrying that weight on your shoulders. So this is going to be a lot of what we're talking about today, the scalability, the systems that we can support you with. Megan, there were so many comments that were submitted, so we're going to get to some of these. I also want to celebrate Brittany Hodges, which sounds biased because Brittany knows that she's my favorite human being on the planet, but Brittany Hodges won our incredible giveaway. So Brittany, please make sure you email Katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. And I hope that you enjoy that wonderful book. Megan, there's so many different ways I know we can go. We had a system. Should we maybe start with looking at these questions, and then anything that hasn't been asked in the comments, we'll go back to our to-do list of bullet points?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So the first comment I wanted to look at is, how can you use the grid with a sub? And this is really aligned with what you just shared. So I think we can just kind of touch on this one real quick.
So it's phenomenal because your plans are already there. So let's say if you're dying in the morning and you're like, I just can't right now, your sub plans are, I use the grid method. The kids exactly know what they need to do. They need to be on 2A today. And it just, honestly, it runs itself. And the really cool thing about having a co-teacher is a lot of times, whether it's myself or my co-teacher and the sub plans, it's my co-teacher's got it, the grid method's got it, the kids got it. All I need you to do is supervise. And it's awesome because truly when we come back the next day, the plans are, they had so much to do. They kept working. They were phenomenal. And it's oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah, I do completely agree. I think writing sub plans is such a hot mess express before the grid. And then what I found is I actually just had a template I used every time. And your example was perfect. I just would update the grid goal for that day. And the biggest difference for those of you that either use the grid method or considering using it is the grid has a lot of teacher check-ins. And the only difference was that they could not check in with the teacher that day. So we have systems already in place that if you need a teacher check-in, you signify to your teacher in some way you need that. For me, it was always utilizing the color orange. So they would still do that. They just were going to wait 24 hours to be able to conference. And I love that freedom because me being out doesn't stop the learning with students. It adjusts our classroom by about 10% because you can't hang out with me and I'm not cracking good jokes with the classroom. But overall, the sub is just able to then be a monitor, which is a healthy position for a sub to be in when they don't know the students. And then the students are able to take the ownership over the rest of the class hour. So I love that. If you're looking for example sub plans, we actually do have that as a downloadable resource over at teachbetter.com as well. So Megan, this kind of goes into absences, but what do you do if kids are missing work utilizing the grid? Does that affect you? What are your thoughts?
So I'm going to continue to say the word proactive. When my co-teacher and I initially plan a grid, we set kind of a loose pacing guideline. And when we do that, we think of our kids who need extended time first. So it's already immediately built for kids who need extended time, whether that's our kids with IEPs or just all of our kids. And again, like if I can plug it again, proactively embed any accommodation that you feel like you need. That way it's already there. So then once we have our proactive plan, then at the beginning of the school class, my co-teacher and I, one of our routines is making sure that we not only conference with kids, but then as a whole group, all right, guys, some of you are above and beyond, but like at minimum, this is our class pace. We need you here. And then the next day, if we conference with a kid and check in with one of them about missing work, then we can problem solve with that particular kid. It could be maybe they need more reteaching, maybe they were absent, maybe they just kind of had a day the day before, and that's fine too. But whatever it is, we can then help them problem solve.
Yeah, what I really value about missing work is that it's only missing if I and the student have deemed it's missing. So if it's missing because they understood the content and chose not to do it, then I don't ever want the work. Keep rolling and like keep going. If it's missing because it's an essential element for them to complete, for me to understand if they've understood the content, I feel like the grid allows me to have the time to go check in with that student without having to come up with busy work for other students to do so that I can have that conversation. So finding ways where work can act, where the grid can actually allow you to dive into the why of the missing work allows you to then handle it more effectively.
And I just feel like it's such a proactive solution for our kiddos that have executive functioning deficits. Like they are already the kids who like need a little bit more instruction on writing in their agenda or being like holding true to due dates or just being organized. And maybe like the work is actually not missing, but they completed it. It's just like in the chaos of their locker somewhere, but they can still show you that they demonstrated mastery. So now I'm not worried about the missing. Like you said, we can just move.
Yeah. There are some great questions here coming up. I know that we're going to do our best to get through as many as possible. I love this one, especially. I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts because I know you love conferencing and I do too. We both share this passion. Megan asks, how do you handle when multiple kids hit the checkpoint at the same time? I know you and I run different classrooms, so I'm excited to hear what your thoughts are on this.
So I think it all depends on like what your number of multiple is, right? Like if you have a group of 3 students who are just rocking it and they've hit that checkpoint, maybe while the rest of them are mid-grid, whether it's my co-teacher, myself, that like maybe it's one of the videos that we've posted on Schoology. And if they can rock that guided practice with the video and without our instruction, sweet, you fly. If you've watched the video and you're still a little stuck, then maybe that small group, one of us is now providing direct instruction. If it's a bigger group, maybe we're pausing the entire class and it's just a direct instruction for all.
I really like that. And Megan, I think you took this a different direction than me. So I really value that you addressed that because I wouldn't have gone that way. When I heard checkpoint, I was thinking like required teacher conference, which I think is also good. I love that you can stop the whole class, conference with a small group. For me, I would have said something similar with the small groups. I either love conferencing with students one-on-one or in groups anywhere from like 1 to 5. I feel like I could never do more than 5 and give them all of my direct instruction. But with a small group, I kind of did conferencing as a group discussion that then whatever product they were bringing to me, like a quiz, essentially became their notes for the group discussion. And I would ask facilitated questions until I felt confident that each individualized student was good to go. So if one student very quickly proved that they were good to go on the content, I actually would dismiss them and continue to conference with the others until all of them were dismissed, which was kind of nice. If you have a lot of students turning in some sort of quiz or assessment, what I would do is quickly skim and look for common mistakes and group them that way. So if I have 3 students that got number 1 wrong, I'm going to pull those 3 together. Or if I had 4 students that got the entire quiz perfectly correct, I'm going to conference with all them together. That usually offers for a really rich discussion. So depending on what you're looking for, Megan, with your question here, I think that there's lots of ways to handle it. But the reality is that it's kind of an organic conversational approach. Do you agree with that?
I do. And I think it just depends too. It's super flexible on what works for you, whether it's your teaching style or just your content alone. In my grid method math classroom, it's a lot of like quick checkpoints. So anything that like I can have an answer key on, I keep. So like at school, I love school spirit. Like my classroom looks like school spirit threw up all over the place. So my kids know anything purple is mine. So I keep all answer keys on a purple clipboard for like any grid assignment that any kid could be working on. So if I'm available, yeah, you and I are walking through that feedback together. If I'm mid reteaching a group and trying to conference with kids, there's times where I will just hand my clipboard to a student and be like, okay, go ahead and self-check. And then out of the corner of my eye, I'm double checking that they're genuinely going through the process and checking their learning process. And it's so cool too, because since we've had so many proactive conversations about this is what learning is in class, a lot of times kids will be like, well, Mrs. Polke, I didn't do questions 6 through 10. Can you cover them? Like, I only want to check 1 through 5. And it's like, of course, thank you.
And I love that you're highlighting a key part of all of this management that I think is going to be underlying in every conversation, which is if you're building the culture where management is how we work together to all reach a successful end, then some of these concerns may not bubble up as frequently as maybe you would assume, because students understand that them not being successful in a learning opportunity actually only affects them long term. It doesn't actually harm anyone else, and we want them to be successful. So we're going to be the biggest cheerleader on the planet for them, and it's their responsibility to say, I'm going to believe in myself too, which is nice. Megan, I knew this would be a good one. I knew Brittany commented here saying, how do you keep students from skipping ahead or skipping learning opportunities? Okay, we could talk about this for like a really long time. So let's go simple answer on this one, because this could just literally be the hour. This could be the hour.
I think there are so many options. And I think, it just really depends on your style. One thing that I love for those of you who use the online grid tracker of there are a handful of options, and a student can say, I've submitted the assignment. And then that gives you that like visual of, I need to check in with them. I need to conference with them. And then I will then change, like it's done. And then I will change it to a green completed but yes, now you can move. While that is great, sometimes I don't always have the opportunity to check the electronic grid tracker because all of the things organize chaos. So sometimes, again, it's just making sure that like there's any self-check that you can provide feedback. So in the moment, you are able to stop the kid and say, no, we need some reteaching. I need to see the process. Let's go back before you move forward. Oh, or no, you're totally great. Keep it moving.
Yeah, I think this is going to go really well with the next question here where Mike's asking. I'm going to keep Brittany's question up, but Mike has a question next that says, how do you prevent lines to see the teacher? And I think this comes down to having some strategic rules and regulations based on your preference. So for example, there are multiple times in the grid where students are evaluating their understanding of a concept, like checking an answer key. But I personally, as the teacher, may not be meeting with them during that specific evaluation. However, later on in the grid, maybe the next box or, somewhere within that level, multiple times, I am having a conference with them. Well, if I'm conferencing with them on 1D, I'm allowed to go back and check anything else they've done in the grid. And that gives me the freedom to kind of give them some space to earn that trust. And then as I'm conferencing with them, I'm confirming that they have the understanding that I need them to successfully feel before moving forward. I will say, though, I have students that want to race through. And so I've actually used my teacher conferences to slow down my students that seem to be skipping. Now, there's a difference in my classroom between skipping learning opportunities and rushing really fast through the grid. If you're rushing really fast through the grid and I'm not conferencing with you, then I'm not able to check that you are fully understanding the content. So what I've set a rule for is that when my students need a conference, they turn their tracking page orange. You can't have more than 2 oranges. So you cannot have a teacher required conference with me, however many times that happens, and need it more than twice. You have to stop. I give students the option to go do brain breaks. They know what to do. But the reason that that is successful is because they know the rule and they know what their options are when they've hit the rule. The other thing here is looking at if a student is skipping learning opportunities because they understand the content. That's actually something I do allow in my classroom. We joke a lot about what it feels like to understand the information. So if you feel like you understand the information, I do want you to stop practicing and see if you can complete the evaluation assessment, whatever that looks like. So finding some sort of rules that your students can then follow is going to be a helpful element of this.
Well, and rules that you can follow. It honestly, being strategic kind of helps you be accountable and manage the chaos because you're intentionally stopping and conferencing with kids and you have a plan.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you, Megan. Related to Mike's question about lines, do you, as the teacher, walk to your students who need support, or do the students walk to you when they need support?
I am all of the above. It really just depends on the skill, the day, and how responsible kids are. If they're totally rocking it and I don't need to do a whole lot of reteaching, then yeah, I'm up running around checking in with kids and they're not moving. But then there are other times where maybe it's a more difficult skill and I land stationary at a desk because I'm just modeling and reteaching. Then yeah, kids know that they have the flexibility to walk up to me or a co-teacher. And then we can kind of go from there.
I like that you have a system that depends on a factor, and then whichever system it is, your students are aware of it. That's what I think is the perfect answer. For me personally, I loved buzzing around the classroom, but I also liked giving my students the flexibility of also buzzing because it's fun to be up and moving around. And who likes to sit in a chair all day? Like sitting in a chair for 12 hours. But I will say we had a rule. If I was conferencing with a student, we had a standing desk where we did all our conferences, which I won't go into unless you guys are interested. But the standing desk, if I was there conferencing the student, then I was not available. Don't walk up to me. Don't interrupt me. And so that allowed us to have these rules that you could go and just as a student would, just as a teacher, do a big look at the room and say, what's the best option for me in this learning environment? Because when you know the expectations, everyone's able to follow that culture of the classroom.
Well, and I want to continue to say embedded accommodations, right? Like some of our kids need movement breaks. That was what you just described was one of them. So again, part of it is making a plan that makes sense for you, but then also knowing your kids and what's going to work for them. And that may be the same, or it could be totally different each day just based on the rhythm of what's going on currently. I know that's going to definitely change for us once we get into standardized testing time in March and trying to build in some of that more movement for them because gosh, testing. Ugh.
Yeah, testing. You know, it's funny. These two go together perfectly. Jackie wants to know how you manage hand raising because she's like, it doesn't exist in the grid method. She must use the triage system. But then the next question here says a lot of students are still requesting help, which I feel like could be like hand raising. Like, how do you manage troubleshooting that? When a student needs something, how do you manage that? And then when you have a lot of students that need something all at once, how do you manage that? What are your first initial thoughts?
For me, it's like almost finding patterns of where some of those pain points lie. So then if we're seeing 4 or 5 kids or 7 or 8 kids, let's pause. Maybe I need to restructure the classroom. So kids who are working on 1C that need help, cool. All of my 1C people come up here. We're going to reteach. And then the rest of the students who don't necessarily need that, cool, keep moving.
I am flabbergasted. I love that you just said finding patterns. I have literally never been able to articulate that I can't believe that I've never thought to explain it that way. It's been so hard for me for my entire Teach Better career to be like, don't you just feel the vibe? And when someone needs something, you like make an organic decision to like group or run or walk and what you're talking about is so spot on. When students are requesting support, if it's a lot of support, it's showing a pattern and you have to respond to the pattern. So for instance, if a lot of students need support, you probably not only need to address it as a full class or you need to put something else in the grid to support future students getting to that spot. And same with like, I love it. I love that. Look at the patterns. And can we be better teachers by listening to our students as they show us the patterns of learning struggles that occur in the classroom?
Well, and then the other thing too is like, how can you use your students in your classroom to help you, right? So if I have a student who's on 2C, but a student who's struggling with 2A or a group, hey, you are now the master of that skill. You've already shown mastery. Can you now go help? And because they know your expectations, they know the process, they know how your classroom operates, it's so cute. Like you will hear yourself in them as they are helping students. And that peer tutoring sometimes I think is more powerful than us teaching ourselves because now they're teaching each other. So like maximize their knowledge and their mastery as much as possible.
So good. Megan, we are a half an hour into this hour conversation, and the entire time we've been talking, it's been driven by the comments. I am in love with that because this is how Teach Better should and strives to operate as often as possible, is how we can listen to our audience and provide as much support as possible. I do want to celebrate the fact that as we've been talking, a lot of people in the comments have been responding to each other with other strategies, other tips. This is why, and I'm so biased, but this is why I want to encourage all of you to come to our Sunday show, because it's difficult right now that all of you can't see each other's comments. Like shout out to Sandra on YouTube, Michelle's on Facebook, like somebody, like we're all kind of all over. And I want to make sure you guys can see the other comments from other educators. So if you ever are interested in finding a solution and we're not live to ask in that moment, please go to our private Facebook group over at teachbettergroup.com. Share your question either via a post or during a live, and you can see everyone's comments and hear everyone's suggestions in one place. I think it's so fun.
Well, it's just so cool. Everybody implements the grid method so different. I heard Chad say earlier in his years and years of doing this, he's never been in a classroom where it's been identical, which I think is amazing because it's just so cool to see how it operates everywhere else and then learn about other people's strengths to then incorporate them and infuse them into what you're already doing.
So good. So Megan, as we wait for more maybe specific questions in the comments, if we missed yours, I apologize. Please repost your question in case we missed it. But we had a list of things that we want to touch on. I think we've touched on some of our plan, but I know that we had other things we wanted to highlight. Maybe we could head back to that list and look through either elaborating on specific ideas or look at some ideas that haven't been asked yet by our audience that they might be eager to learn about.
I definitely wanted to talk about the grid as a passport. I know different teachers use the grid in different ways. Some teachers have them paper and printed. Some of them have them like glued into like an instructional notebook that students use. Some people post it electronically, which is awesome. My co-teacher and I use it as a paper copy, as a passport. And then part of our routine is when class starts, that grid needs to be out. So then we can start that intentional conference. And then that paper grid remains out the entire time. So as we're checking your progress, as we're checking in with you, that student knows where they're at all of class the entire time. So there's never like this, well, I don't know what to do next, or I'm just going to sit and wait for a teacher to like prompt me to do something. There is always something more to be doing. There's another learning opportunity just right down the corner. So we found the paper grid to be super helpful, but I know there are pros and cons to all of the ways that educators use that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think this goes back to something you said numerous times, is that it's teacher preference. And I personally loved the paper grid, but didn't have high stake information on the grid because I was always nervous that they would lose it. So if I wanted to do, for example, a sign off or something, it wouldn't do it on the paper grid as my only form of documentation, just in case that grid was lost and nowhere to be found. I will say, Megan, it's so funny you mentioned the paper grid though, because I was just observing, I want to say she's a second grade teacher at Centennial. So in your school district, but in a second grade classroom. And I'm going to describe this terribly, so work with me. She has a clear sleeve that she puts her grid into. It's second grade, so there's way more visuals, and the grid was double-sided, so it was like big and gorgeous and stunning. And she puts it in, and then everybody at the start of class, all the students get that out of the same spot in the classroom. They pass it all out. Everyone gets a whiteboard marker, and they mark on it with the whiteboard marker. I'm like, that is so... I love that, because I feel like because the teacher's hanging on to it, it's not going to get lost. And the whiteboard marker is something that our students, we know they love to play with it. So like that was kind of nice. And they're really involved in like documenting their progress. And the teacher is able to look at that at all point in time. It was just such a fun way of doing something that we see pretty common, but at a second grade level.
Oh my gosh, now I want to try that. I need to go find the plastic copies. That sounds awesome.
I won't lie. When I was teaching at Evans Junior High, we got a set of like clear folders like that. We were using them as whiteboards. And then literally I saw her pull that out and I'm like, why didn't I do that? I even had access to that resource and never thought of it. Makes me so mad. Ugh. But it's always cool to see how other teachers are doing things and what problems they're solving that their students have brought to them that maybe at this point you're not even identifying as something that should be more innovative. It was cool to see her examples.
Well, and seeing students interact with some of our teacher supplies and like how that becomes like fun and engaging for them. And while we think it's just another thing, it's huge to them. And that's so important.
Yeah, I like that so much. Okay, so we're thinking through management, how we can support teachers with management. What's another area that is a valuable component to check in on?
I think it's so important too. We talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to include that special education lens to just be so mindful of whatever your students' needs are, whether that's your students with IEPs that have like outlined accommodations and modifications, or if it's a student with a 504, or it's a student that just needs some extra things. And then making sure that when you build your grid, you keep all of those things in mind and you keep those pain points, like you mentioned earlier, in mind.
Okay, Megan, I want you to way more elaborate on this because it's something that I love about the grid, but I don't do well articulating when I'm working with staff on this. And if you would be able to give very specific examples of what you've seen for a student, maybe an IEP support or 504 support, you've seen that be something that they need support on, and then a teacher choosing to implement that somehow in the grid so that all students can have access. Would you mind giving us a little bit of information on that?
Totally. So a common accommodation I typically write in IEPs is multiple checks for understanding. Check. The grid already does that.
Yep.
We've already talked about extended time. Check. The grid already does that. There are some things that I think it's important to think about ahead of time. There are a handful of our students who with IEPs that may need additional like visuals within instruction that you want to make sure that you have copied and printed ahead of time. And you can even do that as you're constructing, whether you do a physical grid bin or you post all of your assignments on whatever your learning management system is. So that's something that like in your planning process, again, make sure you incorporate those visuals. And something that I want to stress that I think is so important, it is not just students with IEPs, it is all students. Any student that may need something, provide it. It's a universal design for learning. Same thing with teacher provided notes. My co-teacher and I do a lot of like direct instruction. The kids have like a really cool black like composition notebook, and that they know that is our notebook. So whenever there's direct instruction, whether it's a video, a small group, or whole group, that is where their notes go. But we know that some of our kids are just like not good with taking notes, whether it's transferring or the pace or whatever is going on. I actually keep my own notebook, and shocker, it's purple. But then I like, not only do I have organized notes of all of the things that we've taught, but if I need to in the moment make a copy or before the next class and make a plan, even though my students have already taken notes and they kind of sort of have the bits and pieces, I can quietly slide them my notes that might be a little bit more clear, legible, or informational. And then same thing, whether it's a student with an IEP or any student, they have them. That's something we also use for kids that are absent too. That like we can never recreate the original magic that might have been something, but we can still use that magic to reteach or provide them the things that they need in the moment.
Yeah, I was working with Stacy earlier in 12 Hour. We built a second grade grid, and she was talking about using emojis that helped the student identify like matching things from the grid itself to other steps they needed to take with the content, like going somewhere else in the room or finding something easily in Google Classroom, and or like knowing when a teacher check is. And she used images and colors like emojis to help match some of those things up so that your transition felt successful. I know that's something that we can use with students that specifically have IEP support, but that's something that's going to help any age student just help with clarity, right? That's something that every student will benefit from. I know Brittany also is commenting about providing audio support. Now that we have so much technology, it's nice that a student that typically would need something read to them either are providing them the resource so that it can be read, or you yourself have just recorded yourself reading it, right?
And they love hearing you too. So even though if you're not in the moment with them, if you're on a video, and I don't want to say the C word, but I think a silver lining of COVID was so many of us made so many of our own instructional videos, whether it was full teaching or like you just said, reading passages, that now we have them in our bank and we can use them to support students who may need them in the moment.
I had a student, I had lots of students that needed their quiz or test read. And I always found it as a fun way to reduce stress during a high stakes evaluation. So we would create like a quick playlist, and the playlist essentially was me reading each question individually. And it was just numbered like question 1, and they played question 1, and then they were ready, they played the next question. And it was always fun because all I did was read the directions, but I was using tone of voice, and I was maybe giggling, or I'd make a joke before we got started. And my students always felt like that eased some of the tension. And then they weren't focused on trying to make sure they read the vocabulary correctly and could focus more on truly getting me the answer. I know Dennis Sheeran made a joke earlier today of like, we could even add the answers to our test depending on what we're looking for. And I think so many of these elements of really digging into what we really need from the student allows us to find the right accommodations for them to be successful.
Well, and it's so funny too, because when we talk of the depth of learning of that, of giving the answer, for some of our students, that could be a natural scaffold of take the stress away, like I've got you, this is what it is, but now go through the process and focus on the process. Because some of our students, particularly with IEPs, have a terrible relationship with failure to the point where like, that's kind of why they have an IEP, right? That they have struggled for so long and have failed, that they need the support. So trying to embed some of those scaffolds, even if it's here's the answer, take the stress away, but I still need you to do the work and I need you to understand what's going on here, gives them that support while taking some of that stress away, which is awesome. Like I want to do that on Monday.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And I love that we're able to kind of problem solve through these things out loud. That I think a lot of these strategies are going to work K-12, and you can take bits and pieces and embed them over time. So it really gives educators here the opportunity to develop their management skills. I know we are about 15 minutes until this segment ends, and then Jeff and Chad are coming live with us. So I want to not only lean on other things we wanted to make sure to communicate related to management, but I have some personal questions for you as well. So is there anything on that list that you feel like really needs to be addressed before I start digging into your brain a little bit?
Could we talk retakes? I want to.
Oh, how dare you bring up retakes with only 15 minutes left?
I love retakes. Love retakes. Like if I can just love retakes. And here's why, right? Like for some of our students, whether it's kids with IEPs or not, they may not get it on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 10th attempt, which is fine. But as long as we embed the process in the, hey, you didn't knock it out of the park, you earned a beginning, developing, or whatever it is that you say, however you're categorizing criteria, success criteria, then you're giving that opportunity to, one, still provide that learning opportunity, but 2, build up your student. And it's cool that you don't have this right now, but we're going to continue to teach that growth mindset and make sure that like, I've got your back. We're going to do the reteaching. We're going to put in the time. And then the next time when you get to this retake, it's going to be better. Like you will have mastered the skill. You will have made progress. And I think that's huge, especially with students who have experienced failure, because a lot of times failure for them was a one and done, you failed, that's it. And now I have to deal with like the pain that is failure. But now if I have the opportunity to retake, okay, but I just didn't get it yet. And so now we're completely redefining what that is and building and coaching our students up.
I want to confirm, I'm a massive fan of retakes, but I will tell you, and it's in the comments already, retakes are awesome, but they're hard to manage for some teachers. You have to find a system. So Megan, tell us down and dirty, how do you make it manageable so that as a teacher, you are able to allow students to retake multiple times because you can handle it without losing all your hair?
So let's talk about those patterns. And we're just going to continue to talk about that. As you are assessing and providing feedback, whether it's a stack of papers or an essay or a project or whatever it is, look for those patterns. Maybe it's one student, maybe it's not. If it's not just one student, how do you then take that group and then be very strategic about, I'm going to target this group at this time. So now I have a system to reteach and retake. I think it's also nice too to be strategic in that timing of it. So you give yourself a window and it's not 3 months later, a student's asking, can I take a retake on a unit that was like forever ago? Yes, I still want to teach you those skills, but I also need to figure out how I need to manage that. So it's not just this like last day of the semester, I want to boost my grade, I want to boost my understanding. And then you're coaching that learning process for the kids and you're strategic, and then you can kind of rein them in a little bit.
It's interesting. I know I'm like scoffing at retakes. Guys, to confirm, we have a retake guide over at teachbetter.com. It's a free downloadable resource, and we can talk about retakes all day long. I love that people are throwing in their reflections, some reminders about where you can get access to supportive tools. It's great. Some elements that I'm hearing, Megan, in your answer is this balance between being proactive and reactive. When you're using the grid and designing your grid, you're being proactive in thinking, okay, I know my students, maybe I've even taught the content before. Where are the common hurdles? Where can I provide support right off the bat? I know they need, whether it be because they have IEP 504 support or because I just know it's good for students and my students would benefit from this. How can I design the grid so that I can be proactive in knowing I need to conference with them at this time? How can I be proactive in thinking, this assessment's kind of tricky. I'm just going to create another version just in case they need to retake. And not in a bad way, but then we're also being reactive. What are our students telling us? Where are we seeing those patterns? And how can we adjust so that those patterns show us how we can be better, not so we get bogged down by students showing us that they're confused and us just tolerating the stress.
Right.
Retakes. How dare you bring up retakes?
They're so amazing. Love, love, love.
I love retakes. So good. So as we think about management, we've covered a whole gamut of information. I want to focus a little bit on you, Megan. Will you tell us a little bit about why you wanted to become a special education teacher?
Oh my gosh. So it's so funny. I didn't want to be a teacher. Don't tell people that. But yeah, that was not my plan. I originally got accepted into Illinois State University.
Wait, Megan, you're freezing. Come back. She was accepted to Illinois State University as what? Can we guess what she thought she wanted to be? Megan, come back. You're frozen. I miss you. Oh, we'll hopefully get her back soon. I have to assume that, what do you think? Like medical? I feel like she's somebody who would tell me she wanted to be a doctor or like something way too smart and brainy. Katie Miglin, I know you're in the background. Oh, journalism is a good guess. Katie, do you want to come live and take a guess with me on what Megan wanted to be before she realized she's meant to be a special education teacher?
Oh, okay. Before your special ed, do you think that she like applied as something and then switched?
Yeah, I think that's what she was going to
Like
say.
drastically switched? Like she went completely different path?
I have to assume, knowing Megan, that she went in and then realized that whatever she went into wasn't fulfilling. And then I think she switched to be a special education teacher. That I don't know. I'm completely guessing, but it
Business.
felt like she was setting us up.
Business.
No way. Business is boring.
Oddly enough, I know a fair amount of people who did that. They went into the business world and they're like, I don't want to sit in a cubicle the rest of my life. I want to be around a bunch of smelly kids.
Okay, but she's also a very generous person. Do you like, so I feel like she would have gone into nursing to be like, I want to help people. And then she's like, but not by looking at blood. I'm going to help people in teaching.
Okay, can I just tell you that's exactly what I did?
Wait, is it? I didn't know that about you.
I didn't actually get as far as getting into nursing, but that was my thought. Thank God Megan is coming back, so I don't need
to know. Katie, we're kicking you out. We need to switch you out with Megan. You handle all those logistics. Megan, we have whole theory now of what you were going to go into school for, and we're going to see who's right. There's a lot of comments, so don't read them. You cut off when you said, so I didn't want to originally be a teacher. I got accepted into Illinois State University, and then you left us. Tell me.
As a psychology major, I really loved the idea of data and assessments and like identifying people with disabilities who need an IEP. I actually have an older brother with an intellectual disability. So I wanted to be in a related field, but wasn't necessarily sure about teaching. And then senior year, I took a handful of like education classes because I thought they would be fun. And then once I got into the classroom, I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I can't be a psychology major. Education, like it has to be education. So I think between getting some of that experiences senior year connected with my family connection, it felt meant to be. And it's been an amazing ride ever since.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you were able to come back and tell us that, because there were so many guesses, and Katie guessed that you went as a business major and we knew that couldn't be possible. It just isn't okay, Katie. She's not a business major.
And can I shout out Suzanne Daly, because I've been practicing even if all day long, and even if the Wi-Fi goes out has been my like even if. So she's phenomenal and has talked me through that, and I was able to problem solve. And so I'm so glad I'm back with you all.
I'm so glad you're here too. And actually the transition worked out great because we just talked about how much we missed you for like the 3 seconds you were gone. Shout out to Suzanne Daly for not following her. She's doing such wonderful things, and she just did a exclusive professional development for our ambassadors, which was so fun. She also spoke at the Teach Better conference, and we gave her a shout out earlier because again, she came up because she's so wonderful. So I love when great people are not only impacting educators because like they're on a live stream, but because they're just good people active in our Teach Better family. It's how it should be.
Well, it's so amazing to be connected to everybody and learn from everybody. I feel like the more involved I get with the family, the more I learn. I have been in and out of the live all day long, and I feel better right now than I was at 7 a.m. So I'm just so thankful for the entire family, truly.
Oh, I'm so glad. I love that stuff. So, okay, I really did have a point in asking you why you went into special ed. And so now that we're like all the way back after the excitement of wanting to know how this journey was for you, I want you to give me a little response, because more often than not, and I say this with a grain of salt, but more often than not, I'm working with a teacher and there's some teacher that comes to me every so often and says, yeah, Ray, I love the grid method, but it won't work for my students. My students are too low. I have too many IEP students. This would be a really good system for a gifted classroom, but I have students at that need so much support and hand-holding. The grid method just isn't the right fit. And I want to come to you and say, okay, would you give me your perspective on that perspective?
So I disagree. I disagree totally. And here's why. I think I've heard Chad say so many times, the grid method is a framework. It is not a one size fits all. You have to do all the things. It's a framework. So if it truly is a framework, then how do you make that framework work for some of your students that are lower? Something that I totally credit our science teacher and my paraprofessional, and I wrote about this in my most recent blog, was they have put in the work to create modified science grids. So we have an original grid that some of our kids use, and then we have a modified grid. And then that modified grid has some learning opportunities that are totally the same, and then some learning opportunities that are modified. So maybe there's a different reading passage, maybe writing prompts are restructured, questions are restructured, or maybe the assignment is totally different, but still has related content. So now some of our students who are lower are still able to access the general education curriculum. They're still able to access what you're teaching, but it's just different. And if they're really that lower, they need the different anyways. So we just need to put in the time and effort to do so.
Yeah, I love the freedom to differentiate and scaffold. That's a huge part of why I would even argue that the grid is just so incredible for all of our students, regardless of their learning style. But I always lean towards those struggling learners because I just obviously identify myself as one of them. But I think this is such a great way for us to intentionally scaffold information and finally give kids on a consistent basis what they need. And I love that from your background, being the expert that you are, working with students day to day, you had that same experience, because it's such a wonderful gift that we can give students by giving them access to the content that they will master with us.
And I'm not going to lie, that might take some work and it might take some time, but I think that's where you lean on your team, you lean on your colleagues. And so if you do have students who maybe are struggling with the current grid, lean on your special education teacher, your paraprofessional, your curricular team, whoever it may be, and then advocate to admin if you need it. Hey, we need some designated time. We need the capacity here. We want to meet as a team. We want to meet these students' needs. We just need the time and space to do so.
I love it, Megan. I want to make sure you share your contact information so that our community here can stay connected to you. You're also a very important member of our Teach Better family and in our ambassador, so you're hard not to connect with at this point. But share a little bit. If people have follow-up questions or want to talk shop with you, maybe on a one-on-one basis, how can they stay connected?
Yeah, so on Twitter, my handle's right there. It's at Megan Pulkey. If you want to talk any grid method, co-teaching, special education shop, you can also email me directly at mpulkey, so MPAHLKE at plano88.org.
Megan, I love our conversations. I'm so glad that we've gotten to get to know each other better and better as our time has gone on. And I am so excited to continue this conversation at a later date. I want to give a huge shout out to Chad Orszowski and Jeff Gargis, who are coming up next at 12 Hour Live. We are just we're like an hour and a half. We're so close to the end. I'm so excited. I want to give a quick reminder that if you guys have not registered for the Teach Better Conference, this is the cheapest ticket you can get access to. And even though you may not know what you're doing this fall, even though you may not know if you have a sub or you get the day off, make sure you go grab this ticket at this price. Then you can spend $150 that you're saving on like something else that you deserve, like some clothes or an upgrade on your flight or a fancy hotel or some hot date. Like, I want you to make sure you save your money. So Megan, I'm going to send us off so we can play that commercial and they can go get the code for teachbetterconference.com. We'll see you guys soon. Stick with us.
Bye, friends.
Bring one of the inspiring educators from our Speakers Network to your school today.
This is going really well because Jeff mutes
Stop muting
himself
me
as we start the
I did.
session.
It's because it didn't unmute automatically because I was already back there.
Thank you,
We
everyone.
both
Have a
tried to
great
unmute
night.
at the same time. They don't need me anyway. We're really here to listen to you. So we're back. We are in the last 90 minutes here.
And I think
which
you're in
is
your fourth
crazy.
outfit for the day, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. Someone tell me. I think I'm on number 5. I think I'm on 5.
Even better.
And so I thought this one through, Chad, because we're on for a half hour and then we're on for another hour with a few other members of the team. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I got the last outfit's just under this. So I'm going to be able to do a quick outfit change. So I'm thinking through this whole costume change thing. And wardrobe people are really on top of it. Anyway, okay. So we're here talking about, Chad. Well, first off, we're going to have a giveaway to do and stuff like that. So we're going to get into that. But we're going to talk about, we mentioned this earlier. I think Ray and I talked about one of the things that we do a lot of right now, and that you spend actually quite a bit of time doing, is strategic planning with school districts, school buildings, primarily school districts. So I feel like sometimes when we say that and we talk about it, and I say it a lot and stuff, I don't know that people necessarily understand what we're saying, because you have like school strategic plans, which sometimes have, which their budgets and stuff like that, which is not what we're talking about, although it connects, but it's not what we're talking about. So when we talk about our strategic planning processes that we do with the districts, our partner schools, can we start off by can you define that the best you can of like what we are talking about when we say that?
Yeah, I think the easiest way to kind of like overcome any confusion is that when we talk about strategic plans, it's a training and development strategic plan or a strategic plan for professional development and instruction. So when we are working with schools on a strategic plan, it's a plan that will take their staff, a subset of their staff, or their entire district from where they currently are to where they want to be from an instructional lens. So what are you not seeing in your classrooms now that you want to see in your classrooms? And what is the roadmap that we need to take to get there? In my head, that's what I hear and see and envision when I hear the term strategic plan in the context of the work that we do on a daily, monthly, yearly basis with a lot of schools.
Okay, so you talk about where do they want to be? So I know we have some sort of key questions that we talk through with districts.
Right.
We ask to kind of get an idea of where we need to go. Can you walk us through what the typical conversation is with the district? Because typically you're meeting with the leadership team, right? So a lot of times superintendents, curriculum directors, principals, possibly key teacher leaders, things of that nature. What are the questions that we walk through to kind of get that picture of like, okay, where are we trying to go, and how far away are we?
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually, it's funny, I've done this enough times and the team has done this enough times where we kind of have like a set funnel of questions that we take almost every single group through. And to be clear, every group's a little different. So sometimes they'll take us down different paths as we continue our conversations, because we've had these meetings with 3 people, but we've had this meetings with an entire district team of 12 people too. So depending on who's in the room and depending on the conversation can go as deep or as shallow as they need it to go. But there are some fundamental questions that we tend to ask that get to the point of where they want to go. And the number one question we tend to ask is, what would you want to see, or what are 3 to 5 characteristics of every classroom in the district? If you walk into any classroom in the district, what are 3 to 5 things that you would want to see? Now, I think it's important when you ask these questions to give some sort of format for people to individually respond. We usually do this with some sort of Google form, or we do this with like a note card activity or something like that, so that everyone gets their own thought on the cards first. And the reason that is so critical is because if you start with a conversation, the loudest person in the room wins. And that can be a dangerous thing when you're talking about a group of leaders in a district trying to get to a certain place. Because if you don't speak up, but you disagree, now all of a sudden you have an entire plan for 3, 5 years or longer that you don't agree with.
Yeah.
So the most important part is to get everyone's voice heard that needs to be heard. And that could be department heads, that could be curriculum directors, that could be instructional coaches, that could be a superintendent, and most important, they could also be building principals, right? Like any stakeholder that this is going to impact, the more voices we have in those initial conversations, the better, because that means the buy-in for the plan is going to be that much stronger. So the first thing you want to say is like, what is a good classroom? What does the ideal classroom look like to this group, to this district, to this school? And getting them to identify some of those characteristics, because maybe someone will say differentiated. Now, if I hear someone say differentiated, that could mean literally 4 billion different things, right? Like it could mean that accommodations are being made for the students who need them. It could mean it's a completely universally designed self-paced classroom where every kid's getting what they need. It could mean a personalized learning environment. It could mean a lot of different things. So then you can actually dig into those pieces that they're saying and go, what does that mean? Let's norm these definitions and what we want to see in our classrooms. Because then the thing that our team, I think, is really good at is going, okay, we know that you mean meeting students' needs or meeting students where they are is what you mean by differentiation. So something like mastery learning or the grid method could be a way to meet this need. Or it could be, we need better assessments or high quality assessments or high rigor happening. So if they say, we need critical thinking and high rigor in our classrooms, that could mean they need better assessments to measure those things. Or that could mean they need to understand what depth of knowledge and rigor actually is, right? Maybe that's like, so having those conversations at the start, I think is critical, because we need to know where they want to go as a team, or anyone does. You need to know where you want to take your team before you start making the plan to get there. Otherwise, you're making a plan to go place you might not want to go. And that tends to be really, really dangerous. So that to me is the first big question we always ask. What do you want to be able to see guaranteed 80 to 90% of the time? There's going to be exceptions in every classroom you walk into in this district. And once you have that, I think it really starts the conversation off in a productive way. So that's the first question. I can go into the other ones. I don't know if you wanted to.
Dude, I just want to kind of hone in on and just, well, I guess more just highlight a specific piece of that, figuring out what you should see in every classroom. You're trying to paint the picture of what does a good classroom look like. I think one thing you touched on is like, but specifically, what does it look like? Not here's all the hot button terms that are out there in education look like. What do we in our district and our community actually want to see happen and occur in our classrooms?
Because every administrator in the world says, I want an engaged classroom.
Well, what does that mean, right?
Does that mean a quiet classroom? Because that's a compliant classroom, not an engaged classroom. Do you want a controlled classroom or do you want a cognitively engaged classroom? Right? So like having those hard conversations is really critical when you're putting together a plan. Because if you say, we're trying to get increased engagement, but we have two different definitions of engagement. One person says a loud classroom that's focused on a goal where kids are learning, growing, and engaged in the process of learning. And one person has a quiet, docile, compliant classroom. That's their definition of engagement, which is an incorrect definition, but a definition nonetheless. So if both of those things are existing in the minds of the leaders who are driving this work, that's a problem, because now how do you move forward? Because you have two completely separate visions of what that actually means.
Yeah. So when you start looking for solutions and opportunities, or the level of gaps that you have or don't have, like you're going in two different directions.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the first question. Take us through. Let's go through the rest of the other questions that we typically go into as well.
So the other one I always ask is, what are you good at already? Or what do you have great examples of already happening? So oftentimes when we talk about PD with any school or any district, or even when schools talk about that internally, the conversation always feels so negative. It feels like our teachers need to do this, and I wish they were better at this, and I don't understand why they can't do X, Y, and Z. So I often try to combat that a bit, because I know that that's there. That's always going to be there kind of no matter what you do. But my next question is, this is where you want to go. What pieces of this might you already have? Where is this already happening? What does this already look like? Maybe part of that vision from every classroom is happening at the elementary, but not the middle school. Maybe some of it's happening at the high school, but not the elementary school. So like having conversations district level, right, of all levels of instruction and different areas, those principals may have never talked about what the great things happening at their buildings to the ones that are next to them in the seats, right? So knowing where the strengths are will also highlight where the deficits might be, right?
Yeah.
And so if we know what they think their strengths are, those are probably areas they might not need development or training in. Doesn't mean they don't. They could still need it in some places. Sure. But it at least goes, okay, so you're really good at unpacking standards. So I'm going to put that in my head for when we talk about what training you need. Because you've already been doing that for 3 years. And if I say unpacking standards, your staff's going to hate me and my team. Right? So understanding the strengths is critical because you want to build on those strengths, but you also want to know where they've been so you know where they need to go. So what is their vision for every classroom? What does a great classroom look like? And what strengths or what amazing things are already happening? By the way, if you don't love as an administrator or instructional leader or instructional coach talking about the awesome things happening at your school, you need to find another job. That should be the most fun part of this conversation for anybody is just bragging on how great you are, right? And so I think building on that is a really positive experience. And honestly, it lightens the load of the conversation from negative to positive so that we can move forward and go, okay, so we know what things we're doing great, what gaps still exist. And then the final step, which I honestly think our team is amazing at, is matching up the training and support that they need, okay, with the gaps that they have, right? And we, just like with the grid method and learners and differentiation, we do not believe in like a one size fits all training. So when we're doing strategic planning, we're creating tiered strategic plans, which have multiple tiers and entry points for staff. So we're not saying everybody needs to get assessment training or DOK training or grid method training or SBG training or standards-based grading training or whatever they said. We're not saying everybody needs to start here. We're going, here's where some people might start. Here's where some people are right now. What's in the middle of that? What training can we offer each of these tiers? So we have districts that will create 2, 3, sometimes even 4 separate tiers where they'll have 4 groups of teachers going through 4 different trainings so they can increase based on their need, not based on everyone getting the same thing. And here's the best part about once you identify those trainings, you now have a progression. You now have a roadmap of where those teachers need to go. So as you build capacity, you can take teachers from tier 1 of that plan and move them to tier 2 in year 2 or semester 2 or whatever phase you're in of the plan. So you've now created a roadmap that you want all staff to, at some point, whatever the timeline is, get through. And a lot of administrators, one of the smartest people I know is Neil Gupta. And I remember talking to him about this at the Teach Better conference last year. And he goes, I always knew you should differentiate PD, but I never knew you could do it at the same time. And so even the smartest administrators often view PD as, well, we need to get everyone trained on this. They don't give the time for it to actually work. They go, well, we did that last year. What's next? But how powerful is it when you have a plan and you say, in 3 years, this is where we want you to get, wherever you are is okay. And you show them this map and you go, this is where you are. This is where we want you to end up. And that ends up being a really powerful thing. So staff never has to ask the question, what's next year? Or is this just a one and done thing? Or what's the actual expectation? Because that's the first or second most common thing staff always ask us as trainers is they go, like, how long are you guys going to be?
It's just this year, right? Just this year?
Yeah. So from a leadership standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, we need to make sure we're giving them the long-term vision so they know where their place is at within that vision. So like those to me are the three kind of big steps that strategic planning needs to take. But then there's actually like a bonus step that I've recently started to add to this conversation, because perception is not always reality. So the last part of this step, and this is where I kind of push back on what people are telling me usually during these conversations, or when we're in a group having these meetings. Does the data support everything you just told me? And so sometimes principals will go, we do a really bad job with gifted kids. Well, let's look at your map data. Let's look at your test data. Is your gifted population growing? Because if they are, that's not actually a problem. That's a perception of a problem based on your biases of what you think gifted education should look like.
Oh, I think we might have just lost Chad. Chad, did I lose you? That's a great face. Can everyone screenshot that for a second? Because we got a good face for Chad right there. He'll be back in a second. It'll pop back in. And then I have another question I need to ask him and stuff. So,
same thing goes if.
All right, he's back. You're back, Chad. I really hope some people got some screenshots, because you were in a great facial expression. It was better than that, my friend. Although you just froze again for a second there on that one. So, all right. So now I forget where you were too. So I'm just going to ask the question that I'm going.
Does the data support?
Does the data support it? Yes. Said? Yes. If you need to finish your thoughts on that, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to ask another question and take another place.
Well, I think that's just an important check to make as a district, is like, hey, our perception is that this is a gap that we have. Does the data that we ask our teachers to collect rigorously and feverishly every single day, by the way, does the data we have actually support the deficits that we say that we see in the classroom? Because my perception of instruction being effective or not effective could be very different from the results of that instruction when you look at the data. So if you can look at the data, and it doesn't matter what data you're looking for, it could be passing rate, it could be report card grades, it could be whatever data you have, just having that quick question of, hey, I just want to ask this. Do you have data to support everything we just said or everything we just talked about? I think that's a good just extra step to take, because what you don't want to do is solve problems and waste time and resources on things you don't need to solve.
And I think, Chad, we've just been specifically talking about the gaps and the data supporting that gap, but I think it's also the things that you think you do well. Make sure that the numbers actually support that as well, right? Because there may be a gap that is hidden because of those same biases, right, and stuff. So I think that's important as well. So, all right, Chad. So I'm thinking I'm watching this live stream, or I'm watching later, whatever, or I'm hearing about this, and I'm an administrator, I'm maybe a district level, whatever. And I'm thinking, all right, these are great questions. I need to have these conversations with my staff right away. And we hope you do, regardless of whether you bring us in or not. That's not the point. The point is that these are the conversations you have to have when you're setting out these plans. And I'm thinking, but we've done a lot of really good things recently. And yeah, there's some gaps, stuff like that. But I want to make sure that what I'm strategically laying out and planning here doesn't erase or overlook or cancel out or whatever, undervalue the work we've already done. How do I make sure that what we're doing here is actually connecting to all the stuff that we've already done? Do I have to start all over again? Can I keep doing the same thing?
If you wanted to fail, you can do that.
Good answer.
Yeah. If you want to make a lot of adults and professionals really angry, you can do that. But one of the big conversations we tend to have, and I want to be very clear. I think any vendor worth their salt, anyone providing any training or PD to your school or district, should be able to have this conversation with you. I am only speaking from the lens of what the Teach Better team brings to schools and districts. And I can tell you that if whoever you're working with isn't having this conversation, maybe shoot me an email. But here's the thing. If they're not asking what you've already done, you could be setting yourself up for a very angry staff on your next PD day. Because if you haven't vetted the content of the training properly, if you haven't vetted the vernacular that's going to be used, and all of a sudden you say the word, we're going to unpack standards today, even if it's a next step tactily, like,
but the language is
unpacking standards, and they've been doing that for 3 years. You're going to have 47 teachers in the room cross their arms and stop listening immediately. And that is solved really easily. Listen, we need to focus on the assessment aspects of unpacking standards, because if we say we're going to unpack standards, you're going to make a lot of people mad, because we've been working on that for 3 years. Awesome. Also having the idea of, if you're going to do work, what work have the teachers already done that they're bringing to the training? So like, just having those simple conversations doesn't need to make you rework an entire training from our end, but they're really good pieces of information to make sure that you're not being redundant or doubling down on work. Because if you're making teachers do the same work they did last year again, because there's a new format, they're going to be mad, and they should be, rightfully, if you ask them to do that. So it is the responsibility, I think, of the instructional leader to make sure that they're sharing that with anyone providing training. But I think it's our responsibility from a training perspective to be asking the question, hey, what work have you already done? I just want to make sure I'm not asking them to do anything that they've already done in the past. Because just that simple, even if it's like a verbal adjustment to the training, like I've had times where I've just gone, hey guys, I know you've already unpacked standards, so if you have it in a different format, or you've already have some of this work done, use that. Like that right there makes all those arms uncross and go, oh, okay, we can just keep on working on the stuff that we've been working on, right?
Yeah. So, all right, so we have just a little bit left here. I want to ask one more question. If you can share with us, in this process of strategically planning out our professional development and our instructional growth as a district or as a school, what are some of the most common pitfalls that we should look for and avoid when it comes to going through this process and starting to figure out what is our pathway for our teachers?
Some of the biggest pitfalls. So the biggest pitfall I tend to see is short-term planning, as opposed to long-term planning. So a lot of times administrators will view everything has to be done by this year or this semester or this quarter or whatever that is. So like if you're only seeing things in that phase, right, in 1 year, in one semester, in one quarter, you're not seeing the long-term vision impact, but you're also increasing the stress on the system versus having a long-term plan where you can say, it's okay where we are right now because we're going to slowly work to where we need to be. That's going to reduce the stress on the system, but it's also going to allow you to differentiate based on the needs of your staff a lot more effectively. Because if you set your staff up to fail, they will. If I set my staff up and go, by 6 months, we're all going to have X, Y, and Z done, but you're not going to have enough time to do it because it's only 6 months, you're going to fail. I'm sorry. So a lot of this has to do with giving appropriate timelines. But the other thing is failing to increase capacity before expectations. So oftentimes,
say more about that. Yes.
So oftentimes we, when working with schools, they want to increase expectations before the capacity exists. They say, okay, we're all training on whatever date for our PD. And by 2 weeks from then, everybody's going to have to do X, Y, and Z. And oftentimes when you put these strict deadlines on all of it being done, you're setting yourself up to fail, because what do you do when it's not reached? Either you go, okay, I guess we're not doing that, or you have to start stressing people out because they didn't meet the deadline that you set. So what we often say is training provides capacity. It doesn't provide like the permission to increase all of the expectation all at once. So know the timeline it's going to take to get the work or the initiative that you want to focus on off the ground. You know that your staff has capacity once they're trained if the training did what it was supposed to do. The mental understanding of the work is hopefully there. But that doesn't mean that the time to do the work has been provided. It doesn't mean the time to struggle and correct and fix and tinker and adjust the work to fit their needs is there. So even when we talk about things like big shifts like the grid method, we often say, start with smaller expectations and say, everyone at least do a grid. You don't even have to use it yet, but at least do a grid by this date. Now, here's the truth. Even if you set the expectation bar low, you're going to have a lot of staff that surpass that bar and go all the way to the expectation that you want to see. So you don't want but your expectation for everybody is different than your expectation for your best teacher. I don't know if that makes sense. Like you have to like throttle your expectations for an entire group a little bit differently than you do for like the 3 rock stars, we're going to do all of the work. Because if I base all of my expectations on that, like every player's not LeBron, like to be fair. So it's one of those things where you need to leverage your expectations so you can slowly build that capacity and raise the expectations so that when you expect it to, you can eventually get to where you want to go. But if you go too hard, pedal to the metal, you're going to be running into walls left and right where staff are just failing. They're going to burn out and the initiative will fail.
Oh, I love it. All right. So much more we could talk about. And I know that you could go for a long time on this, but we are coming up. We're about to hit the last hour here. So before we jump into the last 7, we're going to bring Ray and Katie and Joshua _Stamper back onto screen for us and do a little recap and celebration stuff. But I do want to mention giveaways again. We've been pushing all day, obviously mentioning the giveaways over at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways for that form to enter. So 2 more that I want to mention right now and shout out to is one, we have a book like combo package bundle, whatever you want to call it, from Dave Schmittou, from our good friend Dr. Dave Schmittou, which includes his bold humility and make an assessment work. And then we've got the brand new, just newly released 2nd edition of Darren Peppard's Road to Awesome. So that was just released like within a couple weeks ago, and that is now officially out. So we got a copy of that, and then a Wake Up Happy t-shirt. So 3 more things of the 572,000 that we have over there at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. So make sure you run over there and get that. Get your name in and get your that form submitted for yourself so you're entered. I also want to mention that in the next hour segment, we are going to be giving away something live, and it's one that you don't want to miss. So make sure you hang around with us here. I've got 3 minutes to the hour, so I'm going to have Ray hit the little button to play another video, and then we're going to be back, and we're going to recap and celebrate the day. And I hope you continue hanging out with us. We got 1 hour left, folks. Let's go.
family continues to grow and grow, and that makes all of us better. Thank you for being a part of it all.
Thank you for being here and for being committed to better.
Thank you for being a part of this family.
right. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially in the last hour. We have gotten a
Thank
lot done
God.
today. There's a lot going on. And what is Katie wearing?
That dress is insane.
Just
ridiculous.
She's rocking the Teach Better shirt underneath it. Okay, so Katie's in a dress. We're all here. This is crazy. So, all right, 12 hours. So let's talk about it. So a couple things going on real quick. If you're watching, stick with us I'm gonna just say it now, but it's gonna be a while. But during this last hour, at some point, I'm not gonna tell you when, at some point during this last hour, we are going to be giving away a free registration to the Teach Better conference. So that is happening. So while we're here, you can still run over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to get all your giveaways to make sure that you're entered for all of that. But we are going to be giving away one free registration to the conference. So that is going to be here. With that being said, I mean, you can place your bets on there, but I would still make sure that I'm over at teachbetterconference.com before the end of this hour. So before 8 p.m. Eastern time, because that code, which is 12-hour, 12-hour at 7:59:59, whatever the milliseconds, whatever, it's done. It won't work anymore. So, all right, folks. So we are now officially 11 hours into the 12 hours. Ray's got wine. Go figure. Katie's wearing a dress, and I think Katie's had too much wine, judging by this.
Wait.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is wine with gushers in it.
Wine. Ooh, I like it.
I'm combining two of my
Here, I
favorites.
thought it was like raspberries or something fancy, or like I just shoved some kids' fruit
That's like-
snacks into my drink.
That's usually what her diet looks like.
Yeah, these are my two favorite loves.
Wait, is that like a sangria?
Well, would it be
Basically, it's the poor person's tip. It's so that's kind of like that's. I don't know if anybody ever did back in the day. That's like Jolly Ranchers in the Zima
Yeah.
back in the day.
Zima, you're pulling out all the
Zima,
stops
I
right
know,
now,
baby,
buddy.
pull that out.
Zima.
That's-
1994 called,
Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
94,
A lot of our
97.
We have a lot of friends who have been with us for 12 hours. Can we just say this is the last hour? Go get yourself a drink and spend the last hour with us in style.
Yes,
So,
and please drop in the comments. Let us know. Are you still snacking? Are you still alive? Are you still here? Do you have a drink with you? Because we'd love to see what that is and hear about it. And then if we can we just can we bring it home strong right here with some green hearts, please? Can we bring some green hearts? I love everybody's like chat's at 94, Megan's like 99. I'm like I wasn't even. I was still in high school at this time, so I guess never mind. That's another.
Jeff didn't drink any beer in high school.
But at 94, I was 12 years old. So like that's a little. 99 is probably accurate. That's probably Zima.
I was
Anyway,
trying to think when Zima was a drink, and I couldn't like.
It actually came back like 5 years ago. They brought it back out, and I think they sold it for like 6 months, and like, oh, never mind. This is why we got rid of it. Anyway, green hearts are going on.
are we doing an age check? Is that what you want to do right now? We could do an age check.
No, we're not going to do age check because
we're good.
Josh loses.
We're good.
I'm just wondering,
Hey.
is any of this on your guys' scripts? They don't even have their scripts handy so we could check because I don't think it is.
I
didn't get one of those.
I think
Did I get
I think all of this is on
My
Katie's
dog-
power trip.
My dog didn't work. It's not
Josh,
fair.
hey Josh, I just want to make sure that you know, buddy. Hey, just at least you're not as old as Dave. Moving
That makes me
on.
feel better. That makes me feel
All
better.
I
Thank you,
see,
buddy.
Katie, is celebrate good times. Come on, and this sounds like a pretty good time. Just
Wait, is
throwing that
Josh
out there.
the oldest for real? Josh, you look like a baby. Don't worry.
Josh is oldest on the screen, yeah.
How
On
many
the screen.
babies have you seen, Ray?
Well, if you talk to Josh, probably 13 between Josh
Brittany
and
Hodges
I was gonna
is
say
on my
Chad's
back.
right there with me. Chad's getting real close.
Do
buddy.
we have a
Zero
plan for
introduced
this?
93. Nice, thanks, Brittany.
Do
What's
we
that?
have like a focus? I mean,
Yeah, so bringing it back.
Katie,
Okay.
celebrate good times. Come on.
Okay, so we're gonna get focused. I do have a focus. I'm gonna ask some questions, but before we do that, I just want to note that if you wanted us to be focused, wearing the dress and stuff like probably wasn't the way to go about it. Just
I just want you
I
to know that I have had this
To your
dress.
point, Jeff, I blame that dress for everything that has ensued after we all witnessed it. And we were
I've
like,
had this dress
okay,
forever, and
nope,
I've been
get
waiting
this
my
thing
whole life.
seriously because of what Katie's wearing. So let's go.
I want to
Zima.
know why you bought that dress and when or if you've ever worn it.
Okay, to be completely honest, I love a good spirit day. Many of you guys know this about me. I may or may not have an entire tub of different things, a lot of which are covered in sequins. And I had this dress, I've had it my whole life. And by my whole life, I mean like 5 years. And I've been dying to wear it. And so I wanted to wear it to the conference, but I didn't, first conference, I felt like maybe it was the wrong tone. So I felt like today
Maybe a little fancy for the conference.
So
I felt like
23.
it was a good day.
So
I love how.
Can we get a show of green hearts if you would like to see Katie wear that to the 2023 Teach Better Conference?
I think so. I think she do like a black tie event where Katie wears that dress.
And I think the comments
all have
also
to
would
wear
like us to try and get Zima as an official sponsor, but that's
There you
another
go.
conversation.
So
All right, let's
sparkle-
talk about
sparkly green
today.
dress, Zima, got it.
Jolly
Done.
Ranchers too.
Let's
I
talk
love how
about
Jeff
today.
and I just talked about high-level strategic planning for schools and districts, and this is what
No.
followed. I think that's hilarious.
I just want Katie. I'm trying really hard to get us back on track, and I can't.
I appreciate
Okay,
that.
just-
You won't be fired at the end of this.
Just letting you know. So before we get on track now, because Ray just like laid back, and it made me thinking like Chad and I are on screen. I could see Ray in the back. Like Ray got herself positioned differently, and she has her legs like up, and I'm like, is this how Ray's gonna come into the picture? Like against the wall, legs up. Anyway, okay,
I was like this.
yeah, you were like just.
We're
I was
lucky
waiting
it
for
didn't
the
happen earlier,
bowl of
Jeff.
popcorn or something. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are
I'm
lucky.
kind of disappointed. Ray, where's your like massive cupcake or bowl of popcorn or like some
Or
snack?
cake
Guys.
is a pie. A pie would have been good this year.
Okay, wine and
Hot
gushers.
fudge
and
sundae.
I'm wearing pants, so I could do that. And see, these are all good things.
Bree, the answer to your question is I don't know about what's going on and who's in charge. No one. All right, let's talk about today though. Seriously, let's think back. I need you all to put your memory caps on and go back to 11 hours ago. And let's look past the last 11 hours. I'd love to hear, and you can pick one, but if you want to share a couple, that's okay. We have an hour of what kind of like popped out, what sessions popped out at you, what guest popped out, what one-liner got you, whatever it might be. You can pick from wherever you want. Let's just talk about that a little bit here. I'm going to go to
Wait, can we first talk about Jeff's weird language throughout 12 Hour? Really popped out? That's what we're going with?
Can we?
We were so close, Ray. So
Like,
close.
And then, so by age check, apparently Ray's 13 and a boy.
Well, the Gushers kind of proved that.
Can we? I'm sorry. Stood out to you.
Oh.
I don't even know where I was going. I see at least people in the comments. Thank you. They're listening. They're saying things that they enjoyed. Katie, I'm gonna go to you first. I don't think I'm gonna go to Ray at all. I'm gonna go to you. And you cannot use a session that you were a part of. I know.
Did you like how he didn't tell you the directions until 2 seconds beforehand? Like a
I
good
feel like I was getting ready to quote somebody and then it was like, never mind. I was there.
Go ahead and quote him. Go ahead, Katie. Go
Okay,
ahead.
well, I'm going to say it anyway, but I'm going to lie about where I got it. In a session this morning that I wasn't sitting in, he said 5 positive interactions for every 1 negative interaction. And while I know the whole, like, make sure you have made a lot of deposits before you take any withdrawals, like, I know all the language, the putting the numbers on it was really helpful and powerful because it made it like a reminder of such a stark difference of like 5 to 1 is pretty big. It's not say 1 nice thing so that you can say 6 negative things. It really kind of flipped my thought process on like the whole, making withdrawals, whatever. But honestly, like, okay, so Tom had a ton of great things for grading, loved like the quick little fixes you could do. But I don't know, you guys. Jeff, you never called me.
Katie, let me flip it like this to you, Katie. What segment that you were not a part of did you really wish you would have? And you were like, oh, I should have put myself on there instead of Josh or Katie or Chad or Jeff.
Well, to be honest, Rizzo, because I love her energy. I love her vibes. I love her just like being real, seeing students. Like she is very much like how CJ kind of was. And that's why you guys wouldn't let me also be a moderator for her because I already had claimed CJ. But I just like, she just radiates such like positive energy that I would have loved to like talk shop with her for a half hour. But Josh, you did a really good job.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to change the questions up per person if that's okay. I'm going to switch it up here a little bit.
So
Ray,
you're moving the target.
Ray, we're going to go to you.
Please.
And I want you to share one thing that you learned today that you're going to put into practice in your life.
Oh gosh. I think there was a lot of different things that I heard from our guests that it's not that I need to change my practice, but I would like to change my language when working in the same space. And I think a lot of our educators in our audience, like in our Teach Better family, will feel the same. There were a lot of aha moments, but there were also a lot of moments that reinforced the good work already happening. One of the things I loved, and I know this segment just happened, so I apologize, but shout out to Megan, who I was live with just about an hour and a half ago, focus on grid method, classroom management. I loved how her description of responding to student needs really lended itself when she used the word pattern. Like looking at patterns to be reactive to students is something that I have always believed, always been an advocate for, but never truly identified that the word pattern could communicate what I've been searching to really enforce in other educators. So there are so many things that I felt validated on today and so many aha moments that allowed me to sit back and say, by learning that, I will now be more effective in supporting other educators in my day-to-day role.
Like it. Joshua _Stamper. Of all of our guests today, and the people that are on screen that acted in a guest role, like can count as well.
Right.
If you had to choose one of them to do a live webinar where it was you interviewing a person live, we'll call it a podcast, actually, your podcast, but live with video, who would it be?
CJ Reynolds.
Wow. I was going to add the and why, but he just went right with it. Okay, and why?
Well, no, I've had CJ on my podcast before, and every time we get together, I feel like I could talk to the guy all day long. He's just such a wealth of information, but then he also has amazing stories. He's really engaging. He's real authentic when he's talking to, so it's not in a place of him just speaking without experience behind it. So CJ is by far one of my favorite people, favorite speakers, favorite people to interact with. So that's why I said so quickly, was because I just think he's amazing.
I like it.
But it's not fair because like Josh's work husband is CJ Reynolds. Like they already have been friends forever. He's just like leaning into it. That's all I'm saying.
I met him actually at Teach Better 2019. That was the first time. Yes, that was the first time I met him. And by far the best part of outside of meeting the team was meeting CJ Reynolds.
Good save, Josh.
Maybe there's a way that he could be at 23. Who knows?
Katie, get to work on that. I do have a question for Chad, but first I just want to tell a quick little story of 2019 when Joshua Stamper showed up the night before as we were setting up, and Ray comes over and goes, Jeff, that's Joshua Stamper. It's Joshua _Stamper. Like that's.
And then I yelled in his face. It was the worst first impression of my life. He was walking towards me, and it was like I couldn't control my body. I was just like, Joshua Stamper. And
as you were throwing chairs.
Yes.
Sorry.
Josh and I actually talked about it the other day about how weird that was.
No, it was awesome.
It's one of those things. All right, Mr. Ostrowski, Mr. CEO, Mr. Founder, Mr. Grid Method Man. We just did 11. We're getting almost 11 and a half. 11 hours of free PD with people all over the place, people watching from all over the country. And
hold on, did you say free? Turn this off. Get it out. What?
Okay, so think back of what we've done, and this is number. How many have we done of these? Right? Is this 5 or 6?
I don't know.
Too many.
I think it's the 5th or 6th. Anyway, so that you're making my question. It's not going to hit quite the same way, because my question to you is, looking at all that and what's happened, this all came from
the actual value of today was $47,000. Is that the question? So no, that's not the question. Okay.
It's actually a serious question.
Oh, okay.
Looking at this all started from a silly little idea that you had in your classroom.
Yeah.
To this and this type of thing happening. How proud are you?
I was literally just reflecting.
Which none
on
of this is going to work now because you were being such a goof the whole time.
But I'm always a goof,
Go
so
ahead,
like that's
answer it.
expected by everyone
No one
watching this right now. Like, there's no surprise there.
I'm negative $47,000 proud.
Well, see, now you're just interrupting my brilliant response that would have brought it all home. So, no, I was literally just reflecting on this, and we literally had people on the screen multiple times today that we have worked with to create them as leaders in our community, in our family, and in the educational world. Like that as a whole is like the coolest thing in the world to me. Like, I think about the first time we ever shared the grid method with Megan Palkey, who was on screen with Ray, or the first time we had interactions with literally name anyone on the screen and where they were when we met them versus where they are now, whether it's from just figuring out the grid method in their classroom to like literally showing other people how to do it and changing people's lives with sharing about it on a live session. Or if it's someone who like just started sharing their message with us as a blogger, but now is literally changing entire schools and districts and everything with their work. Like, I think that growth, like that realization is the coolest part about this for me, because very similarly to when we all get together for Teach Better Conference, it's like this weird single event that brings together like the entire power of the team. And I always forget to expect. It's like when you see like a cousin that you saw when they were 2 years old, but you visit them 5 years later and they're 7, but you're still expecting them to be 2. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like our entire family, like we talk to them a lot, but like these people have grown and just become so impressive over time, and they've grown up like with us. And like, so to see that on screen, just one person after the other over and over and over again is like absolutely amazing and just so cool. And it comes from different areas, right? Some of them like are educators who have started to share their message. Some of them are already experts that have just become part of our network and family. And they've always been amazing. But like the fact that they're still hanging around and still providing us these amazing insights and knowledge so that our sphere of influence can just be that much better. That's my biggest takeaway. So I'm pretty darn proud of that. And I'm really glad we didn't just do an ebook.
Can I, Jeff, really quick mention to follow up Chad? Can we celebrate with green hearts in the comments that every single person that was on screen today and every single person in the comments today, every single person that shared the stream today completely donated their time? Like, not a single person a part of 12 Hour gets paid. This is a completely free professional development that educators who are invited, I guess, choose to be a part of. I just want a moment to celebrate what it means for this family to come together, because we had international experts that said, yeah, Teach Better community, I'll come speak for an hour on what typically I charge thousands for. I just really appreciate all of you being here, all of our guests being here. It's an interesting space we work in.
Ray, and I think just to add on that, 1000% that, a million times over and over, I want to specifically also note the members of our team who are not on screen today, but were very, very, very important to today and to making these things happen. And there are a ton of them. We can go through all of them, but like our team, and you saw them in the comments popping in, and so much that goes into the prep for an event like this. And then to be around on the Saturday, dropping in, paying attention, helping out. And this is an extra pay for them either. I want to give, if I can, a very specific shout out to Bree, who was in the comments, monitored on social media the entire 12
all
hours,
day,
the entire time,
all day.
Tomorrow.
And she's live. So Bree's live tomorrow. Oh, that's going to be so good for the Sunday warm up. Bree and Ray are going to be recapping and talking through this. And I guarantee you Bree's got notes. Probably sketch notes, but
Sketch
at least
notes, I was just about to say.
she's at least got notes. So that's gonna be good. But Bree, thank you. We appreciate you. She did not miss. She was dropping links all day long, making sure that we knew if things were popping someplace or whatever, make sure we didn't miss comments and stuff. So huge shout out to Bree for that. And if we can keep going with this, I'm gonna go ahead and shout out Katie, which is somewhat difficult to do with how she's dressed right now, but I don't know how many, whatever it was, 2-3 years ago now, this stupid idea came in my head to go live for 12 hours.
You mean 24?
Ray was dumb enough to agree to it, and we made it happen in we did it in 2 weeks, by the way. I think it was pretty short how we did it. And to think back to that, to now having done it, we did it, I think, 2 times, and then Katie joined the team and kind of was there learning a little bit in the 3rd time, and then just did the 4th one, and then did a 5th. So this is the 6th. And when I say that, I didn't have to do a lot for this, I'm not joking. Katie, you've just taken over this in such a way that's just, it's so awesome that we can just, when you need something that happens to be in our wheelhouse or our expertise or our role or whatever, you pull on it, but then it just all comes together. I know we were joking about the scripts, but folks, this is pages of stuff that literally tells you exactly what you need to do. It's all set up. It's very well organized, and I appreciate it. So I want to make sure that we
regardless of how the first 5 minutes of this session went.
Yes.
We secretly love the scripts for sure. And Katie, we appreciate that you agreed to do this because we kind of tricked you into it. I think I just yelled down the hall, Katie, will you plan an event? And she was like, what event? I was like, say yes first before I tell you.
That is literally what she did. She said, hey, you like to organize stuff. I think I have something for you. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, you're speaking my language. And here we are.
Speaking on people who were tricked into joining the team way back when, I'm going to keep this going with Ray just complimenting you on the fact that we look good right now because the background looks really good. The commercials, so many comments on the commercials. I actually got three different direct messages from people who I don't really know who are connected to me in business world that reached out and said, can you tell me more about your live stream commercials and the production? And I was like, one of them literally teaches live streaming. That's their business. I hope they're not watching, but I'm like, you're your byline in the community. And it literally is I help business owners live stream their value or something of that nature. And I'm like, well, okay, sure. And I literally went, well, Ray, this is going to be sort of like what you sometimes say. I'm like, well, you got to get yourself a Ray. That's how you do that.
Wait, can I jump in though? Because I had a really funny moment with Ray. We were at the Teach Better conference. Someone came up, we were introduced themselves, and they were like, you have to tell me about your marketing team. And we were like, oh yeah, poker face. And they kept going on and on about our marketing and how they were so great. And the whole time I'm standing next to Ray being like, they're talking about you. And they just they're like, seriously, who do you pay to do that? And I'm like, oh, we pay millions, a lot of money for this person. So I cannot agree more.
Wait, really expensive marketing agency.
I appreciate all the support and love. First off, I don't do anything in marketing. Shout out to Rachel, our director of marketing, who actually makes that all happen.
Yes.
Second of all, I appreciate that y'all liked the commercials, but unless I get Joshua Stamper's stamp of approval, the commercials mean nothing to me because I literally made those commercials so Josh could tell me I did a good job.
You did an excellent job, Ray.
And shout out to our team who recorded
thank you. Yes, for everyone turning in. And I don't remember. I don't know if they necessarily knew what they were. Did you tell them? Because a lot of times it's just like, hey, Josh, I need you to send me the clip
at the camera and
these
say
3 things.
this.
Yes.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm using it for. And our team,
I went to
awesome.
every single team member. We featured every team member except for 2 who had busy schedules and said, I need you to record a line saying something along this topic. And then they were like, why? And I'm like, I'm not telling you. And then it was revealed today. So Liv's in the comments. Liv, thank you for creating that incredible blog commercial where you shared your appreciation for people posting in the blog. I'm so glad that we were able to feature that. And I'm sorry I couldn't tell you what it was for.
One more shout out here, and then we're going to talk about the conference a little bit. So last shout out is just give it up for our ambassadors who showed up today in the comments and all over. So some green hearts would go, I think, very well with that shout out. So ambassadors, we love you. We've had an amazing group of ambassadors, and we just got a new, do we call it a cohort group class of like 30 something more, and they've brought an awesome energy, and it's like the initial group and this group, they fit perfectly, and it's been so fun to watch. So we love you all and appreciate you always just being around to help and help the value just increase for everyone that comes to events like this and all the other things that we do. So thank you for that. All right. Can we talk about the conference for a minute?
Are we doing a conference?
We're doing a conference.
Well, I mean, people are showing up now because I've been getting notifications all day about people using that code.
So we are doing a conference. So we announced this last Sunday, Ray, you and I, on the Sunday warm up, and then we talked a little bit about it on Wednesday, and then today. But today's like it's official now. The site is officially you can click buttons and they take you places where you can buy registration.
But we
become a
talked
sponsor.
about we didn't open registration until today because why?
Because that's what
lowest price.
No. Because we have crazy people a part of our Teach Better family.
They go
and
too
they
quickly.
would have gone and bought tickets not at the cheaper price, and we wanted them to save their stinking money. Stop spending your money. Save it and spend it today so you can save the money.
Which, by the way, you have 34 more minutes while that code, which is 12-hour, 1-2 hour, is still active, and that would save you $150. It's $150 when you look at the.
It's $150.
Because you got early bird pricing going on too right now. So early bird pricing is still pretty good.
And
but right
some
now
of the
it's
people
the cheapest.
watching are already going to be there. Like I'm literally seeing some of the names of the people I've seen
that have come through. Yeah, because you get the notification. Yeah. However, I am seeing a couple names who I have not seen their names come through. So
they'll be
we
there.
should remedy that, folks. All right. So let's talk Joshua Stamper. Thinking about Teach Better Conference 23. And I'm not saying that I can make any of this happen, but I do know some people I can talk to, put a good word in.
Okay.
Thinking about who is with us today and amazing educators that we had sharing things with us today. If you could force, but in a nice way, we wouldn't not by hurting them, but force one of our guests today to have to come to the conference and at least hang out with you, if not share their awesomeness, who would you force?
No spoilers.
Yeah, there's
I would love Jeff Gargis, Ray Hewert, Katie Miglin, and Chad Ostrowski. How about that?
Best answer ever.
All right. So can I just clarify? The only way that a spoiler would happen right there is if Josh said someone's name who's coming and someone else on the screen reacted, or if Josh literally went, "Well, I know so and so is coming." But seriously, who would you invite?
Wait, time out. Do
who
you
would
know
you
Josh?
force to come?
Do I know
what?
Josh?
It doesn't
really
matter
good
anyway.
at
The
it.
idea that he would spoil it is it would have to be so blatantly on purpose.
You do remember Admin Mastermind, right?
That's different.
Just saying.
I can give you the benefit of doubt on that because that was different.
Gushers and
I'm not
wine.
asking you to be clear, Josh. I'm not asking you to tell us who's coming without telling. I'm asking you, of the people that were here today, who would you force to come? There's nothing to do with who might already be coming.
All right. Ray is making me real nervous.
Gushers and wine.
This was a level of nervousness
and
that
Jolly
wasn't
Ranchers.
It's all right. I guess I'm going to go somewhere
Tom
else.
Schimmer. I want
Tom Schimmer. Okay,
Tom
thank
Schimmer.
you. This was
I'll
an easy
answer-
question.
I know. Tom Schimmer, though, I was in his session at 22. He's a part of the podcast network.
He was.
And
He podcasted there too,
I've
right?
heard him actually 3 times in person present at various conferences or at my district. And I will say that I got even more value when I was in his session in 22. Which is pretty amazing.
You've seen this guy present a few times in your district. You saw him at 22. You've met him. You know him. You saw him again today, and you still really want him to come to our conference.
I am a Tom Schimmer super fan.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Barnum,
I was
super
texting
fan.
Ray after their session. I'm like, I don't know what we need to do, but we need you and Tom on screen talking about grading more and more and more. That was awesome. It was really good. Okay. Now I'm like, all right, I got to phrase my questions differently because we're gonna get spoiler things from.
No spoilers.
There wasn't going to be spoilers.
They're
but
only spoilers if people give the context of it being a spoiler.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm so stressed. I haven't been stressed. I'm stressed.
I don't know why you're stressed. We're not like. First
it was
of all,
very
like,
noticeable that Ray shifted in her chair. That she
Can
was
you get
extremely
somebody to
nervous
fill
by
up
that
her
question.
glass before we continue?
Yeah. Where's Matt Miglin? Tell him to go fill up her glass. All right. So I'm gonna talk to Josh again because I wanted to ask him this question now that we threw things off, and you mentioned the podcast row. Can you tell us about Podcast Row for a minute, Josh? Because that is something that is today. So you can register today. We can also become a sponsor. You can also join Podcast Row if you're a podcaster. So talk to me about that for a minute. And then I'm going to talk to Katie and Ray about details so that they can spoil it.
Yes, please. Please put someone else on the hot seat. All right. So Podcast Row. Actually, somebody, and I won't name who, signed up to be on Podcast Row already.
Yep. You already got one podcaster on there.
Just saying. So yeah, 22, we had a bunch, I think like 14 different podcasters on site at the Teach Better 22 conference. They were running interviews and people could see behind the scenes of what they were doing. A lot of folks signed up to be on podcasts, and then those were released right after the podcast. Yes, it was Michelle.
Why doesn't she get yelled at for a spoiler alert?
Because Michelle's awesome. Love Michelle.
I love Michelle and her podcast. And she was at 22 also, and she did a phenomenal job on site. Got to sit down with her, see her process. So it is super fun. We have a brilliant space in our venue that is secluded, but still gets the ambiance of the conference. And yeah, I can't wait. It's such a cool...
I love Carrie's trying to publicly call out and get her position locked in.
There you go.
Done and done, Carrie.
Done.
Done and done.
And registration was right next to the Podcast Row.
Yes. Okay. Katie or Ray, whoever wants to talk, what details can we make sure that can we share today without doing any spoiler alerts? Because clearly you don't feel that myself or Josh are competent enough to not spoil things. So can we make sure that everyone has all the details that we can give them right now?
Chad,
You
did
can
you
just
know
ask-
anything at conference?
You can just ask me questions. I was going to say
Chad,
because I.
So okay, so let me I'm actually gonna go the way. Chad, we are having a conference.
What? Oh,
we're gonna put you on the spot here. Can you tell me if I want to register, what website should I visit?
Teachbetterconference.com.
Excellent work, my friend. 10 points. Okay, this one goes up to 20 points.
If it's connected directly to any sort of money, I have to know. That's my job.
What are the dates that are officially announced for the 2023 conference?
You could do it, buddy. You could do it.
Oh,
20 points on the line gets you up to 30 points, almost to the winner.
A week later.
Okay, it's October.
I need
Dude.
He's looking on the phone or something.
Wait, I don't know which way to go. Which one is it?
He's searching through his Google Calendar. Go, Chad, go. Scroll fast.
October 21st and 22nd.
No, it's the 20th and 21st.
20th and 21st.
Oh, okay. All right.
So close.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. We have a redemption question. Okay, so you
far away.
You missed the points there.
I got to go
But
to
you can-
Idaho next week. That's what I was thinking about. I'm
can
not thinking
save-
about the conference
You can
yet.
save yourself with this question. Are you ready? Chad.
No, probably not.
Of these three colors, what is the color that is most prominent in the Teach Better Brandon? Is it aquamarine, cherry red, or Teach Better green?
Teach Better
I'm going to go with Teach Better Green.
All right, folks, there you go. He's got it. Congratulations, Chad. You're a winner.
Wait, so it's not aquamarine?
It's not aquamarine.
That was going to be my guess.
Okay, so let's go to details. So, hey, Chad, I appreciate you playing the game. It was fun. Your prize is a free registration to the Teach Better conference, and that was one I was talking about giving away. Sorry, folks. Chad wins. No, we are still going to do that. We have about 25 minutes left. At sometime in the next 15 minutes, we're going to give away a free registration. But first, Ray is going to make sure that we know all the things that we need to know that are officially released about the conference. And Ray, if you could also maybe share, we did this on Wednesday, but time frames when other things will be released.
Hi, friends.
No
My name is
spoilers.
Rick Stewart. I'm here to release all the details of the Teach Better conference. TeachBetter.com is a great place to go, but TeachBetter.com
She's saying the wrong.
is a better website to go to. I'm trying to not release all the information. October 20th and 21st, it's at the same location that it was last year in Akron, Ohio. We've not released our keynotes, but if you're looking to present, it will be released around May. You're making me super nervous having all these people look at me, and I don't know.
Around May, you mean that's when, like, if I want to speak, I might be able to submit. Is around May? Is that when?
May, yes.
Okay,
that's
May,
when proposals will be open.
Or maybe not.
No,
No
May.
spoilers.
Yeah, that's good. And you will know who is a part of our keynote and featured speaker list prior to proposals opening in May.
And in the keynote is who?
I am not allowed to say.
Well done. Good job.
Yes.
I love it. Okay, Katie.
But they have already been booked.
Katie, if I go to teachbetterconference.com and I want to register right now within the next 25 minutes, what code should I use to save the most money possible and get the cheapest rate possible?
Well, Jeff, you should use 12-hour with a 1 and a 2.
Excellent. And who is our day one closing keynote?
Don't.
I'm going to get somebody.
Why? Why can't I just tell them it's a person who is really
it's a
cool?
person. Yes.
Wait, you just gave away information.
I know,
sorry.
like,
I'm
well, it's
sorry,
no
you
one
guys.
on
I
screen,
thought-
that's for sure.
I thought it was a no-brainer that we weren't going to have an elephant on stage, but I'm sorry. I've let you guys down.
Okay.
Hey, can I also say something that is okay to share?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you are also registering and you're interested in selling a book, you can also do that right now too.
So tell us about that so on a serious note. I know we've been goofing around a lot, but like, so you can register right now, but you can also get involved by being a sponsor, which is on this website. You can be we talked about being on Podcast Row. And you can also, if you are an author, you can submit your book to be in the bookstore.
Yep.
And I think a key piece is, like, you don't need to be a speaking in order to submit your book. However, there is a limited amount based on where we can shelf and stuff. So, like, earlier the better. But tell us about that. I obviously, as everyone knows and reminds me, I wasn't at the conference in October. This is the first year that we did the bookstore. Can you give us an idea of, like, for those who weren't there, what does a bookstore actually mean when we're at the conference? What is that? And then how do I get my book in there?
So we had a ton. I think we had 50 different titles. I mean, we had like a ton of different titles in our bookstore. Shout out to Dave Schmidt, who kind of ran that and oversaw that, and Nikki Piercy, who also helped with that. But really, it's just an opportunity for you to get your books in people's hands. So you can sign up. You'll connect with Dave, and he'll kind of talk you through the process. But essentially, you're selling your book in our bookstore, which is great because it's like this little section of the main room, which is kind of nice. That lots of foot traffic. And we love just having our authors also present. So if you're considering selling your book, we really encourage you to also attend, because it's so cool to like buy a book and then go find the author and get it signed and have like an in the moment conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Those make a big difference. So so when you go to register, one of the things that has changed since last year is like all the ways you can kind of get involved are available now. Now, no, we're not talking about volunteering or any of that, but like if you want to sell your book, if you want to be on Podcast Row, all of those things are open right now. So you can kind of get your head wrapped around what October would look like, because it's October 20th and 21st, right, Chad? You got that on your calendar.
Which means we kick everything off technically on Thursday night, right? On the night. Are we doing that again? Are we doing a kickoff thing? Okay, we're going to do that. Cool.
Yeah, so
Great.
that is something we don't have a lot of details out yet, but we will do 3 nights of networking. We heard a ton of positive feedback about that. But just like coming into town on Thursday, super important, being able to go hang out with all the people that will be, with the next couple days. And there is something to be said about having those moments, like those raw in the moments, you're eating dinner, having a beverage, just like talking shop. I mean, I'm not going to brag, you guys, but like Tom Schimmer and I had a whole conversation over a beer, which means like I'm really cool. So Josh, I just want to be as cool as you are in Tom Schimmer's life. But it's just like those things are so like, you can't replace that, right? You can have a conference all day long. You can have very strategic conversations in the conference, but having those in the moment raw conversations, just like walking around, makes such a difference.
Well, and it's nice to meet people at those networking, because when you go to a conference, if you're going by yourself, sometimes it can feel awkward. It's not like that with your Teach Better family. Everybody is welcome. Everybody says hello to people they don't know, so they can make friends and not have strangers, and having the networking prior allows for you to come to the first day, see familiar faces, and feel comfortable kind of like breaking the ice with some of those people. So we'll have networking Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night of the Friday-Saturday conference.
And this is like so true. I'm going to be honest. I was not at, Teach Better 19, but being in a room or a restaurant filled with people who are in the same mindset is not something you get at other conferences. And I know like a lot of people told me that, but I had to like live it to really, truly believe it. But it's like a family reunion wherever you want everyone there. Like you're really excited to see everyone there because you're just like walking around and everyone is like for the same purpose, which is so fun.
Well, and I love Bree's comment. She's like, I'll help you. Have you met? And that was how a lot of us would wrap up our conversations with different people at networking events. Would be like, well, Katie, it was so nice to meet you. Can I introduce you to anybody else in this room? Because it's full of authors of books you've read or speakers that you would have on your schedule to listen to or speakers you've already learned from. And I think that's important for people to know that this is not a networking event where you show up and you like cross your fingers that you meet somebody. Everybody's committed to try and introduce you to the person next to them or introduce you to somebody who's on your list to meet. It's just so much more fun to get to know the people behind the content.
I do want to clarify that what Bree meant by that was, have you met Ted from How I Met Your Mother?
That's true.
So
also,
I just knew Bree would appreciate that, so I want to mention that. That's like at least the second, if not the third, comment I've seen today about Chad sharing stories.
Yes.
At the last night of networking. So I was not there. What happened with Chad the last night of networking? Because he was Chatty Cathy apparently sharing stories.
I just told him about, selling iPads to pay my bills early on in our journey and things like that.
and how much sleep were we really getting at that point?
None.
I think we were all going on 15 hours of sleep total, maybe for the whole week.
Yeah, it was very little. That's for sure.
So
although
not
I
any
will
better than
say,
2019.
no. I was definitely sharing some behind the curtain, how it all started, the nitty gritty of it, because people were just like, okay, so really, how the heck did all this actually happen? And so people wanted to know. So, we had those conversations, and I think that's part of the cool thing about the event, because I think the sessions and the keynotes and the event kind of shows what Teach Better can do. It's kind of like us putting our best foot forward to the world and going, yep, we can do amazing things. Look at this amazing space. Look at these amazing experiences. And I think that models more of our professional, execution of what we think PD should be and what that experience should be. But I think the networking shows us and the team and the experiences we can bring as humans into our Teach Better family on a whole different level. So there's a professional side of we're executing an event that's PD and training and focused on growth. But the networking is where I think all of what allows that amazing training and PD and that event to happen, the people behind it are still the people you can have those conversations with. And you're talking to a person that was on the stage you were sitting and watching the morning before, not because we're forcing them to, but because if they're there, they're embodying that culture because they wouldn't be there otherwise. So I love that about the event. And I think there's a little bit of that duality, but it's a consistent string of just that Teach Better family mindset. And I think that's pretty amazing. So I'm glad people enjoyed my, my stories, I guess. But I think a lot of times they wonder how all this happened. I still don't know sometimes how all this happens. I just know how it started and then just kept on going. And then I wake up every once in a while and it's still happening somehow. And that's pretty amazing. So it's pretty cool, but I do kind of see the event like that. I think the networking is a huge component, but that's where you feel the love of our family. Mm-hmm. Whereas the training in the day is more that's where you feel the power of what we can do. But the networking is where you realize you actually found a home and you found a family that that just wasn't a show that I just went to. Like I can actually have dinner with this person and have a real conversation person to person. And like, we actually care about our family and each other, and we actually get along. And I think that's pretty neat.
And I think that makes it so that when you go to those sessions and you hear those people share ideas and resources or whatever, like you accept it in a different way, because now you know that person, you know that what they're saying is coming from a place of love and a place that they're trying to serve their colleagues and you as one of their colleagues and their friends. And I think we're able to then, I think, accept the value and that power that you're talking about during the conference portion of it, because we just, I think, like, for not to sound corny or whatever, I think we just kind of love each other differently. Like after you get to know them, and you just accept it differently. And I think it's just, and to your point, Chad, like that you can get more if needed because you now have that connection.
Here's the most important thing: you can't fake that. like that's not something like you can just fake for 3 days. Like it doesn't work that way. You're either that way or you're not. And over and over, I think the reason our family is so strong, the reason our network is so strong, the reason these people have been in the comments for 12 hours straight watching a live session on big screen TVs in their living rooms on a Saturday is because like it's not a show, it's not a facade, it's just who we are and what we do, and they're every bit a part of that as everyone on the screen right now. Like, and that's just what it is. And I don't know why it's that way. I don't know how it became that way. But it did, and that's pretty freaking cool, I think.
Okay, I got to throw us back, because the way you just said that like they're just as much of a part of it as everyone is screen. And I saw Ray like preach in her head. It throws me back, Ray, to a meeting we had as a small team back in 2000. I want to say 18, when we were deciding to make a brand change from the grid method to Teach Better. And we were looking at social media handles, and Teach Better wasn't available on all the social channels. And I was adamant that they had to match. And we're trying to think of other ways to do it. And I said, hey guys, it looks like Teach Better Team is available on all of them. And Chad, yes, we were in this room with no windows that was inside of a grocery store.
We were in a grocery store.
Inside of a grocery store.
Sitting in the produce section of a grocery store.
And no, we were just across from the produce section. So we're there, and we've been in there for like, it was like an 8 hours or so together. So we've been there for a while. And Chad goes, I said, Teach Better Team. And he goes, yeah. And like, we're the Teach Better Team, but everyone who's part of this family is the Teach Better Team. And it was like this, whoa moment. And you just said it again, only less whoa and more right on.
Like
but that's the truth.
Apparently, like I don't.
Yeah.
Like.
All right. Okay.
We gotta throw away this ticket.
Okay, so we have 13 minutes left. Do we have enough to talk about after I give this ticket away?
Yes, give this ticket away, and then we'll wrap up our conversation. I'm freaking out that we're giving away a conference ticket, because this is like a huge deal that you just decided you're doing, and I'm stressed.
Katie, is it okay if I slightly change what they need to do? Because we kind of did this a little bit already, and I want to make it harder.
Hey, Jeff, if you read your script, it says Jeff is going to go rogue, so...
It does.
Typically, that's what happens. So, yes.
Yeah, like he wrote a script and was like, but Jeff never listens to my directions the last hour of 12
hours. Mine literally says how to win and tells me how to do it. Doesn't say anything about Jeff going rogue.
You do you, Jeff.
So
yeah, that was the other script that everybody else got.
Yeah.
Well, instead of announcing it, we could just talk about how we're going to announce it for another 10 minutes.
Let's discuss that too, right? Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. Free ticket, free registration, 2-day registration,
2-day. 2-day ticket.
2-day registration.
Who approved this?
Not me.
Nobody tell Chad, but we're giving away a 2-day registration. First person to comment with the Twitter or Instagram handle of the guest that you love the most today.
Oh, whoa.
So while they do that, we're going to...
Does it have to be a single?
Say it again.
Mm-hmm. So it is either the Twitter or Instagram social media handle of the person you love most.
Megan's got Tom Schimmer according
she
to
may have just one. Is that his handle? Confirm, because he has 2 different ones. I think it might be one of them.
He does have two because he has the podcast one
Is
also.
Tom, because I know one of them is Tom Shimmer podcast, but I think Tom Shimmer might be right on one of them.
Katie will let us know. Katie will figure.
Katie's gonna let us know. Okay.
Stop saying names. You are stressing me out.
We're just trying to wage a war. That's all.
Okay.
Continue the
moving on.
conversation.
We've got 11 minutes left. We can either continue to throw out some ideas and talk conversation, or I have a 5-minute video I could play as well.
Alex
Wait,
should
so
win because
really
he's
I
though?
feel like that's a lot of video.
That is a lot of video, but it's such a good video.
Do we want to watch the video and then we'll come back and we'll just wrap it up with some love and call it a night?
We're gonna do the
That would
video
give Katie some time.
and then wrap it up because we got to figure out who won this thing, and everyone's in the comments going psycho.
All right, Katie, don't panic because I'm gonna share my screen. We're gonna play this video. Ray, can you pop it up for me now that it's down there?
Sure, bro. I got you, dude. Wait, not like that. Got you. You ready to go, dude?
So education's a constantly evolving field.
I think the world is changing so quickly around us. I feel like we can't expect students to learn new things if we're not willing to do the same thing. I really believe in teaching the whole child, and we also need to reach the whole teacher.
At first, I used to say that we're here to teach kids. Now I realize we're here to teach adults too. That only happens together.
It's the best experience ever.
This is a place to be. If you guys need anything, they will tell you the best.
So just jump in, start the conversation, ask the question, give it a chance, and your life will change.
The Teach Better Conference is a live event where we bring together our entire network, our entire Teach Better family for one purpose, and that's to get better.
Educators being committed to problem solving is not just because we currently have problems, but because we do know problems are coming, right? The world's evolving, our students are evolving, so we need to evolve.
Education's hard. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher, a leader on a campus, or a leader in a district, like everybody needs support in some way. And if we can provide that in some of these different communities, that's really what the conference is about.
When we get to a space like this, when we surround ourselves with other people that are willing to be transparent and vulnerable, to say it's okay to improve, and it doesn't mean what you were doing in the past was bad, it's just that you have a quest to constantly improve, then you found the meaning of life.
And I think the great educators understand it's not just about subject matter, but it's about showing others that they matter.
The world is changing, the students' needs are changing. How do we better prepare this future generation for the world that they're stepping into beyond our classrooms?
And this is our chance to do that all at the same time with everybody in the same amazing space.
What we do in education is plant seeds for new growth and for new learnings. And it's up to us to model that day in and day out.
Kids are different. Education is different. And the way that students learn is not just one pathway.
Education is the single most important thing for us. We know that education isn't just our future, it's our present. It's how we're going to grow, not just an economy, but I think as a people.
And so as we continue to approach learning as not only something our students do, but something we do as well, I think we're able to be better educators, be better community members, and able to do stuff like this, connect better with others, which is fun. Today, we are hanging out as a family, meeting new people in breakout sessions. We are getting swag bags, and we are just growing as a family.
We've actually just gone through the most difficult time in education ever. And teachers need tools and resources to come out of that. The only way those tools are going to be shared and utilized is through improvement, through additional training, resources, and most importantly, conversations and connections, which we hope that they can all make here at the conference.
I believe great teachers are just that, artists extraordinaires, because they paint the future for that young person, for our society, and for generations to come.
When I start to hear about how other people are solving problems that are very similar to mine in other cities and other areas, there's a support structure that kind of sets into play, and I realize that that helps me to grow too.
At Teach Better Conference, it's an intentional move to connect people. It's a concert where you can feel the experience and you remember the experience. When you're at the conference, you see people just taking selfies and pictures all day long. They're not necessarily taking pictures of slides, they're taking pictures with people. And that's what it's all about.
It's the best experience ever. You learn so much, and you have so much that you can take right back on Monday. And if you have questions, every presenter is available to talk to you. And so I just feel like the accessibility, the family feel, and everyone is just here to teach better.
You are better prepared now as an educator than you were when you stepped in this door. So my challenge would be, go use what you learned, go apply what you learned, and go make the amazing impact you do every single day so that we can all be better.
What I love about the Teach Better family is that there's a lot of ways to get involved. And whether you're trying to
learn something by reading it, learn something by listening to it. You want to participate in a discussion. You want to simply connect with like-minded educators. You want to learn through a course. There's just so many entry points.
I was one of those teachers for a long time where I felt like I can do this on my own and I don't want to put myself out there. But when you jump in and you realize that people aren't there saying, hey, you can't swim, people literally just surround you with love constantly, and you realize that you are growing constantly, it's a game changer.
Do you have a network of people that really have your best interests, that care about you as an individual and want to see that you are better every single day? And for a lot of people, it's no.
They will have their teacher hearts filled. They will leave feeling filled up and seen and known and valued, and that their job matters, and that they can come alongside just a bigger network of people that just want to be better just like them.
If I'm an administrator and I'm watching this and I want to engage my teaching staff, then at the end of the day, I want them to be better. I want them to teach better. Why? Because when you teach better, you reach better. And that's what this conference does. It gives you the tools, it gives you the capacity, it gives you the awareness to be the best version of yourself that you can be, so that in turn, those students can be the best version of themselves.
Such a good video. I'm glad we were able to play that, but I do want to pick on the fact that Josh and Katie are being really, really good comments, making fun of my voice.
I was just reading the comments. I wasn't doing any of that, right? Just so you know, like I didn't.
I just want on record that that interview happened at the end of the conference during cleanup. So I not only had a sinus infection and have done so much cold medicine, but he interviewed me at the last possible minute. I've been talking for 3 days.
You did a great job.
So important note, Katie, all interviews with Ray happen on like
Day
Wednesday,
one.
before we even get to anything. All right, so
I will figure it out. 2023.
I don't know if anyone's reading the comments, but I love how people are commenting on like the fond memories they had and the people that they saw. But I think one of the coolest parts is I think they're also highlighting that like once you're in our sphere, you automatically connect yourself to all of these people, so like immediately, right? Like you now have a real world connection to all of the people that you probably stalk on Twitter or follow on TikTok or like whatever that is. And it's so cool to see people just going, oh my gosh, like I know so many more of those people now after going to the conference that they're viewing their own experience in a more positive way because of what happened during the event. I think that's so cool. Sorry, go
100%
ahead.
agree. Yes.
Do we have a winner?
We do have a winner. Katie, I saw what you said, so I want to do potentially a slight twist on this. So our winner officially is Megan Baldoff. So Megan, congratulations.
Nice.
Here's the catch. And I'm gonna put this out publicly because I think it's fun that way. Megan already purchased her registration. So Megan, you can reach out to Katie at teachbetter.com. And Megan, you can either get a full refund, or if you'd like, we'll give you and a friend half price. So you can split it, basically share it with a friend if you want to do that.
Ooh.
So you make your decision and maybe hook up a friend. So thank you, Megan, for being, she's been here, I think, all day long. I've seen her in the comments all day long. So that makes a lot of sense. So there you go. Whew, we've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm wrapping up my news desk papers here, and it looks like I've got literally nothing else to say on my script except end general 12-hour live commercial. Like that's all I have left on here.
I'm not allowed to click that until we're live for 12 hours because if I click it
We have
early,
to
then
hit
we'll
12.
be like, you actually weren't live for 12 hours.
Okay, last question to the group. Show of hands. 24-hour lives? 24 hours live?
Guys, you weren't in the ambassador hangout, but our ambassador group has like exclusive PD and exclusive hangouts, and they may have blackmailed me to consider doing a 24-hour in 2024.
Which makes sense in 24 though, doesn't it? Like, unfortunately.
24 and 24?
Okay, I have some stipulations and I'm saying them on camera so that we can get, like everyone
I can't do it, guys. I can't do it.
Okay, we can do 24 hours. I'm in Ray, stop it. I'm gonna need a little cat nap And I'm going to need a few segments that involve costumes. Those are my only stipulations. And then
I think we can make that happen.
She needs more
That's
snacks.
your only
More snacks.
stipulation.
Yeah,
We can
we
make
do
that happen.
Pre-recorded stuff. Can we just play a video like television?
We might be able to do some pre-recorded stuff, and then I think we have shifts of crews. You have crew shifts, and I think we can make it happen. Also, just think about this though. Think about like with 24 hours to use, we could literally take someone through the entire grid process.
Okay.
No, maybe.
Oh, I'm telling you.
I don't like the 12 hours and then the next day 12 hours because then it's a never-ending hell.
No, it's just going to go 24 all the whole
thing.
time.
I think Josh should host, and Josh can do 24 hours. I'll be in the
All right.
comments.
Here's what I'll do, Josh. Here's what Josh and I will put on the table for Katie.
All right. Sure.
If Katie agrees to do a 24-hour live, Josh and I will officially release a hashtag Team Katie shirt in the swag store.
There you go.
And it will be the featured product on our site for 3 months.
Homepage.
Come on, people.
Josh, I hope
Vote
you're doing
Team
this. I'm just
Katie.
making it up.
That's all right. I can do it in 2 seconds.
Okay, well, you chew on that for a minute, Katie, because guess what? We officially just hit 8 p.m. Eastern time here. It is officially 30 or about 17 seconds past Chattershowski's bedtime. We've got to get him out of here. In another 15 minutes, he turns into a pumpkin. I'm not sure why at 8:15, but that's...
I just want to point out that we ended on the best note possible. I got you guys to agree to wearing costumes and
You said you
Team
wanted to
Katie
wear
shirt.
costumes.
Yeah, you hold on. You said you wanted to wear costumes.
You actually no, you didn't agree. No. But be clear, you didn't say no one agreed to wearing a costume. You said you want something that has to do with costumes.
Yeah, like
To be
everyone
clear-
on camera.
To be clear, you are one of the many people that referred to my outfits as costumes. So technically, I have been having costume chains all day. So check.
Yeah, Jeff has been having costume trains all day. Okay, guys.
I did the same thing
Shag,
today.
come on, buddy. Let me have it.
Guys, I was here, and I'm not agreeing to 24 hours.
Well, I would like to look at my contract. I just want that to be clear. Contract. If it doesn't have costumes,
You can look. I don't think it's
Renegotiation.
24 hours.
I mean, good luck. Yeah, it's not gonna.
Love you guys. Thank you for being here for 12
Yes, thank you
hours
so
with
much
Team
for
Better
hanging out and being a part of this and commenting and sharing and the green hearts. If we can end it with just a whole bunch of green hearts as we are going out, we're gonna play this one last video and be done. You all have an amazing rest of your Saturday, amazing rest of your weekend. We'll see you tomorrow night for the Sunday warm up with Ray and Bree recapping this so you can relive it all over again. We love you all. Thank you.
Love you guys.